Welcome back, everybody, to Quake Pro League Week 8. I am Semi-Solid Snake, aka 40 Lines, joined by a much more responsible, much more handsome human being called Flea. Flea, it's a pleasure. How are you?
Doing well, 40. It's really good to be back on the mic with you. We've had to miss you for a while, so I'm glad that we're both back on here.
I'm so glad that you lie to the people. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. I know that you're in for the pain train today because we won't have DJ Wheat. That's right. Unsupervised the whole day. It's going to be a mess, and I'm very excited. But, Flea, it's going to be week 8. We got a whole bunch of matches, 7 lined up. But let's take a look at last week, just in case somebody committed the ultimate sin of missing Quake Pro League. Let's take a look at a quick recap of what happened and what went down.
Yeah, we started things off with Maxter versus Toxic. Toxic, we're all so happy to have him back in the league. His performance so far, I believe he's ranked 10, so that's an admirable spot to be in given the level of competition, but last week Maxter just proved a little too strong, taking down Toxic in a convincing 3-0 manner.
Oof, throwing him off the map. Yeah, a little bit rough for Tox, but yeah, Maxter just proven time and time again. He's here to play. He wants to raise that belt. Still a long way to go, but making good work of Tox on this one, 3-0, as you said. Very well played. And then jumping into Avik versus Sirius, a little bit more the same as Avik took this set 3-0 over Sirius.
He sure did. Sirius, the aim god of the league, still putting up that brilliant LG of his, but fortunately, it takes a little more than that to participate at the highest level. Now that said, Sirius absolutely isn't doing bad by any means. 4 wins versus just 2 losses, giving him the 8th place overall in the global standings, so the man is absolutely holding his own. But last week, Avik just proved to be a little too strong.
An absolute legend, really. You got to be able to play your best game. Now, jumping into Hran versus Saigib, we're going to see Hran in a little bit here, but Hran actually taking this one 2-1 over Saigib.
Yeah, Hran, I do believe that was his first win of the season. Obviously, the man's playing in conditions that aren't ideal, but it is so good to have him back. I know a lot of people were disappointed when they saw him leave the Quake Pro League a few seasons back, because he really is one of the wizards when it comes to discovering those neat new little tricks and bits of tech. So I'm looking forward to see what else he can come up with.
A lot more in store. Wenger versus Sib, 2-1 for Wenger. Lee, how do you feel?
Man, surprised. That was my reaction. It was so close. In that one game, I do believe here, Ruins of Sarnath. Sib taking the initial lead, Wenger clawing some of that back, and then bringing us to a very, very tense, nearly 4-minute overtime before Sib caught him out on the bounce pad. A lot of people were surprised with that result, but hey, Sib took himself home to win. On that final map, overall series still went to Wenger, of course.
Not bad at all. Rafa versus Dramas. Rafa taking it 3-0. We've seen some highlight shots from both players. Fantastic combinations, but Rafa, again, kind of the end boss here. I know Kilson's up there too, but Rafa, for at least the Americas, still showing the world that he's still got it. It doesn't matter that he's 57 years old, Flea.
Doesn't look a day over 60, 40. Doesn't look a day over 60.
Not at all.
But yeah, Rafa still holding on to that #1 spot. Now, truth be told, he has played one more match than some of the players that are chasing his spot, right? So Wenger, Razy, and Kilson are all closing in on him, and they've got 1 fewer game played. But even then, Rafa's still looking dominant, having the most map wins in the entire scene so far.
And jumping into Zeniku versus Strong Sage. Zen taking this one 2-1, but Strong Sage still showing that he belongs here and he can upset almost anybody at any given moment. So you got to put respect on his name.
Absolutely, that's going to be interesting to see. Now, Strong Sage currently ranked last, but he's also only played 4 matches and everyone else has played at the very least 6. And you know that this man is capable of great things.
Another man that's capable of great things, Kilson. Taking it over Nosfa 2-1. Kilson looking to raise that title for the 4th time and tie Rafa in overall victories for the Quake Pro League. But that is the full breakdown, the recap from last week. If you missed it, check the VOD back. Watch every single game, every single map. But those are the overall scores for Week 7.
Now, Week 8. 40, we have got some excellent matchups ahead of us today. I'm sure we'll get an overview of them later, but just some highlights. I think we're going to end with the best match of the day. Rafa versus Wenger to close it off is a series that I'm really looking forward to.
Hell of a headliner right there as we take a look at the breakdown. Hran versus Avec coming up next. Razy versus Strong Sage Drama, Sib, Chain, Toxic, Maxter, Kilson, Nosfa, Saigib. And again, that heavy hitter at the very, 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 very end, making you all wait because you got to learn to be patient.
Rafa the Professor is gonna teach you some patience today, but Wenger so far may just be his most challenging opponent he's had to face this season just yet.
It's true. We're gonna have to wait a little bit to see the Sultan of Sour Cream go up against Wenger. But for now, Hran versus Avec should be a fantastic matchup. Hran, again, having a bit of a rough road this season. His welcome back to the Quake Pro League. Not the most inviting, Flea, but he's trying his best. Avec, able to pretty much be, I would say, top 4 easily at any given tournament, any given moment. It's just a matter of what Avec is able to show up and what he's able to do, really, as we take a look at the breakdown for Hran and kind of his history. Blood red. It's a sea of red out there. Why do you have to put my boy on blast like that, PGL? Ouch.
A lot of threes as well, meaning that even the matches that he did end up losing, he wasn't able to secure that precious bit of cash by securing at least one map win. But maybe last week marks a turnaround point for him, finally getting that first win of the season against Saigib.
Yeah, a little bit of momentum goes a long way, and then you hit a brick wall that's Avec. So it's going to be rough, but, a win is always good. So he has a little bit of confidence going into this one. But again, Avec is a bit of a monster, so I think he's got a tall task ahead of him. But we'll see. Any given Saturday, that's what we like to say here as we take a look at Avic's history so far in this season of Quake Pro League. Not as bad, but also, not really up to the Avec standards that we're used to. Maybe we'll see him excel a little bit more later in the league as we get closer and closer to the World Finals, where he really shines.
You can clearly see, right? Avec got off to a difficult start. 3 losses off the bat, but afterwards he has turned it around and he has won 3 out of the 4 most recent matches that he's played, including against the likes of Chain and Sirius. So clearly, the man is building some momentum, and let's see if he can continue that today.
Yeah, maybe the trifecta of 3-0s in a row. We will see shortly. We are going to get into it. I believe we might have the pick bans. Producers? I don't know if we're there yet. There it is. We did it, Flea. Ruins of Sarnath, Molten Falls, Awoken, and Flea, if you will do me the honor of running down the champ picks, please.
Indeed, map 1, Ruins, starting off with 2 very fast, very squishy champions, Anarchy versus Slash. Speedsters work really well on this larger map, lots of open space, lots of areas where you can really build that momentum and then conserve it flying through those hallways, either by the air control that Anarchy has or the crouch sliding of Slash. Now map 2, Molten Falls, we're seeing Visor versus Ranger, so the burst damage and mobility going in Avic's favor, but Hran can play the more passive, defensive, information-based game because of that piercing sight. And the final map in the series, Awoken, we're seeing Hran actually take away one of Avic's favorite champions, the Galena, will be played by Hran, and Avec will attempt to counter with that double jump by running the Doomslayer.
So taking a look at these picks and these players, how do you feel about this lineup? Who do you think can take this one?
Generally speaking, I am gonna give the edge to Avec. Just looking at their recent form and how they've been playing. If we look at their match history for the actually surprising, Hran won the first 3 matches between these 2 players during the Quake Pro League, and then Avec won the most recent one. So overall, Hran still has the most victories out of the 2 of them when going up against each other. But looking at Avec recent form and how Hran is now only starting to really get back into the shape of things, I think that Avic's got this one in the bag.
It might be. Both players seem to be heating up a little bit, but what I'm most concerned about between these two, there's no Keel. And again, I'm going to call it out every single time because it's absolute just ludicrous. But anyways, yes, it's going to be a fantastic lineup. The predictions are live in the chat, so lock in those channel points, you absolute gambling degenerates. No, anyways, so we're going to get into Ruins first. You said this Battle of the Speedsters, Anarchy versus Slash. Do you think it's going to be a fast-paced game? A lot of the time we get the quick champs, it's actually slower, Flea. How do you feel?
Yeah, that's difficult to say, and I think that that first match, the first minute, is already going to tell us the form that these players are in and the kind of matches that we can expect today. As you say, it sounds a little paradoxical, but very often with the faster champs, lower stacks, players are aware that if they just blindly jump into a room without checking their corners, without being aware of every little thing that goes on, they can set themselves up for a bad trap and instantly lose control, which can be very difficult to get back on a map like Ruins. So indeed, it is very possible that we might see a much slower and more passive opening to this series.
Totally agrees. The players are slowly readying up, chat. We're going to get there. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. But I asked the moderation team in the channel to please ban any Keel slander. I did see some of it, and it's disgusting. I almost puked in my mouth a little bit. But yeah, to start off with the speedy champs, as you said, speed is the name of the game. But with the light stacks, you do have to be very careful in how you implement that speed. Starting off, you always want to just kind of feel out your opponent. But you said these two have a history. Hran actually getting the overall victory. Avik getting the most recent one, both players coming off victories, although Avik's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, 2 3-0s in a row, looking for a third potentially. I'd like to see, you know, if the experience in this matchup tends to lean towards Hran and give him an advantage, or if Avik is just too much of on a hot streak right now and is just going to dominate the competition. But we will see shortly. I did hear the bell, Flea. We're going to get into map number 1 here shortly.
Absolutely. Happy to be back on the mic with you, 40. It's been far too long that we've gotten to cast these incredible games together. And oh my, do we have some matches in store for you today. We are indeed loading into the first map of today. This is week 8 of the Quake Pro League. And we've got Hran taking on Avik.
It's always a pleasure to be alongside you, Flea, and I'm sure everyone else complained enough, and they're like, we got to put someone else with 40. This is garbage. We suffer, Flea should suffer, so that's how we got here. But welcome. It's always a pleasure. Very, very happy to see you.
No Papa Weed to supervise us. No one looking over our shoulders.
My favorite.
Absolutely.
We should get scale versus scale every single match for the rest of the day. We'll see. We'll see.
I've seen you make some interesting balanced suggestions as to what the devs should do with Keel in particular.
Constantly in talks
Twitter.
with sync error, you know. I'm just always trying to improve the game for everybody, but that's neither here nor there. Live on map number 1 here shortly. It's going to be Ruins of Sarnath, Hran versus Avik, Anarchy versus Slash. Week 8 of Quake Pro League is officially underway.
Starting it off, I believe, on the perspective of Hran. Making his way down, picking up that heavy to start things off. He's got the railgun as well, lands the opening shot. He knows that he's got the weapon advantage over Avik, and that Avik can't really retaliate at that distance just yet.
Just a sprinkle of that trail damage for Hran right there. Just giving Avik some information, but he is armorless right now, looking for a little bit of an armor shard, hoping that he doesn't get caught out here. Ooh, nice rail from up above. Return rocket, just to make sure that he doesn't dive down on as Hran and Avik both split the items yet again.
I wouldn't exactly call this a very slow-paced game for it, because there have been plenty of challenges, plenty of players putting themselves out there, but no one has really committed in full. No one has gone all in on a decisive fight. They're both still cautious.
I'm getting a little crazy with it. I love it. Ooh, that rocket's so close. Oh.
Big rocket from Avik. Hran gotta make himself scarce for a moment. Can't contest just yet. Nice LG though, and the rail to follow it up. Can he find the kill shot? No! Hran struggling with the dodges a bit, and Avik will be the first one to secure a frag.
Unfortunate there for Hran, but Avik coming up big. Getting the first frag, looking to add on a little bit more. No item for 10 seconds. Heavy's going to be first, but both items very close, about a second off. It's going to be tough to control both. That's a big rocket around the corner, forcing out the inject from Hran, but he does dive down onto the Heavy immediately. Avik just wants to control the Mega for now. Hran stuck in a bad way. He's actually going to take the jump pad again. That's free damage for Avik, and 2 rails makes quick work of Hran yet again.
And another one, Avik. 55% railgun, kick things off. Looking a little tender himself though. Hran, nice little burst of super shoddy. Doesn't quite cut it. And this is the point where Hran has to kind of be careful about this snowballing out of control. 4-0 already. Avik now, no doubt going to make a move onto the Mega. Gonna hear that Heavy being collected, I think. Might try to offset the items a bit. Yeah, 5 seconds in between them, that could work.
Oh, these rails. Avik is just heating up right now, and Hran just can't do anything about it. Big rockets as well from up above. Shotgun is out. Smells blood in the water. And the rail to finish it. Avik is just on fire right now.
Absolutely. Not missing even once. Oh, that hoverboard, so loud, Hran. Oh, that... Ron making an appearance with the gauntlets, and just as I say that Avik hasn't missed one, he just whiffs 3 rockets. And Kron actually walks away with the heavy, or the mega rather, makes a move on the heavy as well. It's got an opportunity, super shotgun plus forward, but no, falls short in the end.
The aggressive play with the gauntlet almost turned out into a frag, into a miracle Flea, but Avik was able to finally put the stop to that with yet another rail. Shooting 60% rail against an Anarchy is not easy. Avik's doing it right now, 6-0 early on too, and this is kind of where the speed comes in, where as a slash, you kind of keep hitting these defensive rails and keep running if he wanted, and that might be the map in the bag. Obviously a lot left to play, but Avik just won't miss these rails.
Kron was actually hitting the exact same percentage of rails, 60 each, but Avik hitting 11 of them, Kron just 3, so that makes all the difference, and indeed 40. Avik is already in a position where if he just plays the plus back, holds that railgun out, tries to maybe steal away an item here and there after landing a rail, fending Kron off, he might just be able to run down the clock with the lead he has. 6 frags, that's a lot of distance, a lot of ground for Kron to make up.
Gotta put in the work, all order. He's gonna need to hit some of those rails of his own here. Wow, nice little flick from Avik right there. And another one. Almost another one.
Avik has done more than half of his damage with just the railgun. Over 1,000 points of damage with rail alone.
Dramas is smiling somewhere as he's warming up for his match later on.
Dramas is missing a few of those close quarters rails though. We haven't really seen too many of those.
That's true. We need to see those shotgun rails, Avik. Make it happen for Dramas here as he takes control of the eyeball, wants to control this T-Con before Mega. Heavy is up around the same time, so it's really on Avik where he wants to go. Kron coming in hot right now, taking some big damage, needs to be careful, but no fear in the rockets will take him down.
Kron, aggressive on the push right there. Now it's a race for Mega. Avik! Just in time, but that LG, that hurts. Loses quite a lot of the stack that he managed to build with the 2 major items. But just look at that speed slash, so quick getting around the map. Decides not to go for the small armor right away. He's gonna hear Kron picking it up. And both players just kind of missing each other right there. That could have been another fatal encounter, with Kron actually having a bit of a stack advantage.
Yeah, but down 7, he's really got to start making something happen here. He can't have these little skirmishes. Can't afford to really play defensive and run away. That's a decent rail right now as Avik tries to back up in the T-Con. Hits one of his own, but Kron does hit a little more damage on the way out. Now the chase is on. Can he finish here in the courtyard? LG on LG, 37 HP, pushing Avik down, and he is trapped. Now it might just be a matter of a guessing game, 50-50. Can Kron guess correctly here and finish this off? And he can't! The rocket plants him right in the skateboard. That is incredible, Flea.
Kron finally gets that first frag, but indeed Avik played that beautifully. And again, off the spawn, the instant refrag. Kron's gonna be regretting that one. Out comes the plasma. A lot of damage. Kron walks away with the frag. But look how tender he is. He is weak. Doesn't have that injection available yet either. He's gotta be a little passive. If he wants to have any shot at bringing this back, he cannot afford to give up more frags at this stage.
Not at all. That push with the plasma. Pretty fantastic. Just do that a couple more times here. Good rail. Avik stuck in a weird position here. Does get out. Retreats to another health bubble and the Mega. 3 minutes for 7 frags. It would be something that we rarely see on Quake Pro League. It's happened before this big of a comeback, but it's going to take a lot from Kron.
Sure will. And against the champion as fast as Slash on a map, as large as Ruins, I don't know about that 140. Kron needs to start landing these rails. Misses are just piling up. He can't let Avik escape from the bad spot that he's finding himself in right now. There we go. Shotty to finish it off, or LG maybe. Ugh. Barely misses the shot and then finds himself caught between a rock, a hard place, and a lot of plasma trail. So actually it does have to allow Avik to pick up the Mega right there.
Yeah, just brutal. And now I think Avik has enough time to just kind of suffocate Kron and take the time off of the clock, and that is just an insane amount of damage from those nails into the LG, forcing out the inject. And Avik can just kind of play this how he wants. There's the snail trail coming out. Good rockets to defend that T-Con. Mega's not going to be up for another 4. Shotgun up close! And Kron will take out Kron, but takes Avik with him. Both get a decent spawn here. Fighting forward. Shotgun versus Plasma, and the shotgun prevails. That may have been the last opportunity. Now, granted, some may say that it was over before that, but I personally feel there's always time, Flea. I feel like
there's
one of the
always
greats
time.
has told us that.
Ron going for a little 360 right there. Style points, unfortunately, not translating into kill points this time around. And indeed, with just 90 seconds left on the clock, Kron, I don't think has any chance of mounting a comeback at this stage. Avik knows that he's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, this map is done for, but you know, maybe in the future we could do some style point something, and that conversion rate, I don't know how that worked. We talked with Sync and the commissioner of the league, of course, but yeah, for now, Kron can do all the stylings he wants. He has to warm up for map number 2, as this one is all Avik, 11-2, with maybe more on the way with a minute left. A good showing here to start off the set.
Absolutely. Now Kron at this point, no doubt, already thinking about map 2, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Molten Falls, a Visor being played by Kron versus Ranger on Avik's side. So Kron probably already thinking ahead, just trying to keep his aim warm for now in the final closing seconds of this map. Maybe get some good rails in, boost his confidence a little, get himself feeling good about those technical skills of his as we move into map 2.
That's really all you can do after a loss like this, is just try and focus on the future. There's still 2 maps to play. There's still time in the overall set, please. See how I fit that one in there? And you just, yeah, you have to mentally reset and bounce back, especially at this level. These kind of games are gonna happen, but you hate to see it, as again, Kron on a rough road. Both players technically coming off of wins, but Avik showing that his is maybe a little stronger, a little more momentum on his side as he takes map number 1.
Looking at the statistics, Avik considerably more damage outputs. Item pickups actually pretty balanced overall. Avik having only 1 major item more than his opponent, but the damage that really sent it in his favor. Avik, the railgun, so powerful, and then every single time it felt like Kron got close, Avik had those solid defensive rockets at the ready as well, shutting him down, forcing him away again, and often getting himself another frag as well.
Yeah, really good rails to open up the game, and then Avik, of course, has some of the best rockets in the game, so he could just kind of fall back onto those for close quarters combat. But I really think the rails opening up the game for Avik gave him the ability to have that frag lead, and Kron kind of not respecting some of the angles, giving him free damage over and over again. And it all just kind of went horribly wrong there. As he mentioned before, playing a light champion, it can get out of hand rather quickly, and that's kind of the case here.
There you see, got a little bit of an overview, looking at the accuracies, the damage. Avik played an extremely strong game, but let's see if he can continue that moving into map 2 of this series. Molten Falls. 40, what are your thoughts on this one?
So, Visor versus Ranger, I love it, but I'll always go with Ranger just for the versatility of the Dire Orb. I know the vision can be very, very strong at this level, having the information and getting the jump on your opponent, but I just feel like the Dire Orb, even if you get kind of ambushed, the burst damage, the ability to escape, misdirect is just so strong. Also, the passive with the rocket jumps of Ranger to be able to maneuver around the map even quicker and take less self-damage. I think that's going to come into play here big, 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 especially since Kron didn't really show any kind of, you know, the threat with the railgun, which, you know, Visor opening up rail angles with the vision is kind of going to be huge.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to see more of that for sure. We didn't really see it on map number 1. The rail game kind of quiet for Kron, unfortunately. But, you know, it's always a new map, Flea, and you never know when I'm going to get surprised and be horribly wrong. So I don't know. Maybe I just jinxed everything, but I'm always looking forward to finding out. That's the best part.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I was just about to say the same thing. Map 1, Kron absolutely lost the rail challenge going up against Avik, but now this time around, he's got that piercing side, and as you said, 40, that can open up so many angles, tell you exactly where your opponent is, being able to time those shots perfectly, line up the shots, knowing when they're gonna jump around the corner. So maybe that is the tool that Kron needs to just really go toe-to-toe against Avik to bring his rail to the next level, and we've seen just how important the railgun can be at this level level of play. So who knows? Maybe the champion pick, the piercing sight, is what Kron needs to get back into this.
He just needs to see a W in his future, and we'll see if this is going to be the map to start it. 86% in favor of Avik on this map. And we are live on map number 2, Molten Falls, and we're going to start off on Avik yet again. Again, has the Ranger in hand with Dire Orbs, going to pick up the Mega straight into an armor shard, and he wants a little bit of that LG because his shaft is so strong, Flea.
It sure is. Avik lying in wait, setting up a bit of a trap over at the LG. He knows that Kron wants to get his hands on that weapon. Trying to bait something out right there, Kron, not falling for it. Good opening rail. Avik peeking, taking a look, seeing if there was maybe an opportunity for him to get that railgun too. And now we're really seeing a passive opening. I think this is primarily because the players are lacking crucial weapons. Avik's got LG, he doesn't have rockets, and he only just managed to pick up the railgun. And now Kron finally making his way over to LG himself. Good rail.
Yeah, these are the rails that Kron needs right now. Already off to a better start, but dead even for now. Avik has to respect the rail game a little bit more from Kron. It's still nice and slow. It looks like Kron and Avik so close, and he's going to drop in big rockets, and there's the Dire Orb, and just enough damage to get Avik out of there. And that Dire Orb, 19 HP with a little bit of armor left over, was the difference in that fight.
Absolutely, you called it correctly, 40. The Dire Orb can turn those bad situations around so quickly. Kron pressuring again with the nail gun. This is risky. This is risky. It's got a lot of stack to work with.
Oh my God.
It works. It works.
I love it. I love it. More of that insane play right there as Kron hits another great rail, almost connects with a second. He's able to claim the heavy. I don't think he's going to get to the Mega in time. Avik waiting, setting a trap, but the vision could come into play here. There's a big pickup with the delay. There's a Dire Orb as well, and again, up close and personal, takes the fight right to Kron's face. Didn't expect it, catches him off guard, Flea.
That fight should really tell Kron everything about Avik's playstyle going into this map. Both of Kron's deaths have been because Avik was lying in wait, setting up a trap with LG and the Dire Orb. So Kron, he should know that that is the game plan, and he should be so cautious about just blindly jumping into anything. He needs those shotgun rails now, 40. And only connect one. Unable to follow it up, and Avik now building his lead.
A little unfortunate there. Needs to train with Dramas for the up-close rails, but also he just kind of jumped in blindly, as you said, that he needs to be careful of that. As Avik has been lying in wait. And it seems to be the game plan. Lie in wait, set the ambush, have the Dire Orb in case things go horribly wrong, and right now he's 2 frags up because of it. So Kron has to slow things down. He doesn't have any armor right now, and he won't have vision for another 20 seconds.
Avik, massive stack to work with at this point. Nice offset between the items as well. 10 seconds gives him plenty of time to just keep cycling the Mega and the Heavy. And Kron looking for an opening. He actually used his piercing sight in that fight, 40, and got nothing out of it. None of those shots connected. So I think he's gonna go back to the drawing board, get himself up to a 100-100 stack at least. And now, patiently wait for an opportunity where he can use that rail. Avik actually not pressuring Mega all that intensely. Allows Kron to get away with it. Lots of damage on the bounce pad. Jesus, that LG. Massive 54% lightning gun accuracy from Avik so far.
It's a girthy shaft, Flea. Very girthy there. And again, Kron, I don't think he expected the Dire Orb play because he was already leaving. And then before he knew it, got melted down, and then the rail to top it off. And Avik, again, just showing how aggressive he can be, but it's like it's measured aggression. He's very good with it. Taking a lot of rocket damage now. Surely this has to be in favor of Kron, but even that splash rocket damage, sending him packing. There's the fadeaway rail, but he can't quite hit it. The tri-bolt messing with his aim a little bit. Avik gets away.
Big tri-bolt too, 90 damage just like that. Kron pressuring aggressively, but doesn't have a lot of stack to work with. Can he get onto the item? Oh no, the Dire Orb steals it away.
Wow.
Yeah. Whiffing a final few shots, and Avik just once again putting up a testament to how versatile the orb is.
And just a little bit of hocus pocus is all Avik needs in these fights to just gain the edge. 4 frags ahead now. Kron's got to be frustrated, but there's still time. Oh, this is a big chase, but he misses with the initial rocket, misses with the rail as well. He does have advantage here. Big rocket, but the rockets from Havik are insane!
I was waiting for Havik to use that ranger passive to just rocket jump himself up there and finish it off, but no, he didn't even need to. Despite the angle, he got himself the kill. Kron leaving a little early. Tracks back to make sure he secures the Mega in the end. And now Havik holding on to a 5-frag lead. But this is pretty aggressive. As slow as this game started off, as much action we're getting now.
And I love that patience from Havik right there. Doesn't use the telly. Kron was begging him, just come through the telly to get the frag. And Havik was just like, no, I'm good. I'm going to play frustrating, spam some rockets, and not go where you want me to. Finally, Kron able to take him down for a second frag. Havik just showing that patience, knowing exactly where Kron wants him to go, and just not doing that. So, fantastic play. Still in the lead. But now he has to recoup a little bit, Flea.
No rocket ammo to work with either. We'll get the heavy. It's got a lot of stack. He's got to be able to chase Havik down. Oh, those rails, 40. All they do is slow him down. Good rocket, but the orb again. Kron just kind of trying to brute force his way through the choke points before the mega spawn, thinking that his stack, his superior stack, would help him get through that, but no. Havik's rockets, sublime.
Wow. Nice rail flick there. And yeah, this is, again, unfortunate right now. Kind of spiraling out of control. Seems like Havik just has all the answers. Kron trying to, as you said, brute force his way, and that's never going to work, especially against defensive rockets and rails that we've seen from Havik. God forbid he gets a good string ALG on you. It's over, brother, I tell you what. Nice rail there, bouncing Kron away. There's the vision popped. Trying to get at least a Hail Mary rocket, but at the very least does get a little information on where the next fight could break out.
Havik, that's a very good idea of where Kron is at. Still takes the rail. Fires right back at him, though. Ah, Kron, even despite the piercing sight, 40. Havik, 62% railgun accuracy versus Kron's 38. The damage dealt overall is actually pretty close because Kron has been firing a hell of a lot of rails, but Havik, just more precise when it really matters.
Slow play right now. Kron just tucked in, but Havik won't even go that way. Rocket jumps up using that passive, goes through the telly. He's all over the map right now, Flea.
Kron had a bit of an opportunity right there. Wasn't able to actually do that much with it, but he managed to jump right on top of Havik in between two bursts of tribals. That was the sweet spot for him to apply pressure, but kind of fumbling the opportunity he was given, and Havik still holding on to that same 6-point lead. And Kron, yes, he's able to secure many of these major items for the, but Havik's defensive play, the damage output, it's so good. Just look at it. Kron has been able to secure the heavy, but it may as well just be 2 lies that he's picked up, because Havik is just constantly dealing damage.
Aggressive rocket jump up into a nice combination there for Kron. Perhaps a glimmer of hope. A minute 30 on the board of 5 frags. Does pop the vision, has the information, needs to hit these shots around the corner, but won't take it. Falls back instead. Wants the heavy. Wants that stack because he knows he's going to run into a lot of damage, and I don't think he expected the tri-ball right around the corner, but speed bumps indeed. Kron on the chase now. Trying to make something happen. Dodges the tri-bolt, but all of this time is just in favor of Havik. 1 minute left, 5 frags. He knows exactly what he needs to do to secure this one. And that's why Havik is one of the best.
Sure is. That's resignation. That little pause before the rocket jump back, that's resignation on Kron's end. He knows it's over. Gets away, 14 points of health, goes for another peek. Both players whiffing their shots, but Havik will put the final nail in the coffin right there.
Yeah, I always love how you can kind of tell players' mentality from in-game mouse movements. Like the translation of like just a slight pause is like that deep emotional sigh.
It really is. It like, really is. Yeah, he's accepted the outcome. this series. One more map still to be played, though. Still some cash on the line, so I hope he can still find that motivation, the energy, to put in one last bit of effort in the final map. Which 40, you know by heart, final map will be? I need to look it up myself. That's
it's Awoken, sorry.
Awoken.
Yeah. It's Awoken. I thought it was rhetorical. It's fine. No, I'm here. It's Awoken, and it's going to be Galena versus Doomslayer, so it should be a good one. As you mentioned before, during the champ picks that we were reviewing, Kron kind of stole away the Galena from Avek, so Avek had to use the Doomslayer to try and counter that. Good mobility on that map with Doomslayer to control T-Con to Mega and so forth, so we'll see exactly if Avik has what he needs to push himself over the finish line for another 3-0, the third in a row. And it looks like, based on map number 1 and 2, that Avik probably will, as Kron is he's struggling right now against Avik.
He very clearly is. I also fear, 40, we saw on the previous map what Avik can do when you give him a champion that has that mobility advantage in the orb, right? Now he doesn't just have an orb that's up every 40 seconds or so. He's got that constant double jump to work with. So Kron, kind of curious to see how he's going to approach this. Is he going to try hiding a few of those totems? There's plenty of little nooks and crannies on Awoken where you can stow a few of those away, build that overstack, or is he going to want to use them to get some information as to where Avik is at and throw them down mid-fight to get that extra health boost in the moment itself? There's plenty of ways you can play Galena effectively, as Avik has proven multiple times, but this time, the Polish Prince is up against his favorite champ himself.
Yeah, who better to know exactly how Galena can work and where the totem spots are than someone who loves to play Galena as much as Avik does. So I'm sure he's ready for anything Kron might have in store, but Kron also has come up with very, very creative totem spots in the past. So who knows? Maybe this is kind of his rabbit in the hat situation here on map number 3. Granted, again, the series victory does go to Avek already, but any map you win is money in your pocket, so Kron is going to try his best, I'm sure. But with map number 1 and 2 and the kind of hard-fought battle we saw Kron go through, I feel like Avek might be able to take this 3-0. Taking a look at the predictions, 93% of people in the chat agree with me, which doesn't necessarily make them right. In fact, I worry about their channel point.
I mean, we've seen some major surprises and upsets happen on this channel. I've seen people tweet their earnings in channel points of this channel, like, hey, I went 98% in on this player against Rafa, and he took a map, and there we go, all of a sudden I'm a millionaire. Yeah. So who knows, maybe there's some hope for Chad yet.
Hey, I always say, predict the under, because that's how you build your empire, and then you could highlight all of your messages, chat. Your dreams can come true, believe. Map number 3 underway shortly. Awoken between these two. Congrats to Avik again taking the series, but we will play the third and final map as we always do here at the Quake Pro League because we like to stuff money in people's pockets. So if you're a fan of Kron and you believe, make some noise in the chat and let's see if he has what it takes to pull off one map from Avik. We are live on map number 3. Avik versus Kron, and then we're going to start off on Avik again. He has just been dominant in map number 1 and 2 in this series.
He sure has. Avik, rocket and rail to start with. I think he's got a good idea as to where his opponent is at, especially after hearing that bounce pad. And this is how Avik has actually opened up every map so far, 40. Playing it slow, trying to set up a trap. 1, 2, 3 rails in a row, but he's weak himself. Avik, nerves of steel, holds his ground and gets the kill shot. Or again, third map in a row, he takes the initial lead.
Ooh, another rail. I don't even think Kron was expecting that peak right there, as that's just free damage for Avik. Really nice positioning there. Kron trying to slow it down as that rail out. Trying to engage in more of a long distance, kind of slower battle here. Does need to be careful. 10 seconds to the heavy. Needs to start making his way over, and Avik is just prepared. Perfect positioning right now to drop onto this heavy.
I also love the awareness on his end. He was very deliberately peeking over that little ledge 40 to make sure there weren't any hidden totems, so he's on the lookout for him, but this is risky.
Wow.
Yeah. Stuck around just a little too long. Kron had the mega spawning just in time, and he had another totem hidden around the corner, so even if Avik had massively outdamaged him, Kron had something to fall back on. Not this time though. This time Avik, fully prepared, overwhelming Kron with brute force. taking down that totem as well.
Just insane rockets. Get the bucket. Hron literally had a free path to the heavy. Just delayed a little bit. Navik made him pay. Not only got the frag, got the heavy right out from underneath him. 33 HP, uses the totem, and now Avik's still on the hunt right now. He wants a piece of those cheeks, Flea. As Hron, 100 HP, reeling now, trying to stack back up off the light armor in the LG room, coming back through the telly for potentially some damage, but he's just a little bit too late. Nice rail, though. Avik doing a good job of just flying around that map, and as you said, using that double jump.
Speaking of rail, though, before Avik deliberately, quote-unquote, missed one to take down that totem, he was hitting 100% rail. 7 shots fired, 7 shots landed. Imagine being Hron and playing up against that.
There's just not much you could do. Yeah, good return rails here, but yeah, you're just getting hit with every single rail. It's just so frustrating, so incredibly stifling here as Hron tries to make a move up this jump pad to get to the Mega a little bit early, and then Avik will take his leave after taking the light armor shard. So trading places here. Hron trying to get some damage through the telly. Needs to be careful and prioritize this Mega, as that's going to be huge for him right now. Here's the jump pad. Knows it's relatively safe to try and take this one, and also should have a free path back to the heavy. So opportunity here for Hron.
Sure is. And unlike some of the previous matches, 40, this is a very manageable comeback, right? Just 1 frag of a difference. That's so far, Hron has almost always only been able to turn things in his favor when he was already 5 frags down or something. But now he's actually getting control, but that's a risky bounce pad to take. Luckily, the aim, rock solid from Hron. The LG glued to his opponent, tying things up 2-2. This is the best we've seen Hron play all day.
Not bad at all. And it is rare to be able to go toe-to-toe with Avik with LG, but Hron doing it, using the stack well, is positioning well. Also, pretty good item control. Not bad at all. More LG here as Avik tries to moonwalk his way back through the banana, double jump with the rocket. Nothing will connect, but he won't take any more extra damage on the way out, so he's going to be more than happy with that.
Hron more damage and more items so far. First time he's been able to do that in this series. But Avik is looking for a way in. Now, a crucial factor in this situation, 40, is the lack of a railgun on Avik's end. And Hron knows this. He knows that Avik doesn't have the rail available, so he can safely take those long-range engagements.
Lovely fake rocket jump there. As he almost follows up with a connection from another rocket. And there's the Berserk popped, and I love the fact that you could cancel that. I will always talk about it. That is one of the best changes to Doomslayer that I've ever seen. Absolutely fantastic. But Hron will pile on this item control more and more. Still tied at 2 after all of that, but Hron definitely looking stronger than map number 1 and 2.
Only downside I see is that Hron hasn't really been able to do much with getting some totems going. Even though he's had control of this side of the map for quite some time now, he still only has 1 totem on the board. And oh no, fumbling the movement and the weapon switch. It's giving Avik so much room to work with right now. Both players low. Mega just spawned. Hron. Okay.
I like the attempt, but he ended up taking so much damage. Hron still needs to be careful, though. Avik able to claim that armor shard, but, ooh, no, the rail. Nice shot, almost gets the connection. Hron, 40 HP, very weak, does have a totem in the pocket, just wants to prioritize this armor. So risky, but gets away with it as Avik just trying to hit him through the driveway, through the drive-through window, and he finally does. The tri-bolt response is decent, but he gets picked off. That rail from Avik, so strong.
Tri-bolt has really factored into this matchup a lot. Both players doing almost as much damage with the tri-bolt as they have with rockets. Oh, but now Hron off the spawn, not once, but twice in a row. That's painful to see. After meticulously holding on to control for so long, that 1 frag has quickly turned into a 3-point deficit. And now Hron is tasked with chasing down a much faster and more mobile champion. With LG though, this could be the start of something. Not sure about that switch to rockets. Needs a little more. Can he find it before Avik restacks?
Oh no! Oh.
The awareness hasn't been all there for these past few minutes, I feel like, on Hron's end. Ordy, he's been caught off guard multiple times, just not really checking his corners, not fully aware of where Avik might be, and he's paying the price for it now. What are you doing, Kron? 33 points of health, still pushing in. Pays off for him in the end, but I'm surprised that he didn't just leave.
Oh no, and I think he just wanted to make sure that Rail stays away from Avik, but yeah, he risked his life there against a machine gun, and he's doing it again against Nails. Needs to be careful. Avik just lobbing all of that plasma into Kron's face. Both players are weak. The Tri-Bolt is going to come through. Machine gun from both players, and Avik just has the stack.
Kron, 7 seconds early for that Mega. I don't know if he was really going for it. Like, it seemed like he was already setting up, staking that fight on the Mega spawning in time, but if he did, that was a major miss time on his end. And now Avik really running away with the scoreline. 5 frags already. Nice rail to boot. But Kron has got the better stack, has got the better positioning for Mega this time around. Gives it up though. Probably not confident knowing the timing. Does get it now, but again, Avik just sneaking around these corners, constantly chipping away at Kron's stack. That's preventing him from building any sort of momentum for a comeback.
2 minutes, 5 frags. Do you believe, chat? We will see shortly if Kron has what it takes, but Avik playing this nice and slow. No reason to do anything too crazy here. We're going to probably see that hyper defensive play. It's just absolutely amazing with the defensive rockets and LG. Nice Tri-Bolt. The whole series really nice Tri-Bolt from Avik, just lobbing him through choke points and getting so much free damage, and also just information. Avik, he is reeling, he does get a light armor. Kron looking to try and open this thing up. He's gonna grab a heavy, but Avik is just more than happy to just eat up the clock right now.
Yeah. That needed to be a ring out, that rail, for Kron to have a chance, I feel like. 70 seconds left to go against the Doomslayer. He needs to hit every single rail. He wants to have a chance, and Avik is just going to slow this game down to a crawl, hiding around the corner, popping that Berserk the moment he feels threatened. And Kron, he just doesn't have the mobility for this.
Charging through Banana, a lot of potassium. There's LG versus LG. Surely he's gonna get this frag, but so much damage from Avik on that one. Now he needs to be careful. He's running through a choke point, lots of machine gun. This is free for Avik. He's gonna be able to get this one back, and that's surely the closer for this one, Flea.
Absolutely. Avik knew exactly how to play that. He is so good at dealing such great amounts of damage that even when Kron was in control, Avik was able to whittle down that stack of his. And I feel like, yeah, Kron, he was in control for a while, managed to keep it a tight game, but as I pointed out then, the awareness sometimes just really felt kind of lacking. The totem will get him yet another frag, but still, 4-point deficit is what this is going to end things on, and that means that Avik secures a convincing 3-0 victory.
Not bad at all. Congrats to Avik for that one, showing another strong week for him. That's 3 in a row, I think. 3-0 as well, as we said. So, wow.
Yeah.
Good on him. Really heating up, especially around this time of the season. That's what you want to see if you're a Kron fan. Unfortunately, coming off a victory, bounced back as you hit the brick wall that is Avik. Unfortunate. But, you know, there's still more weeks to play. There's still time, Flea, in the season.
There absolutely is. This is only week 8, so plenty of matches yet to come for both of these players, for Avik to hopefully continue building that momentum leading up to the finals and finally make a good stand at LAN, and for Kron to hopefully revert this streak of losses. Yes, he's managed to beat, I believe, Saigib it was, just last week even, but any momentum he may have gotten from that clearly has been nullified in today's series, so hopefully Kron go back to the drawing board, maybe make a few changes to his playstyle, and continue on a better note on next week.
Yeah, definitely have to review the VOD and kind of see where it all went wrong as we take a look at the breakdown from the stats from Awoken 10-6. I think Avik hit 10 or 11 frags every single map, so very consistent play. Very good with the passive style play, setting traps, ambushing. Very good defensive rockets and LG, and fantastic rail to open up the series, especially on Ruins. So shouts to Avik, fantastic performance. Unfortunately for Hran, just ran into the brick wall that is Avik right there as we take a look at the set breakdown as well. Really well done there.
Yeah, feel like Hran was starting to play better towards the end, but indeed the brick wall was just too strong. I also just loved seeing the overall contrast in skins for you. I don't know if you've noticed, Avik every single time he just goes for the base skin, the most plain one that there is, and Hran, he just goes as outrageous as he can. That green, neon pink Galena skill, it gives me the shivers every time I see it, but hey, maybe you can throw your opponent off, so who knows what Hran was going for with that one.
Look, if you're gonna lose fashionably. That's what I'm gonna say.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm just saying you could look great and lose too. But that is done for the first set. We're done. We got 6 more on the way. Still a whole bunch of Quake. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to week 8 of the Quake Pro League. Just finished our first set. We're jumping into another. I am 40 Lions joined by Flea, and right now we have Razy versus Strong Sage. Flea, I have to ask, can we get a clutch versus clutch? Can we get a mirror match for once in this league, please, and just see these guys go at it? I beg of you, please.
Just bend the rules for this one time.
Just one
right?
time. I just want to see it once.
No one tells sync error. We all pretend we didn't see anything, all right? So let's chat collectively. Because both of these players are quite well known for their clutch. First off, Razy, I think by many considered to be the single best clutch player in the world. One of the few who still dares run him in the current meta because clutch, he may be able to take a lot of damage, but he's also a fridge and he's very easy to hit. So when you're out of control, you don't have that shield, you've got to be so careful. Now Razy so far has gotten off to an excellent start to the season. 5 wins, 3-0 at that every single time, and just 1 loss. A repeat of the previous season's stage finals against Kilson.
Yeah, what a beast. And in before that, one person in chat is like, oh, I lost to Kilson, absolutely washed. Look at this guy losing to the reigning champion. His days are numbered, Flea. But anyways, insane track record right now for this season for Razy. Again, as you mentioned, one of the best clutch players, if not the best clutch player in the world. Strong Sage, up-and-comer, new to the league. Big challenge ahead of him. He's done okay. Not terrible. I mean, he's taken Kilson to the limits. He's kind of showed that he absolutely belongs here and he can take maps and maybe sets off everybody, but still a little shaky, still finding his feet. But again, this whole series begs the question, 1, is clutch allowed in? And 2, who's going to play him? As we take a look at the breakdown for Strong Sage, again, playing less games than others, had a couple bye weeks. It's a rough start, but these are 1-2 losses. I mean, some of them have been extremely close as well, so it doesn't paint the full picture, in my opinion.
It absolutely doesn't, right? 1 map win against Avek, against Kilson, against Zeniku. That clearly shows that Strong Sage has tremendous potential. And indeed, Fordy, as you mentioned yourself, he's only played 4 matches. So yes, he may be ranked in the last spot of the leaderboards for the time being, but that's also because everyone else has already played at least 6 games, whereas he's only up until 4 at this point. So that's surely still going to change.
Absolutely. But now is the time where we unveil the champ picks and we see, are we going to see the clutch? So please, production, without any further ado, let's see what we have between these two players. Survey says we got a clutch and Strong Sage is going to be playing it. So Deep Embrace, Corrupted Keep, Molten Falls. Flea, I'll let you do the champ picks, but wow.
Clutch, indeed, coming out. Strong Sage playing him on Deep Embrace, a map where the clutch can be very effective up against Razy on the Doomslayer. And we've seen from Avek just moments ago how good that double jump can be. Now, map 2, Corrupted Keep. Razy will be running the Ranger. Very consistent choice. And on the other hand, Strong Sage is playing Strog. And Strog really shines on this map, in part because there's no railgun on the map, making it very difficult for players to take down that Peeker. And then lastly, Molten Falls, we are getting Razy playing Nyx, a very nimble, very sneaky champion with that Ghost Walk, going up against Awoken, what am I saying? Against Galena with the totems.
It's all right. We both need to get a little coffee in us and get awoken. It's fine. It's fine. But clutch versus Doom, and I got to think that Razy is just completely fine with that. Because, again, you play the champ so much, you know the ins and outs, you know how to counter it. So I don't think he's worried, but I am very, very interested in seeing how Strong Sage approaches this because he knows that he's going against the best clutch player. So I think maybe it's a little bit of a statement pick, too, where he's like, look, I'm putting my name in the hat for best clutch player. Sorry. All due respect, but here I am.
Yeah, so map 1, Deep Embrace, that's the one we're going to start it off with. That's the one that we are going to talk about now. And indeed, the clutch, it can work. It can work on this map. It can work so well, but it's risky. Or perhaps more so than on many other maps where we often see him. Like, for example, Blood Covenant is a map that you typically see a lot of clutch at. I mean, I say a lot, but among the few people who occasionally play him, Blood Covenant is a map that he often makes an appearance. Whereas this map, Deep Embrace, it's a little more risky. If you get out of control there, you don't have the shield available, you are so easy to hit, and yeah, it's just 2 layers across the whole map, small map, your opponent can be on to you at pretty much all times, so I don't know how Strong Sage is gonna do this.
Well, it's only up from here because a lot of people don't expect much. Looking at the predictions, 81% in favor of Razy. They think that Strong Sage has made a grave mistake, but we'll find out shortly if he has a little something up his sleeve, if he can make clutch work, especially on Deep Embrace against the best clutch player. Statement map. Again, I can't say it enough. This is absolutely a statement game for Strong Sage. If he can somehow pull this off, I don't even know. I don't even know what happens after that. Do we give him like a medal? Like what happens? I don't know. We'll talk to Sync and everyone else at QPL, but like, yeah, this first map is going to really set the tone. And I'm excited to see him play clutch. I don't know. There's not much else to say. I'm just excited to see Strong Sage take clutch against Razy and see what he can do.
Same here. Now, also worth noting is that within the context of the Quake Pro League, these players have not yet played each other. So this is brand new in terms of statistics, in terms of background and experience. Let's see how this goes as we're starting it off on the perspective of Razy.
Love to see it. First time encounter between these two. It's new, it's weird, it's different, it's exciting. And we are live here. Razy grabbing all the weaponry he needs, just lacking an LG for now, and then he will be fully stacked with items and weapons. Using that double jump to navigate the map here, and now we're gonna slow it down. See if you can hear those gears grind on that clutch. Fantastic rail to open it up, and shield popped straight into LG, and wow, Strong Sage with the dash into the rail, and another one off the spawn. Razy already has to be careful here. Does grab the armor, drops right into the LG, and another quick one for Strong Sage.
2 kills in just about 40 seconds. Not the opening that Razy was hoping for. No delay between the major items. Razy now currently lacking a lot of weaponry. Gotta be careful taking these fights. That's another big rocket. Strong Sage's aim has been on point, but he gets floated as high as the map would allow right there. And now the stacks are very balanced. Razy sitting on top. He's got a good idea of where his opponent is at, but out comes the shield. Razy dodging a lot of fire. That's good. Oh, but that movement though, Strong Sage. Smooth on the robot.
Oh, the shotgun rail dash. I don't even know what's happening anymore. 3-0. Razy getting so close to taking down this monster, and finally, with the shotgun double barrel up close. I can't help but think Razy might be thinking, is this what it feels like sometimes? Still, a lot of game to be played, only trailing by 2, but first minute and a half, a bit stifling here from Strong Sage.
After that first frag, Razy basically threw himself at his opponent twice, breaking through on the third attempt. Now let's see if he can maintain control, if he can make something happen of those sacrifices of his. He is outstacked, but still willing to take the fight, knowing that he is going to be hitting
What a shot.
substantially more than his opponent, but that was just with the rail. And Strong Sage closes it out. 3 points of a lead already.
Somehow still alive, and hits a rail as well, and this makes it a little bit more confusing. Okay, never mind, the LG. No stopping from Strong Sage, even when he's down to 50 points or less. He's using that fridge to the best of his ability. 4-2, Razy looking for a little bit more here. Here's the jump pad, grabs 225s, and there's the trap! Supplies! Strong Sage gets another frag using that shield well, but now off the spawn. If Razy can keep doing decent damage with these fights, even when the shield's popped, he's gonna get the refrag like that. He just needs to be able to get a clean frag so he's not constantly trailing, but Razy, of all people, knows exactly how to play this, so just a matter of time before he gets his footing. Heavy going to Strong Sage as Razy doubles back for the Mega.
Razy hitting close to 60% LG. Over 1,000 damage just with that weapon alone. But Strong Sage slapping right back at him despite the size. It's that extra stack, the shield. I also like just the reservation. How reserved Strong Sage is approaching this. He could have popped the shield, but he was just confident in his stack and his aim ability that he wouldn't need it, hanging on to it for the next fight or maybe to use it as an emergency failsafe. He's so deliberate with how he's been using it. Oh, the mining drill comes out. Looking to maybe get some damage with that extra distance. But it isn't enough, and Razy stringing together a few nice rails here, starting to close the gap.
And now it's bad because 30 seconds of no shields, fresh off the spawn. Razy just has to find him, and it could be curtains. There's the double jump mobility here. Strong Sage needs to be careful. He might get floated here. Lots of LG into the rail, and that's exactly what Razy needed. And he didn't take a ton of damage either, so he can double back for this heavy off a rocket jump. Nicely done, and he's going to catch him out again. This is bad for Strong Sage. The shotgun finally coming through, but he was struggling there, Flea.
He sure was. Will the shield be enough? With the Mega, it will be. Oh, that's something we rarely see.
No!
Strong Sage, straight up. No, but that was deliberate. He pressed escape and he hit respawn. That was a very, very deliberate suicide just to get a fresh spawn, different position, new stack. That was entirely calculated, and it's something you rarely see players do.
Yeah, but I don't know if he mistimed it or he just wanted to get the heavy, but it might not work out for him. Razy is very weak, but you're absolutely right. Deliberate. Don't worry, Chad. He didn't fall down or anything. But taking a lot of damage right now. Still lacking his shield, trying to hit these dodge rails. And he's doing a good job, and he might get pushed out, but the column saves him. The Mega's there as well. Now Razy's reeling, trying to finish, and he does with the machine gun, hanging by a thread.
I think Sinker has got to be pretty frustrated watching this. We've come so close to these ring outs, but somehow
he's begging right now.
None happens.
Usually he has a couple frags in one of these, but yeah. What a tease.
Not today. Strong Sage clutching himself within confines of the map, staying out of those deep, watery depths of Awoken. But now Razy down to just 5 points of health. He's got to make a run for it. A tickle of LG will be enough. Gets one health bubble, but I don't know if that's gonna save him. If Strong Sage decides to drop for this, he's gonna get the frag. There we go. We'll close it out.
Razy made him work for it for sure, trailing 2, close to 6 minutes in. And I don't want to jinx anything here, Flea, but a lot of people, their empires are going to be crumbling in Twitch chat here. Potentially, the Strong Sage is making a great display here against Razy on map number 1, I think shocking a lot of people.
Going in for the aggressive push and the rail. Razy, I don't think... Oh, that health bubble. The health bubble ended up saving him. If he hadn't picked up that 25 health, Strong Sage would have won right then and there. But a robot gets the quick refrag. So fast, so quick around the map if you know how to use him well. And Razy taking an LG fight, but he's got that shield to contend with. Shield is gone, and Razy, nice, pins him against the side of the map.
Yeah, that LG push just clips the pillar, and he was going to try and grab the Mega, already denying the 225s. It was well played from Strong Sage, but the push from the LG betrayed him, Lee. And now Razy has the heavy as well. No shield up for Strong Sage, just trying to dodge. Hitting some rails as well, but he's so extremely weak. And here comes the... Okay! But I thought that may have been a gauntlet, but Razy had the LG out. Still gets the frag, ties it at 10, 7 minutes in.
I don't know if this is the situation in which Razy wants to go for a gauntlet. This is not a clean, not a comfortable victory by any means whatsoever. 10 to 10, all tied up. This is a very high-scoring game. Strong Sage walks away with the heavy. Nice. LG on LG. And I think the biggest downside there for is that Strong Sage actually ended up burning the shield in the final second before his death. Won't have it up for another half a minute or so. And that gives Razy an opportunity to be aggressive, to try and bully him, but no, kind of messes up the punches, doesn't succeed at stealing away the heavy. And Strong Sage giving another lifeline here.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Razy trying to get under the hood with those big ol' hands of his, but nothing doing. Clutch able to plant him 11 to 11 right now as Razy trying to back away, keep some distance, has the LG out. Only the LG to work with besides machine gun, so not a great position here. As he's waiting from down below, but the LG bus is going to give him away. Strong Sage drops down, tries to get a rocket here. Mega to his back. Can he get back to the heavy in time? Lots of mobility here as Razy waiting on that campfire. It looks like no contest, at least this time. Minute 30, tie game. Both players have their abilities up just in case. Great rail, there's the shield popped. A little bit of insurance, he's going to miss the rail, so this is more of a defensive shield, doesn't get a lot of damage off of it, and this is a big opening for Razy, knowing that about 30 seconds, 40 seconds he has to try and play as aggressive as he wants. Misses with that opening rail, that could have been huge. Needs to chip away at this damage. There's stack here, good return rail. Now Razy on the back foot, oh my god, right through the legs it looked like.
These flyby rails by Strong Sage have been huge. Oh, a big rocket as well. This is a great opportunity for him. Razy still hanging around and so patient on that rail. It's another one of the spawns.
Wow!
Oh, Strong Sage! Crazy dodges the damage of the spawn, but there comes the shield. Strong Sage a little messy on the cleanup with those shoddy blasts. Crazy needs to land the shot now. He needs to clean it up if he wants to have a shot at securing this, and indeed he does. 2 frags, half a minute, it's close, it's tight, but Razy still has an angle, still has a shot at bringing this one back.
Razy just went full Jiffy Lube with those hands, almost getting the frag, pulling out the internals here, but now he's struggling. 15 seconds, he has to find Strong Sage twice.
I don't think so. The defensive play. Out come the rockets. Razy, the LG is good, but he needed just a little more, and now Strong Sage is gonna disappear. He knows he can force out the respawn. And that, I think, is our first upset of the day. Strong Sage claiming clutch against the Grandmaster himself and saying, I am going to make a statement here. And make a statement he did.
What a statement. Chat is in shambles right now. We're astonished, but this is what we were talking about. We already knew that Strong Sage has the ability to take a map off of anybody, but to come into Deep Embrace, where Clutch is not played a lot, play Clutch against Razy and still win, what more of a statement? Like, what more do you need to start putting respect on this kid's name? Good Lord.
I think if there's any daughters still in chat, anyone who still underestimates the skill of this new generation of Quake players, well, this should put it all to rest. Those rails, you can make a highlight reel just of Strong Sage shots this matchup.
That's absolutely insane. We're taking a look at the highlights from map number 1. Just really, really well played from both players. Razy had the ability to almost bring it back. Look at all these punches just chipping away, and finally, Strong Sage is able to swat the fly with a double barrel. 15-12 is the final score. You're not going to see that often, especially when playing Clutch into Razy. But yes, that is the breakdown. It is real. This is happening.
Indeed it is. As we are moving into map 2 any moment now, map 2 is going to be Corrupted Keep. No railgun at play, and we saw quite a lot of rail being used by Strong Sage, so who knows how that is going to affect his game. He will have Strog to work with, so again, he's got that crouch slide mobility so fast around the map. He's got the passive of picking up the health files each frag he gets, and then he's got the peeker that he'll be able to deploy much more easily and with greater certainty because there is no rail to counter it. And on the other hand, Razy will be running the Ranger, and 40, you had a lot of good things to say about Ranger earlier.
I mean, Avik put on the masterclass with the ability to use misdirection, aggressive play. It's a little bit different on Corrupted Keep, especially against a peeker, because the peeker around the corner, deploying as you're falling, it is tricky as well. I still lean a little bit towards Ranger players aside, just in terms of raw ability, capabilities with the tool set. But we'll see. I mean, Strong Sage just beat Razy with Clutch, so what the hell do I know? It doesn't matter what champ he's playing. He's got a very diverse champ pool, and this is an exciting series already. Momentum firmly on Strong Sage's side, but I'm just still astonished at map number 1. That's going to be one that I'm definitely going to go back and watch later, because what a performance from Strong Sage.
Absolutely, the man has made a mark, and now he's hoping to topple Razy, the man who came in second in the previous stage finals and who is currently ranked 3 in the global leaderboards. What an upset that would be. Razy rank 3, Strong Sage all the way at the bottom, ranked 16th. If he can walk away with the victory on not just that first map, but on any of the coming 2, that is going to be huge.
Absolutely. And taking a look at the predictions that have disappeared now, it looked like people were still on Razy's side, about 77% last I saw with the predictions. So they're not convinced, Flea. Maybe it'll take another map. We'll see what Strong Sage has in store. Razy looking to bounce back. I'm sure he was not happy with map number 1. But it's a new map. It's a new day. We're going to be live on Corrupted Keep here shortly. Ranger versus Strog, map number 2 between these two competitors.
Let's get into it. Starting off, on Strong Sage point of view, very quick to secure the heavy and apply pressure. Oh, I like what he did there. Very often, players who spawn at heavy kind of struggle to get their hands on the LG, but Strong Sage just absolutely bulldozed his way on there. And it looks like we're immediately getting a confrontation. Strong Sage having a major stack advantage, and Razy overstaying his welcome.
Yeah, gets caught out there. Didn't really expect that huge burst of damage. A little bit of peeker as well. Pays the price. Now he might get floated. That's so much damage. And again, Strong Sage takes him down.
50% LG from Strong Sage already. Good start. Razy will be able to claim the heavy. He's now making his way over to the Mega, has already spawned. He just wants to get the LG to work with, but that leaves him in a pretty precarious position. Not easy to escape from behind that statue. 2 more bullets will do it. Or maybe a bit of peeker action, but Strong Sage actually, oh, risky.
Oh my god, yep. Peeker to the face will do it.
That was so risky because Strong Sage hadn't cleared the doorway just yet, was still in view of Razy. But the damage came through just in time.
Now the game's slowing down as Razy's like, enough of this. I don't like this. 3 down. Trying to position here for the Mega, very sneaky, just right under.
Mega spawns, Strong Sage. Oh, will be the one to take it, but there is Razy out of absolutely nowhere. Strong Sage left on just 6 points of health, but look at how much of his stack Razy lost. It felt like that would have been a clean kill for Razy in the end. Just one little shot would do it, but Strong Sage, with that peeker, the perfect defensive play, forcing Razy away.
Yeah, just really well done to recover there, but he might go down here as he keeps taking these machine gun fights, trying to keep Razy low, but doesn't have the stack for it. Razy, hard-earned Mega, is able to take this one. I believe has enough time after this light armor to make a mad dash to the heavy, and look at that dire orb play, absolutely catching Strong Sage off guard before the heavy. What a great play there from Razy.
Yeah. I think Razy's gonna think finally after that one, because he's had some opportunities to get that first frag, and now he is on the board. Oh, that's a good bit of damage as well. Strong Sage now realizing just how visible he was to the heavy machine gun. Razy deciding to prioritize the Mega, realizes that with the speed that Strong Sage has at his disposal, he can't really trap him there effectively. And so he just goes and denies the major items. And now, finding a better opportunity for perhaps a frag, out comes the orb. There we go. This time around, the peeker unable to save Strong Sage. Razy already on top of him and makes it rain.
Oh!
Oh,
Strong Sage sneaks his way onto the LG and just gets it out in time to melt Razy. I'm sure he didn't expect that as he was getting good damage, but that's a big frag there for Strong Sage.
I like how you called that sneak, as if he didn't just walk into the room holding down fire with the plasma gun
As
all
loud
the
as
way
he
until
possibly
he's-
could. Very ninja-like play here as the dire orb comes flying past him, the machine gun with the air rockets, and it's finally enough. Razy down to 3 HP, able to get that frag back, but you're absolutely right. That was the noisiest way to do it, and he still made it work.
He sure did. Now Razy, oh, little strange situation
Oh my God.
out of the teleporter right there, and yeah, Strong Sage. Good use of that ability. Still in the lead, 2 frags up. He's so weak, so low. Razy might be able to close it out. Yeah, Strong Sage found a little bit of health. Mega isn't up just yet, so Razy can't just jump on it. Still has to be a little careful here.
Big damage there with the dire orb, but Razy's so weak, 8 HP. Strong Sage with about 50, and now he has a Mega, and Razy just hoping for these 225s. It's still not going to heal him by a lot. An additional 25, the LG plants him back down to 29. The Peeker again! This time, at least doesn't get slapped in the face, but machine gun from Peeker will be able to take him down, and surely this is going to be a refrag here. Strong Sage is down to mere nothing. Scraps flee as Razy just desperately trying to find him, and he's going to go for the light armor instead.
What an upset it would be for the if Razy doesn't just lose a matchup where Clutch is involved, but then also goes on to drop the keep. That would be quite something. And Razy now aggressive on the push. Strong Sage unable to get away. And that's a very apt timing for Razy to get that frag just before the heavy spawns. Good use of the orb as well. There we go. Starting to close the gap. 10 seconds before Mega. Razy's got all the advantage to work with. Stack, weaponry. And he's got position on the Mega as well. But still, he's got to be careful. That heavy machine gun, it shreds. Jesus.
Absolutely shredding, as you said, through Razy, and it's unfortunate. Had him dead to rights with the LG, but too strong from Sage here. It's 2 up. And what a world it would be. Razy losing not only 2 in a row, but losing against a clutch, and then Razy's keep is gone.
Yeah.
What is happening, Flea?
But it ain't over just yet. Not at that point. Razy holding his ground. Showing some heavy machine gun action of his own right there. Oh, Strong Sage. He was hoping to get a bit of free damage, but Razy was ready for him, retaliated immediately. And ties it all back up, 7-7 with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Ooh, and that drop down was actually kind of worth it. He was going to run into a lot of LG, so fortunate there. But now he catches Strong Sage off guard. There's a dire orb into more LG, taking the lead. Rare footage of Razy actually angry here.
Sure kind of seems like it. Oh, Strong Sage. Fraction of a second too early to pick up the Mega right there. And that will leave it for Razy. He uses that extra stack, get himself another frag, but this is risky. Yeah, Razy lost a lot of his health and armor right there. He was making his way over to the Heavy, but still, Heavy wasn't up for another 7 seconds, and Strong Sage came barreling down on top of him with that starting stack. And that will be a frag that Razy drops. I like what he tried to do. Sneak in through the window from the side, hope that Strong Sage initiates the kamikaze mode, and then just get on top of him, but... Strong Sage, a little more reserved than that, holding on to the peaker fire. But now Razy, right back at him. Still 2 frags in the lead. Mega, up next. 3 seconds away, Strong Sage. Doesn't even need it. Get himself that frag. Now he's got max health to work with. Doesn't have all the armor to his name, but still plenty to pressure Razy here. Gets another frag. This is such a back and forth matchup, 40.
Absolutely ridiculous. Tied at 10, 8 minutes in here. Trying to fend him off with the plasma and at least take down the peaker. Razy survives now, grabs a light armor. Does get bullied off the Mega. Wants a little bit more. Wants to do some damage. Machine gun on machine gun again. Strong Sage just showed that he is quite the aficionado with that weaponry, as Razy has to back away, and now he's trying to play for the Heavy. There's the dive down from Strong Sage. Good rocket, 30 HP. Can Razy burn it? And he can't. He can't steal the Heavy away. Loses by 1 frag down now, and this is so dangerous. As Razy does have rockets, but really nothing else to work with.
This is scary if you're a Maestro fan. Strong Sage not in the best position. Razy actually going up with the orb, and
no.
It backfires. I kind of feel like... I mean, there's been a few frags that Razy has gotten by using the orb 40, but there's also been multiple that he dropped by putting himself in a bad position by relying on the orb. It was just one example of it. And now Strong Sage doing a lot to deflect Razy right there. Big stag advantage. 10 seconds before Mega spawns. Razy. This is so risky for him. He needs huge rockets before this item spawns. So messy, and Strong Sage with the switch to the shoddy gets a 3-point lead with a minute left to go.
This is incredible right now, what we're witnessing. Razy down by 3. I like the dire orb play a lot, covers a lot of ground here, and now he has Strong Sage stuck, but the problem is he doesn't have the weaponry. He's got to push with the shotgun. The LG is going to keep him at bay. Through the telly, surprises him a little bit and gets the frag. 2 frags, 30 seconds. Do you believe, Flea? This is, after all, Razy's keep, or at least one time was known as Razy's keep. He's going to be able to drop down and potentially get the Mega, and that's going to burn more time. Rocket jumps back up, and now Strong Sage is going to play that defensive game in the banana, and off he goes. He's out of there.
And he's got the crouch slide to work with as well. I like the pathing right there. Razy catches him, though. Gets the frag, 10 seconds. Razy, not a lot of stack to work with. Tries to force out the respawn in the position he wants, but doesn't get it. Will call GG, and that, ladies and gentlemen, marks Strong Sage taking down Maestro Razy.
Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. There's empires shattered in chat. Nobody believed, really, I don't think. I didn't know that it was going to be 2-0. I didn't know that. Absolutely insane. So now is the time. Now is the time where people start being like, okay, that guy's pretty good. Like, you can't take it away from him anymore. There's no more excuses. Insane play from Strong Sage.
Absolutely is. Strong Sage played phenomenally well. Just look at the overview right there. Damage favoring him, items slightly favoring Razy. But Strong Sage, he got himself on a roll. Excellent use of the abilities, although, you know, there were some mistakes being made by both of these players. I still generally feel that Strong Sage got more out of the Peeker than Razy did out of that orb.
Yeah, just insane plays there. Razy tried to use the orb a lot, I feel like, to surprise, and sometimes it didn't really work out and actually cost him a couple frags. So unfortunate there as we look at the breakdown from Corrupted Keep. Very, very close matchup. Strong Sage able to barely sneak that one away, slide away, if you will, with the victory. 2-0 in this set against Razy after map 1, taking clutch up against Razy on Deep Embrace. What a showing, and we still have a third map between these two, Flea. We're spoiled. Second set of the day, and we're absolutely spoiled.
We sure are. The final map of this series, even though it's already a victory for Strong Sage, will be Molten Falls, where we were getting Razy running the Nyx, going up against the Galena being played by Strong Sage. Interesting matchup. Not one that we frequently see on this map, right? Molten Falls. See a lot more Visor, see a lot more very fast champions. Anarchy, we see some Sorlag, you see Slash a whole lot, but Galena versus Nyx, not a common matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I feel like Razy has a lot of rage built up, too. I mean, I could just be, you know, I don't know. I can't say for sure. He does stay very cool and collected, but you kind of saw some moments there where you're like, is Strong Sage getting under his skin a little bit? Like, there's something there. So we will see how he approaches map number 3. He has to do his best to reset. Again, it always sucks losing a series, especially when you're on a hot streak that Razy was. It's quite the upset from Strong Sage with still a map to go. Shouts to Effortless and chat for always believing. And I think it was Yup that actually said, what if Strong Sage is Rafa's son and no one knows? I love chat sometimes. Sometimes it's fantastic to read some of the comments. So map number 3 underway shortly here between these two. Razy has just a lot of rage inside, I'm sure. Again, I don't know. That's all just assumptions, right? I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I know a lot of chat and their loss of points, they're raging right now, and it's great. I love to see that too, because I'm a terrible person. So
Fordy, I'm gonna put you on the spot, because we've talked about Razy and the rage.
Sure.
Gauntlet, yes or no?
Oh,
are we gonna see the Gauntlet on the final map?
I would love to see it, and I almost expect it. At this point, I feel like Razy has to, for everybody's honor. We'll see. Map number 3 is live between Razy and Strong Sage right now, and we're going to start off on Strong Sage as he's on a bit of a hot streak in this set.
We just changed the prediction from win or loss to whether there's going to be a Gauntlet frag or not. So let's see. Starting it off, once again, Strong Sage's point of view. He gets the heavy to start off with and immediately goes to hide one of those totems. Doesn't want to hang on to it. Just wants to get that overstack going as fast as he can. I think both players have now completed their arsenal of the Unholy Trinity. So no weapon deficits on either side. Oh, Ghostwalk already comes out to play. Razy so aggressive, steals it away. Takes a lot of damage though. The LG is on point. Gets away with the frag. Very risky opener from Razy. But then again, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just throwing everything he can. Why not? Does need to be careful though, as he's caught out. Strong Sage just lying in wait. Does have the LG to swap to at the last minute, and he will as he drops down. Razy missing with the rockets, and there's the tying frag.
Ghostwalk still 10 seconds away from being up during that encounter, so Razy really didn't have anywhere to go. Tried to do as much damage as he could, but ultimately the element of surprise proved to be too great. Strong Sage from above, taking both the frag and the heavy.
Be healed in the power of the ancients.
Grabbing a bit of a rail, nice totem spot there.
Yeah.
Strong Sage as he's coming in hot, needs to be careful. LG on LG, Razy trying to dance all day, doing so much damage.
Power, heal you.
Strong Sage will decide to totem, come back, and he's going to prioritize the light before the heavy. I like that play, as he does have the time. Razy went for the mega, and now needs to be careful with the jump pad, but he's fully aware of what's going on.
Strong Sage at this point is also acutely aware of the fact that if he ends up dropping a few frags against Razy, this is going to be a mountain to climb because he is so much slower than that Nyx, so much less nimble, and then there's the Ghost Walk as well. So if Razy gets the lead, Strong Sage is going to be in so much trouble trying to claw it back from him, and that is part of why he's playing such a conservative, passive game right now. Just really waiting until he has those totems up, not risking the overextension. He wants to have that base, that foundation to build up and to fall back on if things do go wrong.
It's down. Razy needs to be careful. Big rockets, and oh my god, bigger rockets from Razy there as he plants Strong Sage. Strong Sage does still have overstack. He's on fire right now, and this could be big damage if Razy's not careful. He's just going to push on through. Doesn't drop down, does take out one of the totems with a face check here. Just missing out on that rail, wants a little bit more damage, but Strong Sage could chase this up the jump pad, and he actually will. Wants to re-up on LG, or actually get his first LG as he was using Plasma before. Needs to be careful around the corner, but he's showing no fear right now. Pushing his way onto this Mega and hitting a great rail, and can he follow up? No, the angle's gone. What a play here. It needs to be careful. Oh no! Too much stack.
Where am I?
Wow. Razy balls of steel.
Razy's rockets have been his saving grace this map, I feel like. He's been caught in a bad position more than once, but the rocket damage has really helped him stay into this. And the rocket preventing Strong Sage from getting out of the room, and then the quick flick to the rail to secure himself the frag. There we go, Razy finally happens upon those two hidden totems. Gotta be careful though. Got the Ghost Walk, will pop it, racing for the Mega. Can he get there first? No. Good decision not to drop down. That's that experience on Razy's end, just showing.
Strong Sage is getting so frustrated, you could tell, just trying to swat the fly that is Nyx. Getting so much damage, but Razy able to bully his way onto items, steal him with 20, 25 HP, and then Ghost Walk and restack, and that is just incredibly frustrating. Strong Sage trying to find a frag to pull this within one right now. Gonna go up the jump pad. Might not be the best idea against Razy's LG. Takes so much damage, needs to be careful. Luckily for him, Razy, a merciful god, will allow the clean Mega pickup, and now it's gonna be a fight over the heavy.
This has also got to be mentally tough on Strong Sage. There was a moment for the not too long ago where he was in full control, overstacked 3 totems up, both major items in his favor, and then he lost it all in one bad rocket engagement. And now Razy is just dominating these fights, and Strong Sage knows time is running out and he's got to chase down a Nyx.
Woo! Even after that combo, Razy's able to survive and just go pick up Mega, and again, frustration's mounting. You're absolutely right. He was sitting pretty. It was a tie game, maybe trailing by 1, still had overstack, and now it's just all gone.
Yeah. That's a lot for him to rebuild. Not that much time to do it in. Still 4.5 minutes, so 4 frags is totally doable, but this is Razy we're talking about. Defensive powerhouse, can play so sneaky. And let's see if Strong Sage is prepared to deal with that.
Razy doing a great job of just staying away, not giving him any opportunities to take damage, let anything crazy happen. He wants to take this map. But what a world it would be if Strong Sage can come back for the 3rd map to take a 3-0 from a 4 frag deficit. That would be the stamp on this already well-deserved victory. But Razy looking too strong right now, using that wall jump beautifully, using the Ghost Walk beautifully. Oh, and the rockets are gorgeous. Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah. Just a minute ago, I was talking about how decisive Razy's rockets have been, and there we go once again. 2 100s in a row, and now the LG falls just short. Strong Sage able to kind of stack himself back up with some health bubbles, small armors around the map. That netted him the victory in that engagement, but the American needs so much more than that 1 frag 40.
A lot more work. Just grab the light armor, has a totem in the pocket, and already a totem established. Here's the heavy pickup, so he has the timing. Now he can make a mad dash to the Mega and try and get back some of this map control. But again, time is an issue. 3 minutes left going against a Nyx on a map as big as Molten Falls. And we've already seen how many times the Ghost Walk has saved Razy's life. It's only going to become more annoying as time is ticking. So a lot of pressure right now on Strong Sage Flea.
I mean, we know Razy's game plan, right? Play passive, hold the angles, rail is the first line of defense. If Strong Sage gets close enough, he goes for the rockets, and then out comes the Ghost Walk. Depending on how much damage he's dealt with the rockets, either he sticks around, tries to get the frag, or he just disappears completely. Strong Sage needs to just do a phenomenal amount of damage upon entry if he wants to turn the tide.
Missing with the opening of the rail. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Razy able to hit his and now put on some aggression with the LG. And look at that rocket jump back up. Razy fears nothing.
Razy just wants to drive this one home. The series haven't gone his way, but this final map sure looks like it will. He is teaming right now, 40.
So much LG.
Pushed them up the stairs, out and away. Razy with the lightning gun. A sight to behold indeed.
Absolutely. Absolutely insane LG from Razy right there. With a minute and a half, this one's pretty much done. That's a fantastic rail. Totem goes down for Strong Sage as he wants to try and fight for this mega, but has to think twice. And so Razy able to bounce back on map number 3, kind of establish map control, great aim. Great battles at both Mega and Heavy. But you can't help but wonder, like, where was that a little bit on map number 1 and 2? I think Strong Sage was just able to outclass him a little bit as the games are close, and right now he's going to pay the price. And now do we see a gauntlet? There's a minute left. You have the victory. Maybe we'll see it now. I'm not saying that it should happen. I'm saying that it absolutely could happen.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you're saying like you want it to happen.
I always want gauntlet kills. I always want gauntlet kills.
Let's see if Razy can make it happen. What if Strong Sage does it? Strong Sage gets the gauntlet.
That's just disrespectful then.
Yeah. Here we go. Strong Sage pushing in a rail. But at this point, 5 frags, 20 seconds to do it in. Mathematically impossible. Razy can just delay the respawn, pop that Ghost Walk. And that will save him. So Strong Sage, well-deserved 2-1 victory with the final map going in favor of Maestro Razy.
Fantastic display from Strong Sage. Quite the upset, I'd say. The first official game for these two in Quake Pro League. Strong Sage able to take it. And I think it's just even more impressive using Clutch versus Razy on Deep Embrace and able to win that one. Razy able to bounce back and win map number 3, but Strong Sage puts a halt to his hot streak, so shouts to him. I feel like a big statement series there from Strong Sage. Well played.
Absolutely. Razy, 5 wins in a row. Started off his first week by losing to Kilson, but after that he has clean sweeps over every opponent he's come across up until he met Strong Sage today. And Strong Sage makes a stand for the latest generation of Quake Champions players and walks away with his 2nd win, I believe, of the season.
Absolutely, yeah. And it is a testament to you can come into this game a little bit later than other people and still, put in the work and make it happen. So I think that's what's fantastic to see from some of the younger players, especially Strong Sage. I think the youngest, absolutely the newest to the Quake Pro League. I think it's great to see. Shouts to Razy for being able to bounce back on map number 3 and still say, you know what, calm down, youngin', all right? You got a long way to go. But still, fantastic display from Strong Sage as we take a look at the breakdown from map number 3 on Molten Falls. Amazing set.
Absolutely, and plenty more amazing games to come, 40. This is only match 2 out of the 7 that we have got in store for us today. And just look at those kill numbers again. Those were some high fragging games. 12 to 15, 12 to 13, both in the double digits. Love to see it.
Yep. Those are some slugfests right there. So, series number 2 is done. I clearly need more coffee. I don't know about you, Flea, but let's take a quick break and we'll come back. We still have 5 sets to go. It's a long day and there's no supervision, so it's gonna get weird. Hang in there, chat. We'll be back after a short break with more Quake. Welcome back, everybody, to Week 8 of the Quake Pro League. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Flea. We just saw quite the upset here officially in the Quake Pro League. Strong Sage taking it over Razy. Now we have our third set of the day, Dramas versus Sib. I remember way back in the day where these guys used to play twos together. It's been a while, Flea.
Yeah. It sure has. Now, these two players are no stranger playing each other in the Quake Pro League. Unfortunately for Sip, Dramas has kinda had his number. 3-0 in terms of matches played. Dramas has taken the win every time.
Wow. Quite the history there. I'm sure he's looking to break that streak, but Dramas, we've already talked about him a little bit. His game is a little bit insane to some. That's probably a good way to describe it, based on his rail play and the ability to use the rail at will and any given moment, any distance. It doesn't matter as we take a look at his history throughout this season so far. Strong win, and then it's been a rough ride.
Yeah. Starting off on a high note, taking down Sirius, but ever since, somewhat unsuccessful in his efforts. But then again, many of the players that he's gone up against have been some of the absolute best in the world, right? Razy, Wenger, Rafa. Those matches are always going to be in the opponent's favor, and you're gonna have to really, really work at it to get a win against some of those. So let's hope for Dramas' sake that this really has been just a period of, okay, let's get, the worst out at the beginning, and then hopefully we can now end on a more positive note and start stringing together some wins.
Sure, shake it all off. It's fine. Just get the losses out of the way early, kind of like Dan always talks about duels. If you're going to lose early in the first 2-3 minutes to give yourself time to come back. Absolute legend that muscly man is. As we take a look at Sib, and we can see the breakdown of him so far this season, Sib has been in and out of the league, kind of top of the challengers, able to punch his ticket back this season. And he also started off with a strong victory, and then it's been another rough ride. The heavy hitters in the lineup for sure, but both these players just looking to put up a dub, Flea.
Absolutely, they both kind of mirror each other in terms of matchups, right? Starting off the season strong, getting that initial win, but ever since, unable to secure another one. So for one of these players, that is bound to change today, and one of them is going to walk away with their second win of the season.
So we will see. Sorry, I don't know if okay, I thought I was slacking for a second. I thought Nyx did something again. We will take a look at the pick bands shortly here as we get into it and get a better picture of what we have in store between these two players, Dramas and Sib. As you said, the history is there. We're going to start off on Vale. We're going to go into Molten Falls and then a little bit of Awoken. And as always, Flea, if you can give me the champ breakdown, please.
Let's take a look. Veil of Nat starting off Ranger versus Stroke. Pretty common picks. I would say Ranger works so well because of the verticality, right? There's so many bounce pads, so many teleporters that you can easily circumvent by using the orb. And on the other hand, we've seen a lot of effective Strog on this as well. A lot of places where you can build that momentum and where you can use Speaker effectively by dropping down, sending the robot right back up, for instance. Map 2, we are getting the Clutch ban. We know that Sip can really bring things home with Clutch as well, so Dramas doesn't want anything to do with that, takes him out of the pool right then and there. And then we're getting to see another Nyx on Molten Falls, kind of like Razy just did, but this time around up against another fast, small, squishy champion, Anarchy. And then on the final map, Awoken, we are seeing the BJ being played by Sip, so he's got that burst damage, the dual wield, up against the mobility that lies in the Doomslayer of Dramas.
Love to see it. You don't see a Blazkowicz that often anymore. I think Sirius loves playing him because, I mean, when you're hitting 65% LG, why not double it? But yeah, very interesting pick there on Awoken. I'm ashamed that we don't have another Keel pick, but that's fine. I'll talk to my therapist about it. Flea, looking at this lineup, who do you think is going to be able to take this set?
Difficult to say. In terms of champion picks and bans, I would say Dramas has a bit of an edge on Veil, Sip on Molten Falls, and then Awoken. I'd give it to Dramas just because we know how good he is on the movement champs and how much he can make that extra mobility work in his favor. So I'm leaning towards a 2-1 for Dramas, but this could really go either way.
I agree. I feel like it's based on Dramas' gameplay and style. If he plays that typical, I'm just going to use the rail a ton, which, don't get me wrong, I love, but it's very hit or miss, literally. So if he can hit the rails and convert those frags that he really shouldn't be getting away with, it'll go in his favor. But if he starts missing with the rails. I hope that he kind of alters the play style a little bit and doesn't fully commit to it, because we have seen him struggle with some rail play, and it ends up costing him frags on the map because he's just not willing to switch off and adapt mid-game. So it'll be interesting to see that. Taking a quick peek at the prediction, it looks like 62% in favor of Dramas, at least on map number 1. So we will see how it shakes out. I'm just going to jinx it anyway, so who cares what I think. But should be a good matchup. Looking forward to this one. Again, a lot of history here. Sib looking to snap the streak of losing to Dramas, I believe you mentioned 3 times in a row previously in the Quake Pro League. So he's got a little something to prove here.
Absolutely. Now let's see. Both of these players, 1 win for the season. One of them is going to end up with 2. After this series, let us take a look, a gander at who it is going to be. This is the first map. Sip versus Dramas. Starting it off on the perspective of Dramas, who is immediately going to seize the heavy. And Sip rushing for the rockets and delaying Mega by a significant amount of time. He waited 10 seconds before picking it up, and I'm not sure if Dramas heard it, so Dramas might not have a single clue as to when that other major item is going to spawn. Plus, he doesn't have an LG, so taking these mid-range fights, always going to be risky for him.
Blowing the peeker early to try and clear out some space here as he's trying to contest. Good misdirection with the Dire Orb, doesn't want to commit to it and take that damage, but Dramas now taking Tribal damage, trying to go through the Thunderdome and deal damage on this Mega, and it looks like rather free for Sib, so that delay coming in handy.
Sure did. Sip able to establish a nice foundation in terms of control, in terms of stack right now. Dramas is already set up for the heavy though. Looking to pounce on Sip from above. Nice opening rocket. Knocks him down the ledge. This should guarantee Dramas the heavy at least. A little bit of exit damage. Sure, he was hoping for a lot more than just 15. Nice rail though. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he does. Kind of blindsided, but still turns it around.
Woohoo.
And there we go. First frag of the series with the Tri-Bolt.
Love to see it. Nice weapon switch there. I thought he was just going to try and find another rail angle, but instead uses the Tri-Bolt. Well, wow, that vertical rail, and there it is again. Dramas is heating up, and that's just Dramas things right there. 3 for 3 for his second frag.
62% rail on Dramas' end versus 0 for Sip. Sip hasn't landed a single rail so far. That's really helping Dramas out so far. There we go. Sip lands his first shot, but it won't amount to much because he's too close. And that orb bridged the final little bit of distance between them.
My God, so much LG. 4-0 for Dramas. And yeah, the Dire Orb was almost a little bit too much. Get the bucket. It didn't need to be that way. He had him dead to rights, but really wanted to put the stamp on it. 4-0 for Dramas. Looking comfortable. As you mentioned, fantastic rail accuracy right now. And Sib's got to slow it down, start hitting some rails of his own to try and chip away at this stack, as Dramas has pretty good control over the map as well.
Sure does. Sip landing sneaky rail. That doesn't do much more than put a dent in the stack that Dramas has to work with, especially since he's able to continue maneuvering himself onto these items. Sip might be caught in a bad position, manages to slip on out and land a nice little shot on the back. Now Dramas actually has to be careful. Sip pushing in, just takes a little too much damage, rushing through the choke point, and now Dramas gets the Mega just in time and a good rail to boot. That's gonna help him out a lot. Sip is still there. Dramas was not expecting his opponent to be lingering right there. Missed out on a good opportunity for another frag.
Still has an opportunity here. There's one rail trying to make it 2, and he does. 6-0 for Dramas. Has 11 of the major items. Sib only has 2 megas living off the light armors, which he has 9 of, but still, it's not really working out right now. 3:30 in. Gotta try and adapt a different game plan here, as Dramas is just all over it.
Full control for Dramas. The only major items that Sip has managed to secure so far for the have been those opening megas, and that's it. Everything else has been claimed by the Dragonborn esports player, who's able to shut out yet another frag, and now 7 points in the lead.
Oh,
Sip eats a rocket. Perfect timing by Dramas, but there we go. Sip getting his first frag of the series. But can he make something happen? Because he is weak, doesn't have a lot of stack to work with, even with the heavy pickup. Dramis still outstacking him.
Ooh, that rocket. Sib might get caught out here trying to get that light. Gets stuck on the rocket. 1 HP. The follow-up won't do the damage it needs, but he's hanging by a thread. 125 to work with. Dramis just drops on him with the rocket. Does hit a rail on his exit, but Dramis is so stacked it doesn't really matter. Now it's going to be a fight for the heavy. Sib gets there just a little bit in time, a little bit before. Dire Orb to take it. The shotgun not strong enough. Dramis is okay. He's donating items right now. 9-1, 5 minutes in. And Sib's just gotta, like, position a little better. And a good rail there. That's a good opener. And another one. He needs more of that. Good rails to open. Better positions on the items. And just more so get map control. He has 2 heavies along with those 2 megas. Make it 3 that he got earlier in the game. So now a little bit of map controls coming out from Sib. This is a good turn.
Good rails right there. Dramis was railable for a moment, but picks up a health bubble just in time as he pushes in. This is a huge lead. We've seen some really major comebacks on this map in particular, but is Sib up for the task?
A little bit of damage with the peeker, but not a lot. Just enough to delay and grab that heavy without taking any damage, which is pretty big. Trailing 8 frags, he's going to need a bit of a miracle here. And as you said, comebacks are possible. It's got to start now. Time is not his friend. 4 minutes to grab these 8 frags.
Nice rails from both of these players. Not a lot of time between Mega and Heavy, so we're probably just going to see a bit of a split. Sib securing Mega. Dramis actually messing up positioning on the item. I'm not sure if he just wasn't fully aware of when Heavy would spawn or if he was planning to maybe stop Sib from entering the room. But he kind of overshot the item a second before it spawned, and then Sib kind of traded places with him in a very messy encounter. Stole away the item and now has another lifeline to come back.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dramis did the rocket jump to gain speed and went too fast. I missed it because I was looking at Sib's perspective as he's able to claim this mega, but unfortunate for Dramis. But these rockets into Dire Orb might make up for it. That's a good rocket from Sib into the peeker, not able to get all the damage he wants, but Dramis a little bit weak, does pick up the heavy. Now it's a battle at the light armor and the acid. Again, I always said take acid with a babysitter, chat. 11-3 as Sib pays the price. And Tri-Bolt, oh, just meddling, absolutely annoying Tri-Bolt, hitting all the speed bumps, 46 HP, and almost gets more.
Sib hanging on for dear life in that engagement, does manage to get out, starts to restack. He doesn't have the time for this, 40. If there's any chance of him making a comeback, it has to start now, and just look at the top of the screen. Dramis' stack dwarfs that of Sib. And Dramis, so patient because he knows that he can burn time for days. He's not the one who's under pressure right now. He's not the one who's being forced to make up a big point deficit.
Big rockets into the rail. Great damage to the peeker to finish. The Dire Orb to counter, but somehow Sib able to swap back and just get that frag. 9 HP, it looked like. Very fortunate there. Still a lot of work. Now he's too weak to contest this, but doesn't really have the choice. Has to try and make something happen. Instead, he's going to do a little bit of damage, drop down, secure the light armor, and just delay more of the time. Eat away at more of it, making the comeback even more difficult.
This is a very deliberate game plan from Dramis right now, right? Even if the fights go wrong, like that previous one did, it doesn't matter. He's got the frags and the time to spare. So all he has to do is apply enough pressure, deal enough damage, and things will work out for him in the end. Even if he drops a frag, let's say that Sib does 200 damage, if he manages to do 100 in return, that's fine. Because he can just wait out the next spawn, slowly get himself restacked, play it safe, and Sib will have no choice but to go and restack. Get that armor back up, that health. By the time that he manages to do that, Dramis has already burned off another 20, 30 seconds. That will be downfall of Sib in this first map.
Yeah, good defensive rocket there. Just giving up items and doing damage, that's really the name of the game right now for Dramas. He doesn't have to do anything else. There's not enough time. You can give away the whole map here. Sib, beautiful rocket there. Can he finish it? There's the rail from Dramas going through the telly. The Dire Orb right back into the rail. Sib's able to plant him. 6 frag deficit now, and this should be another one here as Dramas gets caught out. Okay, he did it! Get the bucket.
Sure did. Gauntlet coming out. We didn't get one from Razy in the first series, so Dramas, he heard your pleas, 40. He was like, all right, I'll step up. Razy didn't come through with the Gauntlet today, so I'll give the fans what they really want. And Sib will call GG around 20 seconds early, recognizing that that was indeed the end. So map 1 goes to Dramas.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal. He kind of did him dirty on that last one. But, I mean, when you're in the arena, there are no rules. So Dramas able to take map number 1. And we're slowly going to get in map number 2, as we talked about Molten Falls. It's going to be Nyx versus Anarchy. What do you think? Anarchy, you tend to lean towards him a little bit more in terms of this matchup between the Nyx, or?
I do think so, yeah. I think that Anarchy, if Sib is able to continue applying enough pressure, doing the damage, Anarchy will help him out more. We know that Nyx can be effective, but we've also seen what happens when she isn't. And that Ghost Walk, it's not a liability by any means, but it simply becomes a defensive tool. Something to buy you a few extra seconds, another minute of life, as you escape certain death and slowly start to collect some resources again. But ultimately, if you're already on the back foot and your opponent has the lead, that's just delaying the inevitable. So I think that Anarchy is a very solid counter to kind of catch up with Nyx when she uses the Ghost Walk. And if Sib can hit his shots, I'm favoring him in terms of champion pick.
I dig it. I'm interested to see whether Dramas can keep up a decent rail percentage, because, you know, hitting against an Anarchy is not easy. We will see. He's a skinny boy, but it's possible. We've seen some pretty good percentages against Anarchy, so it's just a matter of what Dramas can bring to the table. Solid railgun on map number 1. I'm assuming more of the same, but also the ability to swap, not necessarily go for the final frag with the rail, instead swapping to LG rockets when necessary, even tri-bolt. So that's kind of a slight adaptation from Dramas that we're not used to seeing all the time, and it, you know, it's very lucrative. It works out. You don't always have to get all the kills with railgun. Although I do love to see it. I'd like to go on record and say that I'm a big fan, but I'm just saying it's a welcome change sometimes. So.
Oh, we opened a series with a tri-bolt frag, and that's something that you rarely see. So getting exactly what you want, 40. I love the variety indeed that Dramas has been bringing to the table, but let's see if there's going to be some more of those up-close and personal shotgun rails that he is so well known for.
I would love to see a lot of those, and maybe more gauntlets. Quick peek, 77% in favor of Dramas on the second prediction for Molten Falls. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe more gauntlets. I don't know. That one was kind of out of left field. No fear, but you know, you never know what you're going to get when you tune into Quake Pro League, and that's why I fucking love it, Flea. Anyways, map number 2, shortly, chat. We will get into it, and again, the debauchery is going to be strong because there's no parents around this time. So, it'll be Nyx versus Anarchy, Molten Falls, and we will see exactly how this one breaks down. Dramas looking to take the series 2-0 off the first 2 maps, and maybe even a 3-0. Both players just trying to get their first dub in a long time, Flea.
So far, Dramas is the one who is one step closer to walking away with it than Sib is. So let's see, Molten Falls, 2 light champions, 2 squishy champions. Those rails are going to be critical, right? Because a railgun, it always does 90 damage, but that 90 hits and hurts so much more on a squishy champion that spawns without armor than it does on anyone else. So that can pretty much instantly knock off a heavy or a mega and completely reset control in 1 or 2 shots. So let's see how the players approach this. I think rail is going to be critical, and it will be Dramas who walks away with that weapon right off the bat.
Yeah, the perfect spawn. Heavy and rail, I'm done. That's it. Dramas is full on go time right now. Does grab an LG just in case with a little bit of nail gun as well. But yeah, I think Dramas is more than comfortable, especially using the Ghost Walk in case things go horribly wrong with the rail miss, as he does the first one right there. But Sib, I think he was able to grab one and fall away, and he was. So Sib also has a rail, can engage in those long distance battles that we might see throughout this 10 minutes. Dramas able to grab rockets as well, so he's fully stacked to the teeth with weaponry. Sib taking a little bit of damage early, missing with that rail as he fades away back towards the Mega.
Promise a little peek around the corner. It's like, is he here? Yep, Sip was just standing there. Around 42 damage being exchanged. 40, you commented on this yourself, right? Sometimes the fastest, lightest champion picks also result in the slowest and most passive games, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Neither player has been committing. Less than 100 damage exchanged between both of these combined, and we're over a minute in already.
Yeah, you have to pace yourself. Again, with the stacks, it's very important that you don't give up free damage. Using the speed in between items to get to various positions rather than just laying on the speed for the sake of flying around the map, which, don't get me wrong, is very fun, but it can be very costly.
Both players landing a rail. Oh, patient. I like it. Oh, but Dramis has got to be careful. He's railable. I think he's waiting for the Ghost Hawk to reappear before making a move, but Sip is not going to give him the time of day. Pounces on him off the bat, and that makes Sip the one frag in the lead. Oh, nice combo as well. Some LG, railgun on top of the bounce pad. Dramis is gonna make a run for it. Good use of the Ghost Hawk. Pops it as soon as he could. Yeah.
Oh, wow, Dramas. Fearless and somehow converts that, and just wow. Good rail
That
from
was
Sip,
indeed
though.
beautiful by Dramis. For a moment there, I really figured that Sip was gonna walk away with another frag, because he just cut him off, landed a big rocket, but then that Ghost Walk really opened things right back up for Dramis. He's able to get some resources, retaliate.
Face it.
Gotta hand it to Sib. He's stringing together a lot of rails, hitting 50% at 7 out of 14. Not bad at all. Just looking for a little chunk of damage here, a little burst. It's not enough. One more does it, and he takes the lead 2-1.
It ultimately didn't pan out, but I like the Ghost Walk from Dramis right there. You know, keeping Sib on his toes, just a random burst of aggression, trying to sneak up on him. Didn't get the frag, but still, those are the kind of plays to keep your opponent guessing. And now these rails, Dramis, landing, I think, what, 3 or 4 in a row right there, but Sib powering on through, using that injection to recover some of the health. Now Sib, 2 frags in the lead.
Big rocket, there's the Ghost Walk, and this time Sib not able to guess correctly. Drama's actually getting good damage on the way out, but there's a Mega, and he still had to inject as well, so Sib still sitting pretty as he doubles back for this heavy. And you're right, I think early at the start of the game with the Nyx, I think it's nice to mix it up and use the Ghost Walk aggressively and passively, just so you're always keeping your opponent on their feet. 4-1 is Sib able to get that one, and maybe another one here, pinned up against the wall after the rocket, but the shotgun blast up close, able to net him his 5th frag.
Sib going for some risky plays though. Earlier when he went up the bounce pad next to Heavy, Dramis was sitting there, he had the shotgun right next to him. Sib wasn't all that stacked either. If Dramis had switched to the shotgun, that would have probably been a very free kill, but Sib just powering on through, taking some risks, and so far they've really been paying off. Ghostwall comes out. Good play from Sib. Sib so well aware of the fact that you can't fire while using the Ghost Walk, so you can't chase the rocket jump down. That allows him to get some free distance in between, and now the midi comes through, but ultimately not enough damage to secure the win.
6-0 now for Sib, looking a lot stronger, playing it well, and unfortunately for Dramis, you have to keep in mind the speed of the Anarchy and how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be to try and catch up. Ooh,
Yeah.
just missing with that rail.
Rail is going to be the single most important factor going into this second half of the game. If Dramis wants to make a combat happen, it's all going to be about the railgun. He cannot keep up with Sib. Anarchy is just too fast. He's either going to have to go for some tricky Ghost Walk pushes, some traps, or use the railgun and stop missing.
Beautiful tri-bolt there. Just jumps over and forces out the Ghost Walk again. He's able to grab the heavy. Almost guesses right, but doubles back. Sees him. Wants those cheeks. There's the double barrel on the rails. Again, not landing for Dramas. Costing him dearly. 8-0 for Sib. Complete domination over this Nyx, which a lot of people would pay good money for. What a jumping rail into the Mega as well. And the onslaught doesn't stop, Flea.
It sure as hell does not. Now Dramas, what do you do?
Just stop missing. Just skate better.
Stop missing, yeah. He's currently at around 40%, 42% rail. Make it 44, but he's missing some important shots. He's making a move for the Mega. Going to get rotation of the two major items. That's the first time in quite a while. But that's not what he needs. He needs damage. Zip waiting for him, getting a good read.
Nice
Misses
rail.
the rail. And Sib does land his.
So looking at the time, I mean, Sib fully in control right now. And you got to start thinking about map number 3. It looks like we're going to that one as the decider for this series. Again, both players looking for their first W in weeks. A lot of history here. Sib looking to break the curse, so to speak, of losing to Dramas in the Quake Pro League, I believe 3 times previously. A little bit of tri-bolt, not going to get the information. Dramas is just too fast, dodging everything coming out of Ghost Walk, trying to make something happen. Almost catching a second rail, 90 HP for Sib. Does grab a health bubble, so he won't be railable, and that's going to be what saves his life. Down to 17 HP after taking that rail shot. And he could just try and get out of here and play defensively again, just eating up the clock. Oh,
There
wow.
we go. Dramas, that's a good shot. He heard the teleporter. Figured exactly where Sib was going to be at. But he needs more than that. Sib does have that injection. Doesn't have it up right now, but it's been helping him a lot. And Dramas missing the kill shot. Will find it now for the first frag. Actually, he had another, but suicided that off the board. But yeah, 2 minutes, 7 frags against an energy. Promise. Literally the only thing I fear he can do is just to not miss at all with the rail.
A little bit of tribal, good dodge there from Sib, being patient. Doesn't catch a stray and give away his position. 2 minutes left. He's just trying to work the clock right now. Put up this W and send it to map number 3 as the decider. Uses the inject. Full on defensive mode right now to try and secure this map. 7 down. It's pretty unlikely as it is, but you never know. You want to be safe and play as defensive as possible on this one. Missing with that rail as Drama's just trying to cover ground. Rocket jumps up with the Nyx, takes a lot of damage, and now this is super strong position from Sib. Go through the telly, there's the rocket, and out he goes. So well played here from Sib to just deny any kind of opportunity for Dramas at all.
Yeah, and with a minute left, this is over and done. Sib rising to the occasion on map 2. Clearly managed to reset after that first loss. That means that we will get the final map as the decider, the tiebreaker. Sometimes for the I love it when things pan out that way, when we both analyze this and we say, hey, map 1, Dramas, map 2, Sib, and then it's exactly what we get.
Don't you give me any credit. I said nothing. This is
Okay.
all you.
It
You're
was
very
all
kind
me.
for
I'm just
trying to loop me in. It's like
I'm
doing
just
a
trying
group
to be
project.
polite and make you
Yeah.
look good.
Oh, I
for me.
know.
I'm
I
looking out
appreciate
for
it. You don't have to make me look good. I know I'm a piece of shit. It's fine. I'm okay with what I am. It's like a group project where you did all the work and you're like, yeah, he did something. You're adorable. I love you. Thank you.
Either way, map 3, it's an inevitability. Well, it always was, but map 3 deciding the outcome of this series. That has become apparent by now. Let us take a look. Map 3, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Awoken. Doomslayer versus BJ.
That is indeed the case. Awoken will be the decider between these two, and we will see who gets their first dub in weeks. Doom versus a BJ, as you mentioned. Fantastic showing from Sib on map number 2 on Molten Falls, denying really any kind of opening for Dramas. Dramas actually, unfortunately, taking away one of his own frags as well. So strong showing from Sib, especially after map number 1. It's always good to see him bounce back. Does he have the momentum to take map number 3? We will see. As again, both these players, the history between them, Dramas 3-0 against Sib in the Quake Pro League officially. And just both of them reeling after some rough weeks, looking to get some light in their life, get a dub, start off strong for week number 9. It would be a delight. So both players want this real bad, and no better way to settle it than map number 3, Flea.
Absolutely, that's what you're always hoping for, right? That it's tense up until the very end. So now, Dramas running Doomslayer on Awoken, tried and tested, I would probably say the single most popular map that people run the Doomslayer on. There's just so much utility you can get out of the double jump, right? So many little ledges that you can instantly get on just by using that infinitely reusable passive. But then on the other hand, we've seen a lot of good plays with the BJ here as well. That dual wield can be so strong. We've seen so many traps being set, right? Players waiting near the Mega, near the Heavy. Someone else goes up the bounce pad, jumps into the room, and all of a sudden, they just get melted like that. So Dramas is gonna have to watch his back, check his angles, and make sure that he doesn't fall into one of those traps.
Absolutely, the dual wield can be absolutely destructive here. As again, Sirius somewhere smiling in the chat probably, just like, yes, dual wield LG, always. Fantastic. And again, I can't say it enough. I love the Doomslayer change where you can cancel Berserk. It really gives you more mobility, more versatility with grabbing an item, getting out, and still being able to defend yourself and not just being caught with your fists out. So we will see exactly how this breaks down between these two. Again, map number 3, the decider between these two for this set, the first victory for one of these players in weeks, and potentially Sib's ability to overcome the demons that is Dramas and finally get a victory over him in the Quake Pro League. Quick peek at the predictions, 70% in favor of Dramas on this one. So we will see. We will see how this all shakes out.
I feel like the percentage has been dropping every single map, right?
Slowly.
That favors Dramas. I feel like it's always gone down from like 80 to 77 and now 70. So players, or rather the viewers, warming up to the potential of Sib. So let's see how this goes down. Sib spawns right next to the Heavy. Dramas walks away with the Mega. And as always on Awoken, the first strategic plays revolve around securing the weapons. LG and Rail are both in very defendable positions. Oh, Sib, walking into the room with his back turned towards Dramas, turns around just in time to land a good rocket of his own. Again!
Wow.
Walking by Dramas with his back turned towards the opponent. This time Dramas does land a clean Rail, gets himself sizable stack advantage, but that Rail going to equalize things a bit more.
Sib controlling that T-Con, trying to avoid this rocket damage. As Dramas just creeping up around the corner, wants to get a nice juicy rocket, and actually makes Sib concede his position. Sib does need to re-up on some rockets, only having 2. Eats a Rail around the corner, needs to be careful as his stack is dwindling ever so slightly here. Wants to try and make a push for this Mega, needs to be able to read it. There's the dual wield sending him up the jump pad, and Dramas actually takes him out with a rocket before taking any damage.
A little too late on popping the dual wield. By that point, Dramas had already jumped his way right into Sib's face. Able to get the damage in, get up the bounce pad, walk away with Mega, and then 40, like you said, uses the Berserk to race right back over to Heavy, having that ability to cancel it and be ready to fight. So Sib was unable to follow up, and now Dramas has some solid control to work with.
2-0 looking strong as Sib jumps over. Does secure the Mega. Gonna lob some Tribal through the drive-through window. The Rail will miss. The rocket also from Dramas will miss, but now the push. He's got him in a corner here, and Sib just can't decide what weapon to use. Rail was not the play. Dramas melts him with an LG. 3-0.
Rail has been the deciding weapon for Dramas, 60% versus Sib's 40. And Dramas having nearly 3 times as much damage dealt as his opponent. That's really helping him out. These engagements now, Sib being the first to get the Heavy. That's a nice float, Dramas. Overextending, overstaying his welcome, gets pushed clean through the window, and Sib finds himself an opportunity.
Not bad at all. It's a hell of a way to get on the scoreboard and get back into this game here as we're closing in on 3 minutes past, just missing out on the toesies of Doomslayer. Wants a little bit of LG preemptively. Dramas wisely deters himself from running into that string of electricity. Sib able to get more map control and a lovely rail dodging that rocket. Beautiful dodge as well. Might get another one, just can't flick in time. Dual wield into rocket jump, very aggressive play. This should actually get him the frag though, as he pushes him into the corner, and Dramas is like, I didn't expect that at all.
Yep. Hyper aggression. Oh, look at Dramas move though. You're so fast with that berserk, the punch lunging you forward. I think Dramas just, you know, came in to take a peek. See, hey, is there any chance that I could walk away with the Mega? Nope, okay, I'm just gonna fly punch my way out of the room.
Superman out of there.
Yeah, those rails. I'll dodge those though. Now Sib with a massive stack advantage. Also got the timings down perfectly. And Drama's just looking to survive, looking for any sort of resources around the map. He does have the 3 main weapons. He needs more than that. Good rockets though. That's a lot of damage. Flex tape won't fix that though. Sib with the drop down rail. Tying it up 3-3.
Decent damage out of the telly as well. Looking for a little bit more. Oh, Dramas almost gives him the angle and just clips the wall. Sib missing out on that damage. Misses again, but still gets the Mega, so still maintaining control. Good shotgun. Nice return rocket from Dramas there, and a great rail as well. Sib taking a little bit too much damage. Needs to be careful. Is going to eat up the resource of the light armor and the T-Con here. Going around the corner. There's a rocket jump. Should pick him out of the sky, but misses with the rail again. Dramas getting away with murder right now, finally. Gets served up a slug of rail. Sib takes the lead.
We've got a game on our hands, 40. This is going back and forth. Initially, it looked like Dramas really got off to a good start on this map, but Sib definitely managed to stop that momentum, get himself the lead. Good rails being exchanged. Dramas making a move for the frag. Trying to read Sib position. One rail will still kill him. Sib. Oh, dangerous place. From Sib right there.
Oh no.
Railable and still going for the challenge.
Nice reads from Sib, but unfortunately just can't escape. Not really landing a chunky enough rocket to deter Dramas, and he's able to tie it at 4, but trying his best to play defensive here. Now we're, as you said, tie game again. We got a game, and this is map number 3, the decider between these two. Both players trying to get their first victory in weeks. There's a dual LG around the corner. Dramas fighting back with rockets. Can moonwalk his way onto the heavy. Sib takes his leave, and there's the berserk to gain speed and makes the rockets count. Dramas coming out on top 5-4.
Just in time for the Mega as well. Sib just doesn't have the weaponry to make a stand. He spawned close to the Mega, but all he had was really the railgun, so couldn't challenge Dramas at that point yet. Misses a costly rail. Dramas does connect. Big rocket as well. I like the tri-bolt. Good play from Dramas right there. Sib made the right choice though. Didn't go through the teleporter. And this is exactly the way that Sib should be playing this. Sticking to his side of the map. Getting his stack up. Trying to get a good grasp rather, of the item timings. And then hoping to do some good damage and capitalize. But that plan didn't quite pan out as Dramas is hitting him heavy, hitting him hard.
Nice patience there from Sib. Evading death. Trying to stack back up. Let's get up. A decent stack. Love one more light armor. Shouldn't really contest this Mega given his position, but gonna go off the jump pad. The rail misses, and now the Mega's up, but Sib just kind of feigning the presence that he might jump on it. And instead, Dramas has to make do with just doubling back on that little bit of tri-bolt action. Sib with the dual wheel, a little bit of LG tickle, but misses with the rails. So again, the dual wheel not really coming in clutch like you'd think. He's not getting the full worth of it here. Now he needs to be really careful. The passive's going to bring him back up to 75%, but he's still railable, drops down, grabs the armor, but Dramus has him dead to rights now. LG on LG. Dramus is able to melt him down 6-4.
Nice fakey by Dramus right there. Going on the bounce pads, triggering like a little extra jump, making Sib think that perhaps he went back to the middle portion of the map. Nope. Dramus actually dropped right down alongside of him. And then when Sib makes a play for that armor, Dramus is right there to punish him. Good rail as well. That's two things in one. 90 damage for Dramus, almost entirely unreturned, and Sib burning that dual wield. So Dramus knows that he's now in such a good, advantageous position. Oh, I don't know about that one though.
It was a beautiful
Rocket
shot.
jump perhaps a little too high, a little too long, spanned in the air, because Sib found the angle.
Oh, and Dramus is just giving him free shots, and Sib will take those all day. Beautiful rails there from Sib. Minute 30 left. He's still very much in this, only trailing by 1. Has the dual wield available as well. Almost hits another beauty of a rail. There's the rocket jump into dual wield. LG needs to make this count here. The rocket's raining down from up above. Dramus trying to stay alive, somehow gets out as the Tozy shot misses with the rail. 100 HP for Sib. No more rockets. Way too early for the heavy. Can't land with the rail, and here's a mad dash for the Mega, but Dramus instead will double back and avoid it as both players, no armor to their name, very hurt.
Dramus indeed. Finally able to get himself a little bit of armor to work with, but the grand prize, the heavy, will be going in favor of Sib. And now Dramus really has to make the most out of that mobility advantage that he has with the double jump. See if he can evade Sib for another 40 seconds. I don't think Dramus is even going to try and make a move on these items anymore. Just wants to avoid his opponent. Oh, Sib rails him in the back. Dramus running for dear life right now. 20 seconds, Sib's trailing him closely. Can Sib find him? Nice defensive rockets. Oh, Dramus again, blindsided. Luckily for him, that rail shot missed. And now it all comes down to this, 10 seconds 40.
Needs to make some magic happen. There's the rocket jump, but it looks like the distance is too much to cover, but he actually jumps back, but it's just too little too late. Dramus is able to sneak away with that one. Sib not happy as the comeback was right there, very close. But Dramus again, 4th time in Quake Pro League history, he's able to take it over Sib. This time 2-1, very close 3rd set. But in the end, the books will always show that Dramus technically has the edge over Sib, at least for now. We'll see what the future holds, but congrats to both players. I mean, fantastic series, but Dramus able to take it.
Absolutely, but that could have really gone either way, just as we predicted at the beginning. 40, it all came down to one final frag. One extra rail would have saved Sib right there, and he had the angle. Managed to sneak up right behind Dramus. Dramus was looking way over towards Mega when they were both at Banana, but no, Sib was still right there. If he had landed that shot, we might have seen a very different result to this game. But that's just how it works. A lot of ifs. And ultimately, it is Dramus who nevertheless walks away with the victory.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dramus purposefully kind of went short of the doorway in Banana, but it looked like Sib thought he was escaping. He went for the pre-fire rail, and then after he shot, he saw him slightly to the right, and he was probably like, damn it. If I just took my time, I would have been able to hit that. But sometimes, you know, you just go for the pre-fire. Absolutely not uncommon to be able to do that, especially when you think your opponent is trailing. But there we have it, the breakdown for Awoken, 6-5 in favor of Dramus, overall taking the series 2-1. Well played to both as we take a look at the overall series breakdown.
Yep, 12-5, 4-11, and then 6-5 to close it out. Dramus is gonna be breathing a sigh of relief after that one. Came close to dropping another map in this season, another series actually. But indeed, Dramus now has his 2nd win on the book. He beat Sirius in the first week, and now week 8 takes down Sib as well.
Not too shabby, always feels good to get a dub. Unfortunately for Sib, he's gonna have to wait another week before he might put one up. But that's it for the 3rd series of the day. We're going to take another break because we deserve it. I'm exhausted, Flea. I don't know about you. I'm sure you're exhausted because carrying me is extremely difficult. But we'll be back. We got 4 more sets on the way, so grab a drink and maybe some snacks. We'll be back with more Quake. Don't go anywhere. Week 8 of the Quake Pro League resumes here. We're about halfway through. I am a 40 Lions, joined by Flea, and we're about to get into Chain versus Tox.
Interesting matchup. Two players that were with us when the Quake Pro Leagues first started. Tox took a brief leave from the professional scene, but is now back in full force, and indeed he is a force to be reckoned with. Now, looking at the match history of these two players, 40, I believe it has been since the kickoff of the Quake Pro League, so that's years ago, that these two have played each other. And back then it was Toxic who won in a 2-0 fashion with extremely low scoring games. So let's see what Tox can bring to the table today. We'll get an overview of his matches so far. Currently in an admirable 10th place on the global leaderboards, 2 wins and 4 losses.
Yeah, taking a look at the breakdown of who he's beaten, lost. It's a bit of a shit sandwich, scientifically speaking, there, as he has 2 losses, 2 wins, 2 losses, looking to add maybe to that streak of maybe another win and maybe another one after that to keep the pattern going. I don't know, but yes, it feels like 70 years ago where the Quake Pro League kickoff happened and these two faced off, so it's going to be a welcome return of a matchup. And Chain, I mean, he's had a bit of a mixed road, and I wouldn't say necessarily a rough road as well, but you know, Tox is Tox. It's hard to say. It's heartbreaking sometimes watching him play because I'll have the lead. He'll throw it away at the last 2-3 minutes. You hope to not see that. We saw the history there so far throughout this season that he's been running into. We could take a look at Chain's as well. Chain is fantastic. He's grown a lot after coming into this league, and he's been in the league a while. But yeah, okay, that's just a rough road. Again, some of those map wins in series were a little bit closer than just a pure loss. But yeah, on the record books, looks a little rough for Chain.
Yeah, it sure does, and I'm really hoping that we get to see a full return to form on his end, because there really was a time where Chain was up there, right? Top 2, top 3 in the Americas, absolutely doing extremely well during the weekly stages. He had a few finals where he performed so well as well, but now, 40, he is the only player in the league who hasn't won a series yet this season, so that's gotta be a little demotivating. It's gotta be hard to go up against, and I hope that he can break through that barrier today and maybe snatch himself his first win.
Yeah, that one definitely hurts. It definitely hurts, and especially going against Tox and feeling that pressure of like, I still haven't won yet, and I have to play Toxic, who can be an absolute mechanical monster. Doesn't make it any easier, but what might make it easier is kind of seeing the breakdown of what maps and champs we see, and maybe see what shot either player has at taking this one. Awoken to start us off into Molten Falls, and then we see a little bit of Blood Covenant. Lee, how do you feel about the champs?
A little bit of Blood Covenant, yeah. First time we're seeing that map today. Awoken, 2 very fast champions. We're getting the Athena, extremely powerful on both Blood Covenant and Awoken, versus the Anarchy. Toxic, of course, so good on the movement champions, the Crowd Sliders in particular, but he's known for his air control gameplay as well. And that is, again, map 2, Molten Falls. Out comes the Sorlag. First time we're seeing the big lizard today up against Slash. So Chain really sticking with the fast, low stack, nimble champions halfway through. And then the final map will be Blood Covenant. First time we're seeing it today. Ranger versus Doomslayer. Not the most common picks, I would say. Probably in part because Blood Covenant is the last map of the bunch, right? So a lot of picks are already gone. But usually you see the visors on here, or you see more mobile champs on here. Ranger does make an appearance now and then, but Doomslayer, definitely not the most common pick.
So I was going to say, since you're obviously a lot smarter than me, do you think the fact that Chain took away both crowd sliding champions was tactical? It was just a happy mistake? Like, obviously Tox is an absolute beast on Slash and Strog, but we see neither of those champs are in his hands for this set. 1, do you think that plays into it a lot? And 2, do you think Chain deliberately kind of played it out that way?
It could very well have been a deliberate play, yes. But at this point, it's also important to just note that at this level, there are several players who are extremely good on the Crowd Sliders, right? So Toxic, of course, arguably the best Quake 4 player of all time. And Quake 4 is obviously the game that introduced the crowd sliding mechanic to the series. So he's always going to have that little edge. There's also going to be a little something special about him on those crowd sliders. But is it really the decisive factor at this high level of play? I don't know. So it could have very well been decisive, but I can see Tox do just as well on Anarchy and Sorlag as he would on some of the crowd slider champions.
Yeah, and also the call out that you made earlier, we love to see a big old bowl of sorbet right there. I'm very excited to see exactly how Molten Falls will shake out. Slash going up against the big girthy lizard should be fantastic. Chain, no stranger to Athena, should be very fast-paced, very high-speed play on Awoken between Anarchy and Athena and Blood Covenant. I think that's just going to be the old classic Quake versus Doom, right? Something about Wheat saying what franchise gets renewed based on who wins. I don't remember, blah, blah, blah. But if I were to push you up against the wall gently and say, Flea, tell me who's going to win this, who do you think?
I'd give it to Tox 2-1. Just looking at the form that Tox has been in, you know, he hasn't had the best season so far, but still, we're seeing that return to form in him that I feel like I haven't seen in Chain yet. And also, there's just some other factors, like, for example, the LG aim, right? Toxic, very well known for his prowess with that weapon. And that becomes very clear when you put their player profiles next to each other. I believe that so far, Chain averages around 30% LG from what I saw, whereas Toxic is sitting at 42% based on the games that they've played in QPL recently. That's a big difference, and that's definitely going to come out and, yeah, could very well affect the outcome of these games. So I think that Toxic's got this one 2-1.
Okay, taking a quick look at the predictions that are now gone, it looked like most people were in favor of Chain. I think about 70 to 30%. Now, the LG differential you were talking about, maybe that's the beard, maybe that's the chip in Tox's hand. I don't know. He's a bit of a cyborg. He's a mechanical monster. We'll see. We're waiting on the players to ready up before we get into this one and go live on map number 1. It should be an interesting set. Again, Chain, rough road, looking for his first victory. As you mentioned, the only player not to put up a dub so far this season. It's a rough call out, Chain. I'm sorry, but we had to. Tox, he's won before. He's trying to do it again. Yeah. He has his own problems where it seems like he just can't finish out games sometimes. So we will see who can capitalize on the other's mistakes and who can take this one. Either way, I mean, it should be a great set. Like you said, they haven't played since the, I guess, kickoff of the Quake Pro League, which was about 67 years ago, give or take. So it should be a good one.
Absolutely. Now, another issue that I think that Tox has to be careful for, right? You mentioned it yourself. On the one hand, he sometimes struggles to close those games out, but something we've seen quite a lot of is him throwing away frags needlessly and carelessly, right? He'll drop a frag and he'll be convinced that he can maybe get the refrag, throw himself at the opponent, barely dies, so he tries again and again, and before you know it, he's 3-4 frags down just from rushing in over and over again. And then he's unable to catch up in the final stage of the game. So Tox, few things to keep in mind, few things to look after, but still, I think we both agree that it's likely that Tox is going to take this one. Although as far as I can tell, I think there's some technical difficulties right now. I think we're probably going to have to restart this series real quick.
Might be.
Indeed.
GG indeed. Nailed it. Quite a nail biter right there on that one. Now we're going to reset the server. We'll be fine.
There we go. That was it.
Yeah,
that was
it.
Chain
Everybody
versus
go
Toxic.
home. We had a great time. No, technical difficulties happen because I don't know what buttons to press. I'm new here, chat. But we'll fix it and we'll get right back into it. And be patient because you don't have a choice. So anyways, yeah. That was just a teaser to see how the map's going to start. You know, we love to tease you guys. So thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry for my big, stupid hands. Anyways, yeah, you were saying, Flea, something much more highbrow than I was going to say?
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was just cracking jokes at us restarting. I think we're just changing the servers around real quick. So to have a more stable connection for Chain in particular. And within just a few seconds, we will be reloading the game, getting off to another start. This was a bit of a false start, but hey, reining the players back in, setting it off again, and let's see what comes out of it this time.
I love it. I love it. Sometimes you just got to be like, you know what? I had a bad spawn, so I want it again. Do it again. No, I'm not good with this. I'm just kidding, but conspiracy theorists will believe it. So yeah. We'll get back into it shortly. And again, thanks for hanging in there. I heard it. We're back in, chat. See, it's quick. You don't even have to worry. Why are you even afraid? Don't worry. We'll take care of you. But yes, Chain and Tox gonna go live officially in a few short seconds. First set between these two in years since the first season of Quake Pro League. Chain still winless, unfortunately, this season. Tox putting up 2, looking for a third. A bit of a rough patch as he's lost 2, 1, 2, lost 2. So, you know, patterns. Maybe he'll win this one and the next one he plays, but who knows? Any given Saturday, because it's Saturday morning Quake tunes here for week 8 of the Quake Pro League, and it should be fantastic. We will see here shortly exactly how it breaks down. I think everybody's happy. Everybody's satisfied with servers, things of that nature, spawns, weapon skins, everything. You got to look good when you play Quake, so.
Yeah, there we go. Prepare to fight. Warm up coming to a close in just a few seconds. And here we go. Once again, Awoken, first map in this series, starting it off on the perspective of Chain this time around, as he secures the Mega site.
Taking a break from the podcast to watch some duels here as we are live on this one, map number 1 between Shane and Tox. Shane making his way to the T-Con to secure that light armor. Let's take a little bit of damage. There's Tox below, but can't quite spot him out. The rocket flying right by him. A little bit of tri-bolt damage through the sewer. Not too bad. We might see more and more of that. I feel like I very much enjoyed watching players embrace tri-bolt more and more throughout the seasons. I know at first all the old men were like, we don't like this weapon, and now they just use it all the time, and it's fantastic to see, as is that rail through the drive-through window from Tox. 35 HP for Chain, almost gets tickled in the cheeks from behind and goes down. 60 HP, still reeling, able to use the Athena passive to grab that armor and T-Con again, but still needs to be careful as a squishy champion.
Absolutely. Tox kind of waiting on picking up the Mega. Bit of an offset in the item timings, plus maybe using it as bait for Chain as well. Nice rail from Chain there. Kind of keeping Tox's monster stack at least somewhat in check. But still, Tox dominating in terms of health and armor right now. Chain sneakily setting himself up for the Mega. Toxic not falling for it, doesn't take the bounce pad up, but looks like he will give up the Mega and take a bad rail at that.
Nice rail.
Yeah. Look at how long Chain just delayed the heavy. This man's got a plan, that's deliberate.
Deliberate indeed, and I also like the way he prioritizes the vials. Oh. Huge rocket here, big damage. This should be a frag if he can just get around the corner, but the defensive rockets from Tox. Absolutely insane to save his life right there.
Now we've seen both players fall down to a sliver of health and get away with it, but Tox definitely in the worst position right now. Makes his way up the bounce pad. Heavy is up. It looks like it will be Chain to secure this one. Can Tox do some exit damage? I say exit damage, but wow. Chain actually goes in aggressively, doesn't want to leave at all. And Tox was ready for him.
Trying to force the issue, and it does not go his way. Another great rail from Tox, looking to add on some more here. But yeah, unfortunate for Chain there. Oh, just missing with that vertical.
Mm-hmm. Chain, good use of the hook right there. Now keep in mind, Athena has seen a bit of a nerf in the most recent patch. Reduction of those hooks from 3 down to 2. That makes it so that you've got to be a lot more careful about when you decide to use them. Because once you fall without your hooks in a bad situation, Athena doesn't really have much to help her. Plus, very squishy. Doesn't have a lot of stack to work with.
And Tox has no rocks, which might be the building blocks for this whole duel. Needs to be careful. Does take a rail. Tries to drop on. Dodges a little bit of damage before picking up the heavy. Just dancing all day, kick flipping all over the place. He's going to push in through the LG and grab some more rockets. There's the rocket jump up, and okay, he makes it work even though he doesn't land where he wanted to. Sometimes you could just pull off the trick, and you don't even mean to, Flea.
Absolutely. Toxic, 2-0 up. This is a good start. Chain lacking the railgun. Wants to prioritize getting a hold of that. That has been his main weapon in terms of damage output so far. More than half of his total damage has been done with just the rail alone. Toxic knows this, trying to deny him access to that part of his kit. LG is solid, but the Mega spawns. Chain, can he get out? No! Toxic, the LG, 41% glued to his opponent. And Chain, unable to escape.
It's just insane, LG. Not bad at all. Ending here on the Mega a little bit too early. I don't know if he flipped the items or not, but Heavy does go to Chain and Tox, trying to do some damage at least. He's able to double back onto a Mega, and now he can kind of delay it as he wants, picking it up. Maybe mid-fight, the LG again coming up strong for Tox right now.
The Rockets versus LG fights really haven't been working out for Chain. Tox has just been dominating those mid-range fights, and that's exactly what I commented on before we went live. Just taking a look at some of the statistics before this game, and that really stood out to me. There's that difference in average LG accuracy. Chain has got to be so careful to take these mid-range fights against Tox, has to rely on a major stack advantage to do so, and he hasn't been able to secure that for much of this game.
Ooh, nice rail. Really nice lineup there from Chain. Fox takes the damage going up the jump pad, looking for a little bit more. There's the swing in. Rail of his own, uses the inject for this Mega. Trying to make sure he gets no damage, but luckily for him, at least takes the rail before the Mega pickup. So not all bad. An amazing tri-bolt as well.
Oh, rocket from behind, doesn't quite connect. Tox running for the Heavy right now. He's well aware of the timing. Chain picked it up right beneath him in the previous rotation. Now look at this stack difference for the Chain. No armor to his name whatsoever. Good read on Tox. Fumbles the execution. Rail doesn't connect, and now Tox looking to bully him into submission. The Chain resorts to the hooks. Gets out alive, lives to fight another day, but survival alone isn't gonna cut it. He needs frags, and Tox is outmaneuvering him there at the exit.
This is about, for me, where it gets scary. Tox is up by 4. It's fantastic. But this is where, historically, it's all gone horribly wrong. So it's up to Chain to try and make some moves. It's up to Tox to try and close this one out and be solid throughout. 3 minutes stand between him and putting up his first dub for the series. Fantastic defensive rocket there. Nice read from Tox. And now he could drop down potentially with LG and do a little bit more damage here. Chain has to be careful. Is he going to try and contest this? He's going to try and hit a fadeaway rail. He's going to hook away. Going to make hitting him a lot harder. But can he do it? And he does. Chain digs deep and hits a great rail to put himself on the board. Hopefully, maybe for him, the start of a comeback. Toxic does swipe the Mega. There's LG from behind, already down to 63 HP. Tox needs to be very careful. One rail here. There's the hook around the corner. LG from Chain. And the LG from Tox is just better, Flea. Holy mackerel, as some might say.
LG does it. Holy mackerel indeed, 40. You can say that again, buddy.
Tell you what, brother.
Indeed, Toxic, holding his own, standing his ground, the LG. Thunderous. And Chain falls again from a fight that he went into with a clear upper hand. Now 2 minutes remaining. 4 frags. It's possible, especially if he starts off like that. Bringing it down to just 3. Just needs to keep catching Tox out. With the nerf to the hooks, that's going to be a little more difficult than it used to be.
What I love the most is that both players are just so stoic, you know? Not showing any emotion, able to keep their head in the game here and stay calm. 1:20 for Chain to come back from 3 frags. A lot of work to do as Tox. Maintaining decent item control, able to grab the Heavy and work this T-Con area. 1:10 remaining here. There's Chain just coming in like a wrecking ball, trying to make something happen, forcing the issue as he has to with a minute left, but taking so much LG, but somehow finds the magical rocket.
I'm impressed that Chain is able to even see Toxic at this point, given that he hasn't blinked for like 8 minutes straight. That's,
You can't,
that's an
and
achievement on its own.
Yeah, a duel this important, you can't. There's no time to blink.
Absolutely. Now, 40 seconds left on the clock. Chain, big stag advantage. Tox has used his injection. There we
my
go.
God.
Excellent rocket. LG comes through. This should be a frag. Half a minute.
Not
That's
like
all
this.
Tox needs.
Please.
Not like this. Not like this, Tox.
I don't want to be right, Flea. I don't want to be
No.
right!
Oh, goodness. All tied up 40. You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
Such a bad person. I didn't mean to.
It's not over. It's not over.
There's still
Going
time.
into overtime. It's all tied up. Oof, Tox. I don't know about going for that one, though. If you miss out on that engagement and your opponent lands the shot, you're in a bad spot. Luckily for him, he found yet another shot afterwards and is now in a good position for Mega. Chain, 57 points of health, uses the hook to get out. And Toxic flips control. He's got Mega. He's got the stack advantage. Does he have all the weapons, though? No, he doesn't have rockets yet, so Toxic. Gonna try and add those to his arsenal. But first pick up the heavy.
And that's it. No more rail slugs for Tox. He has to re-up first. We're going to go deeper and deeper into sudden death right now. Does he make a play for this Mega, especially after having to drop? I don't think so. Doesn't hit with the rail either. So potentially a free Mega for Chain, and indeed free. But Tox able to use the inject as a fake Mega before this next heavy. Stack's still pretty good. It's just about who can get this opening damage and whether they want to commit off the back of that. Good defensive rail from Tox here, making sure the Chain has to think twice. We're trying to dive into this one. Trying to look for one more. Does at least get some damage on Chain's end.
Oh, Chain now, yeah. Chaining together a few rails. And another
God.
one, Tox. Not looking in his direction. This is so risky, Tox. Can he get out? Oh, that may be a death trap. Looks like it will be. Chain read him like an open book. Figured out exactly what Tox would go for, and indeed, once you drop down into that little corner with the small armor, there's no place for you to run, so Chain played that to perfection. Patient, calculated, aim on point. Are we heading for Chain's first win of the season, 40? What do you think?
I just feel bad. I just feel bad. I didn't want it to happen. I was just speaking of, you know, past experiences that I've seen, but it hurts. It hurts a lot. Fantastic display from Chain. To be patient, take it into overtime. First making the comeback, but also staying very patient in overtime and finding the right opportunity to capitalize. But yeah, damn it. Yeah, fantastic display from Chain. And unfortunately for Tox, I just, why does it keep happening?
How many channel points did you bet on Chain?
I don't.
40
that's
to
insider.
influence
That's
this
insider
game?
predictions, Flea. We can't do
Yeah,
those.
exactly. That's
Yeah.
gonna report you.
We
to the
signed a
separate
contract. Yeah, I don't know. That's unfortunate. I just don't know why. I don't know why it keeps happening.
Tox, indeed. He had a sizable lead, and then entering those final 2 minutes, it all fell apart. Chain kicked things off into overdrive. The rails started connecting, the hooks were on point. And Toxic, I feel, showed himself perhaps a bit much towards the end right there. Like, not in the very final engagement, but just a little bit before that. Even though he was outstacked, even though one rail to his face would cripple him significantly, he still went for the challenge, even though him landing the shot would do significantly less to Chain than the other way around. So Tox, I don't know, perhaps putting himself out there a little bit too much might have benefited somewhat from a more passive playstyle, but then yeah, those final moments, Chain landing a few good rails and Tox caught in a bad corner of the map.
Yeah, and also just being patient with the hooks themselves and being able to utilize those to close the gap to get to the point where he tied it was pretty big. Because as you mentioned, the nerf was a little bit rough for some Athena players at first. But Chain able to overcome the deficit of frags as well as the nerf to Athena and make it happen in overtime. Unfortunate for Tox, but we're going to go into the second map here shortly, and hopefully Tox can bounce back. And I'm just never going to talk about the issues again. I think maybe that's the key to all this. Just don't bring it up. Just don't be that guy. Taking a quick look at the predictions. 50-50 right now.
Oh,
I've
okay.
rarely seen that at Quake Pro League, and I'm sure someone's going to mess it up right now, which is fine. But at the time of me checking, it was 50-50, and you love to see it because, again, it is going to be Slash versus Sorlag on Molten Falls. I don't know how many times we've seen this matchup on this map, but it should be a good one.
It sure will be, I think. Toxic running Sorlag and Chain on Slash. So Chain kind of walking away with Toxic's preferred pick, the fastest crowd slider in the game. But Tox still has that Sorlag to work with. He's got the air control plus that stack advantage. Or the light champion versus a heavy champion. That's always a tall order when you're the light. Your movement has to be so good. Chain is going to have to be really on point with that, because otherwise he's just going to get overwhelmed. If Toxic spawns just off the bat, his starting stack alone will basically allow him to challenge Chain even after he has secured a major item. So Chain's going to have to be careful with this one.
And as you mentioned before, Tox is not afraid to kind of throw his body at the situation. And what better situation than this, where you have a heavy against a light, inevitably going to do some damage on your way out, depending on what stack Chain already has, and maybe even the acid spit. Tox is definitely going to jump back into the fray immediately off the respawn to try and get the refrag. So Chain absolutely has to be careful of that, has to try and play distance, not get a lot of damage output, or not give up a lot of damage output to Tox in these fights, but that's going to be just such a hard thing to do, especially when Tox has the ability to just dive on in with the speed of the Sorlag.
Let's see. Getting ready to jump into that next map. Taking a small delay. It seems to maybe sort out some technical issues with the player cams, because as stoic as they looked for it, I do have a feeling, just an inkling, that there may have been something a little more going on than just hardened stoicism. So
I won't buy it.
We're getting that out of the way first before loading into map 2.
I won't buy it. I think they were just stoic the whole way, focused on the game as they should be when you're competing at this high of a level. But yeah, giving him some time to maybe breathe a little life into this next map here. So thanks for being patient, because again, you don't have a choice, but a fantastic first map from Chain and Tox. Unfortunately, for Tox, Chain able to come back in overtime. And yeah, working on potentially his first win of this season, as Chain just needs one more map to seal the deal. And Tox was in decent form, man. Again, just near the end. Just some weird options and decisions, and it all comes crumbling down. I think inevitably going to be a lot harder, light versus heavy, to do the comeback that Chain did, especially if he's down by 3 or 4 frags already on a map like Molten Falls. So he does need to be careful of how the map starts. He can't really go too crazy, can't give up too many frags, but we'll see. We just saw a nice comeback there from Chain. Maybe it'll happen again. I don't even know if he'll need it. It all depends on the start and how both players approach this one. And we will get into it as soon as we can. Again, just technical difficulties, because I clearly just ruin everything all the time. But chat, this is week number 8. We're about halfway through after this one. So thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure to have all of you in here. And just looking ahead, again, we don't have any parents today, Flea. Wheat's gone. There's no supervision.
Wheat's
and that's,
gone.
yeah.
Wheat's gone.
And we get to do whatever we want, which is fantastic. But shouts to Wheat. His absence will be felt. But great. I don't care. No, it's fine. He'll be back. He'll be back. Don't worry, chat. But yeah, map number 2, I believe, is ready. I think we've got everything sorted out. Might be a little more lively. You might notice, chat. I don't know. No promises, because, again, I don't know how to press most of these buttons on here. I'm still learning. But we're going to do our best here as we get into Molten Falls and get ready for map number 2. Chain looking to try and take his first series victory of the season, and it could be back-to-back maps, but Tox might have a little something to say with that sorbet. So we'll get underway here shortly.
Absolutely. Looks like both players are currently loading into the map, so this is going to get underway any second now. Indeed, warm-up coming to a close just as Toxic leaves the server for some more technical difficulties. So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the tease.
We'll do it
really,
live.
truly do apologize.
Yeah.
And yeah, back on us, 40. So
This is fine. My
How you been?
My good friend Jahar would always say, we'll just edit this in post. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I'm doing all right, Flea. How are you?
I'm good myself, man. Finally back on the mic with you. Get to enjoy another Saturday for Quake. Used to be that Sundays are for Quake, but hey, you know, things change, and now it's Saturdays for Quake. I don't care. I love it just the same. So happy to be on here again as we try and sort out what exactly is going on with Tox's connection at this point, and no doubt we'll be back very soon.
Yeah, we're going to fix things and you're all going to deal with it. But yeah, it's always a pleasure to share the booth with you. Glad to have you back. Glad to be on together. And again, this is week 8. We got a lot more on the way. Next week, looking ahead, is actually going to be the 4th global qualifier for challengers. So if you haven't, sign up. If you're in chat talking shit and you're like, these guys suck, prove it. Why don't you get in there and show us? So the opportunity there next week, Saturday, there won't be an official Quake Pro League. It will be challengers covered by various members of the community. I believe Garpy, Buckster, and CNZ are the ones who have gotten the first 3 qualifiers and have qualified for the Quake World Championships. So yeah, the 4th one should be good. Yup has always kind of been so close, 2nd place on most of them. He's just trying to get in there. I'm sure most of South America is praying that he gets the 4th slot so they have a better chance for their own qualifier, as we will have regional qualifiers as well. And there's like, please, just get the global spot so we can have a chance. But it should be good. Make sure you tune into that. That'll be next Saturday at God knows when. I don't know when it starts. I should probably look that up.
And then if you do manage to make it into the Quake Pro League 40, then hey, maybe one of your games will be commentated and casted by the 2 of us. Yeah, next season, who knows, right? Myself and the lovely hunk of a man that is 40 Lions. It would be great.
I would love to be able to criticize all the people in chat that think they're better than all the players in here. It would be great. It would be a pleasure. But let's take a look at the breakdown for the day, as I just cannot stop kicking out these cables. This is the Quake Pro League podcast now, whether you like it or not. So buckle up and enjoy it, or just mute the stream and leave. I don't really know. It's up to you. So do whatever you like. But yeah, Hran taking a beating, unfortunately, from Avik on map number 1, or excuse me, series number 1. Strong Sage, huge upset versus Razy in the first official matchup between them in Quake Pro League. Drama's taking it over Sib 2-1, and then Chain is up a map looking to add more here against Tox, as we're sorting out some technical issues that we all have. It happens to everybody, Flea, it's true.
But as far as I can tell, I'm seeing a starting in chat, and the match timer has been initiated, so hopefully, 3rd time's the charm, and we can jump right into the 2nd map, see if Tox has what it takes to bring it back, reverse the momentum that Chain has been building, and secure himself a map win to bring it to the final one, the tiebreaker of the series.
My God, some of the stuff I see in chat is fantastic. Anyways, yes, we will see. 3rd map, Decider, is always my favorite. We'll see if Tox can bounce back after that just soul-crushing defeat in map number 1. It hurts to see it like that. It really does. And I hope it doesn't happen again. We'll see.
Well, let's see. We are loading into the map. I am seeing no complaints yet.
I'm not ready. Let's restart. I'm not ready now. Let's just do one more for fun.
Not ready. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Ah, just kidding. All right, here we go. Molten Falls, map number 2. Let's focus back up, chat, all right? We're all professionals here. And we are live between Chain and Tox. Chain trying to win out this series 2 maps in a row. Tall order against Tox on that sorbet. Thick girl here. As a big fight right off the bat, and there it is. That's the Tox LG, and oh, look, a heavy.
Heavy. That's the bonus. The reward for winning that fight. Chain just dismantled by that LG, but look at this. That's a lot of plasma damage. Firing it right back at his opponent. Now Chain makes a drop onto the Mega, gets it just on time. The rockets are good. He needs one more, doesn't quite get it. I think he clipped a wall right there with that final shot. And that allows Tox to get a 2-0 up. It's a nice start. But 40, we've seen what can happen in those final minutes when Tox has the lead. So
I hate it, and I'm sorry I keep bringing it up, but yes, 9 minutes left. That's a long time. That's an eternity here. Fantastic rail from Tox. On to Chain now. Gonna be a little bit late, so he's just gonna try and lay down some spit and see if Chain is actually gonna pressure this one. The rockets are there, but Chain knows better than that to dive on there, so we'll go to Tox, and now if he can grab the heavy off the back of that too, that's gonna be big. Chain drops a little bit too early, does secure it, but at what cost here? Trying to fight for his life. Fantastic rocket, but the rail is also good from Tox. Tanking that to the face. 3 HP after all is said and done for Tox.
Chain undoubtedly knows that Tox is hurting, but does he know by how much? He's gonna hear the low health screams right now. Both players really low. Shoddy would be ideal, but the Rockets get it done too. 2 points of health is all that Tox is left with after that engagement. Out comes the spit. Good use of that ability. You saw Chain hesitate to push in, knowing that that damage over time would start adding up. Does Chain know when heavy spawns? It looked like he might have mistimed it. I think it appeared as if he was laying down the plasma trail to try and deny it. Tox already secured it.
Yeah, so a little bit of a misplay there, and now he's not going to have the trail, and he's going to dive on in for the Mega right in time, and somehow capitalizes as the stack just not big enough for Tox. Good play from Chain after a bit of a flub there, able to make it count, and now he's going to be back on time. Has both item timings in his head now, and this is going to be the Chain show here, potentially. As the stacks are all said and done about even, because again, Sorbet, thick girl, but Chain showing that he can go toe-to-toe when he needs to. That rocket almost right in the beak of Sorlag there. A little bit of LG from around the corner. Needs to be careful. The Mega secured, but overall decent damage from both players.
Chain, 1 frag on the board. Starting to get some of those major items as well, but just look at Tox's base stack right now. Even after taking a little bit of damage. Still looking so healthy, still able to pressure. Try to prevent Chain from picking up the next major item. Fortunately unable to do so. Chain just sped right on by him. And that's the downside when you're Tox, right? Yeah, you've got the stack advantage. Or rather, you've got the LG advantage in most of these fights, but your opponent has a much smaller hitbox than you do. And Chain had the stack advantage, so that ended up going in favor of the Canadian. Tox looks like he might drop another frag.
Wow.
Indeed he does. All tied up again.
Big rockets, but just not enough, and the Mega's going to be right there for Chain, so Tox won't be able to... Well, actually, Chain delays a little bit, and that's going to cost him the Mega pickup, and it might be the frag, too. Can Chain somehow survive this? And Tox not switching to machine gun, nothing, just trying to hit the rails. Shades of Dramas right now as both players just praying to hit the last shot, and through the telly, what is happening, Flea?
I'm glad you commented on the machine gun, because every fiber of my being was screaming, switch to machine gun,
Just please,
finish it off.
it's so much easier, just do it. Lob bullets at them until they die.
It's easy for us to say with the X-ray, with
That's
the health and armor tracker, though. So for Tox, he all has to keep track of this mentally. Just kind of figure it out on the go, but still, it can be frustrating as a viewer. Having that extra information available, and now Tox eating some costly rails. I like that both of these players just want to brawl, though. Neither is all that interested in backing down when things aren't going their way. They're just like, I'll risk it. I'll take this fight.
Yeah, how rational and logical of you. But yes, it is difficult to maintain stacks in your head with item timings. And oh my god, the drive-by shotgun. Chain able to take the lead at the 5-minute mark. But again, Tox should have the stack for this. There's the spit playing super aggressive, and that is not the play. Chain plants him again. 2 frag lead now as Tox be a little bit of frustration boiling over here as he dove in a little bit too quickly and used the spit and really got nothing out of it. Good LG, but Chain can use that Mega mid-fight. And somehow, okay, the trade comes out. That was incredible from Tox, though. Melting through that stack does go down, but it's a bit of a reset after all of that.
Absolutely, Tox is dominating these LG fights despite the difference in hitboxes, but then Chain just has the major items in his favor. 16 majors for Chain versus just 6 for Tox, and even then, Chain actually has more of the small armors as well, and that's something that you rarely see. Usually it's the player who doesn't succeed at picking up the majors who picks up most of the small items, but no, not this time. Chain is just gobbling up everything, and that stack that he can work with is nullifying that advantage that Tox has off the spawn.
Not bad at all. I'm still impressed by this LG from Tox. He's going to pressure and try and go for another one. Wisely says, you know what, maybe it's not worth it, especially after Chain picks up the heavy. Does dart over to the Mega. Preemptive spit, I like that a lot. Great rocket as well, but the rail will miss and Chain just drops down and grabs the Mega. He made it look easy.
Tox just gave him a little too much space right there. I feel like if Tox had just stuck around closer to the bounce pad and to the Mega Spawn, he would have been fine, especially with that LG barrier as well, but he moved so far back that he essentially just allowed Chain to drop down on top of it. LG, once again, phenomenal. Caught in the doorway, just getting bounced around by those rockets. No place to dodge, nowhere to move. And now the situation is starting to look a little dire. 4 frags of a lead for Chain. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Going through, just wants to keep the pressure high, and Chain with the defensive rockets comes up big again. And he would love for Tox to just keep plus forwarding into his damage. Why not? 10-5 now. So much pressure on Tox to try and bring the comeback. Puts a lot of pressure on, but Chain again, the rocket's just too good.
I feel like that fight just sums up a lot of what we've seen. Tox was so out of position for the weapon that he had, right? Chain had the high ground over him. You never want to be using rockets. As a general rule of thumb, at least, you don't want to be using rockets against someone who's got the high ground over you, especially when there's no ledges near them that you can get that splash damage off. But that's all that Tox had available, and meanwhile Chain just stood back, danced on that higher platform, and hit him back with LG. And I feel like those kinds of decisions summarize a lot of what we've seen on Tox's end. Taking these fights out of position, kind of outgunned. And now Chain will walk away, not just with the map 2 victory, but also taking home the series.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive from Chain here, but also, I don't know, a little bit disheartening from Tox. I know that he feels like his hand is forced with some of these pushes, but the earlier pushes that were unnecessary, just mounting to this frag deficit. Fantastic set of rails, though, to try and get him back into this, but with a minute 30 down 6 against a Slash, even with Sorbet and the speed, this is just, I think this might be done here, Flea.
It is. That's the end. Toxic cannot bring this one back. I think that will mean Chain will secure the overall win. There's still a final map to be played, but Toxic, again, for the starting off so strong. Netting himself a convincing lead. And then before you know it, Chain manages to reverse course. And it all falls apart for the Swede.
Oh my god, that rocket right past the face. Just trying to find the damage. Just wants a rail, and still, by the time he finds it, it's traded out by Chain, and I just... It hurts. It hurts, you know?
Indeed. Toxic. Now just doing some defrag for the final half a minute of this game. But even that won't amount to another frag. Are we headed for a 3-0 for these? The way that things have been going, I could totally see it happen.
It might. Chain's looking real strong right now, and Tox, I don't know, I feel like that first map loss maybe got in his head a little bit, maybe frustrations boiling over here on map number 2 with the pushing. As you mentioned, he's usually doing that anyway. Might have worked out better with the stacks in my opinion, but it didn't because Chain's rockets were just sublime. So Chain takes map number 1 and 2, takes the series victory, and we're gonna take a short break here before we go into map number 3 as we recap. But yeah, shouts to Chain. That's the first dub of the season, this season for Chain. But I just can't help but feel like that first map is heartbreaking. I mean, it is heartbreaking. It definitely does something to your mood and your attitude going into the rest of the maps.
There absolutely was. Tox definitely frustrated after losing that first map. And then I think when you're so eager to get back into the swing of things, move into map 2, and then, you know, there's some technical issues, you've got to restart, you got into the server, you've got to restart again, and yeah. I think that all kind of adds to the whole negative experience on Tox's end, and didn't play the game the way that we wanted to see, right? It's not that unusual. We've seen Tox play this way before. And at some point, you don't really have a choice, right? At some point, the frag deficit is just so great that you have to be constantly aggressive in those final minutes. But how you end up in that situation, there definitely were some changes that Tox could have made to his game.
Yes, absolutely heartbreaking. As we look at the breakdown from Molten Falls, there's the percentages, and Chain will take the Series 2-0. We are going to go to the third map because every map is money, and it's going to be Blood Covenant Ranger versus Doom. And yeah, you gotta, if you're a Tox fan, just hope he digs deep and is able to put up a map victory, at least over Chain. But shouts to Chain, if he could take this 3-0, that's going to be a big confidence boost, for sure.
Absolutely. For those of you just joining us, keep in mind, Chain, before today, was the only player in the league who had yet to win a series. And that, obviously, has been achieved. He has taken down Tox. Now it's just the final map. See if Tox can get a hold of some of that sweet, sweet cash as we enter Blood Covenant.
Yep, and Ranger versus Doom. I, again, still, even with the Doom double jump and the ability to cancel the Berserk, I just love the Dire Orb, man. The passive rocket jump, less damage, is also huge, but the Dire Orb is just so clutch in so many different situations that I'll always lean towards that Ranger for the champ advantage. Now, granted, it depends on how the player's using it, sure, but based on map number 1 and 2, I feel like Chain is not worried about going into map number 3. The pressure's all on Tox to kind of show up big, especially after that map number 1, kind of where he just let off the gas in the last minutes. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes. We'll see how strong of a start either player can get and whether they can maintain that control throughout.
Yeah. Well, the Dire Orb is one of, if not the single most versatile and flexible active ability, right? So many different things you can do with it. You can use it as a mobility tool to get yourself all the way on top of the map, bypass, circumvent those teleporters, bounce pad. You can use it defensively to escape. And then, of course, you can use it to confuse your opponent, right? Make them look one way, go the other. And then last, but definitely not least, the burst damage, right? There's a lot of damage that you can do with a well-placed Dire Orb right into your opponent's face. And then, of course, tie that with the passive that Ranger has, reduced self-damage from rockets. Yeah, those close quarters fist fights can get real messy and almost always favor him.
Gotta love it. Here we go, map number 3. If you're a Tox fan, pray. Chain on the hunt already now. Always aware, has that machine gun out and doing so much damage. Not too bad. A little bit of chip damage, but doubles back and more importantly, delayed that mega.
Slow starter. Chain vying for that railgun. Critical weapon for him to get a hold of. We know Tox has been using its significant effect. There we go. Rail after rail after rail. Tox kicking it off. 57% rail to open. Knowing with great confidence that he could make those plays simply because Chain didn't have a rail of his own. Now out comes the rockets. Chain definitely outgunned, but he's kind of still making it work with the super shoddy. But Toxic still has the Mega to fall back on. Mega, which he very deliberately delayed to offset the items, kind of start a rotation for himself, but also to have that boost of health to fall back on in case things were to go wrong.
Good rail from both players, but Tox has the stack to tank another one and just dives right on in. The second frag. Nice rails there from Tox. Another one through the telly. Serves up another one, maybe a third. Just missing out on that third one. Machine gun from Chain. And here's the Dire Orb play where he can cover all that ground and secure the Mega, but does eat a rail on the way out, and that serves him up on a platter since he hit the jump pad. Unfortunate bounce there for Chain.
Does have a bit of a stack advantage, but again, 40, it's the lack of weaponry that's hurting him most in these engagements. Tox has done an excellent job at preventing access to that rail. Has kind of been toying with Chain in some of these engagements, knowing that the Canadian has no tools to effectively fight him at a certain range, and so that's exactly what he's playing around. Chain lying in wait with the LG, he knows Tox is above him, looking for a float. But those rails, Toxic. Pedal to the metal. Oh, there we go. Bit of Priebolt as well. The LG finishes it off with 14 points of health. Toxic was doing such a good job at landing those difficult vertical rails, but then, seemingly out of nowhere, the LG sends him flying straight up, and then the orb, right? So versatile. Instantly puts him right up there next to Tox. Finish up the frag.
And he hit some verticals from down below. No dice for Chain, but still trying to muscle his way onto one of these items. It looks like he's going to grab some of the vials to get the Dire Orb back, and he's just going to decide to go... I don't know exactly. He's trying to chase down exactly where Tox is, but both items are available. It's just a matter of what he wants, and based on that damage, he might just go for this kill right now. Tox in a bad way, hits a rail of his own. Both players' next rail will win. There's the Dire Orb play again, and the rail. Nice plays from Chain.
Chain holding down the bridge. Heavy has been taken, so Tox did get away with a clean major item. Now Tox is the one looking for the railgun. Oh, that's an aggressive push. Chain landing the first rail, Toxic. Trying to make use of that time in between shots, knowing that Chain can't hit another one, can't switch to LG and push him back, and he just goes for it. Tries to double jump across the gap. Did a fair bit of damage, wasn't able to close it out, but still, good amount of pressure being applied right there. Very risky, but effective nonetheless.
Ooh, and that double jump making him too floaty. That's an easy rail shot for Chain there, but he gets caught off the jump pad. Dire Orb up close, but the LG just on point for Tox on that battle. 4-2. Tox looking to add a little bit more. A little bit of a tickle. Misses with the rail. He might drop down and go through the jump pad. Needs to be careful, though. He is very weak. Chain's initial starting stack plus the light armor. And oh, look, a Mega. Just absolutely outstacking Tox right now. And Tox hitting in on the heavy. Chain getting the rail so he could play that distance game. Only trailing by 2, so plenty of opportunities to get back in this one as he claims the upper light armor and maybe looks for this angle, but just doesn't give himself enough time, and Tox is able to get him on the cross.
Gotta say, Chain approaches this with a lot of aggression. Chasing down Tox with nothing but a machine gun as Tox goes and collects the heavy armor. That's
5-minute warning.
it's a ballsy play. Heavy is up now. Tox knows this, but he doesn't want to go for it. First one's damage. He wants to cut off his opponent. That's exactly what he'll do. 12 points of health. Chain gets away. Tox knows where he is. A tickle. That's all it takes. 2 cells of LG. Oh, that was fast. But now, Toxic has delayed the heavy so long that Chain had a route to get to it. But of course, the double jump and the pressure with the LG closes that door for the Canadian.
Almost 6 minutes through. I'm not going to say what people think I'm going to say, but Chain trailing by 3. Rail in hand, machine gun, and Dire Orb. That's all he needs. Looking for damage, there's one. Tries to string together another. Tox with a good defensive rail. A little bit of rocket. Push Chain off the choke point here. Following up with machine gun, but Chain backing away, hitting nice defensive rails, and Tox needs to be careful not to give up those angles for free.
Both players 47% railgun accuracy, but Toxic having fired twice as many shots, and that's been making a lot of difference. But there we go, Chain gets the frag. Good pressure with the LG. Toxic has no choice to make a stand with the plasma. Does some damage, but ultimately not enough.
Wow.
Really do anything to Chain, but that tribal, that sure is gonna do something. Chain has to retreat, fall back on the heavy. Both major items picked up at the exact same time.
Chain slowing things down. Here's the jump pad. Looking in the right direction now. He's gotta think. Tox wants that rail, and he's just not quick enough to try and defend it. Also, bad positioning. Not the best position to try and defend from. And his defense here as Chain drops down. Both items are going to be synced, so it's just a matter of where Tox is. Chain doesn't really want to be. He wants to grab the other item, not give up any damage. He wants to keep this close until he's confident to try and get in on this tying frag to send us to potentially another overtime.
Could very well happen. Chain got his hands on the railgun at least. 1, 2. We're gonna get the kill shots. Tox in plain view. Chain, 2 points of health. Doesn't quite get the teleport off. He came close though. have been a frag for either player.
Oof, that second rail just missing his chains dropping. He is able to hit one of his own. Tox will claim the mega. Chain will grab the heavy. Down 2 minutes. And I like the idea over at Pillars. He threw the orb at the health just in case Tox made a move for it. He could have gotten the telefrag or at least big damage, but Tox catches him out again. And now he's really laying on the hurt. Chain might dive back into this one knowing he did a lot of damage, but he wants to prioritize that rail first. Next item is going to be the mega just before, as both items have been synced. There's the dire orb and Tox is stuck, but that misdirection gives Chain a free shot, but he misses.
Chain actually had 2 opportunities, nearly 3 shots that he could take, get himself that frag. And that was an important one. If he landed that shot, he would have gotten a kill. It would have been a 2-frag game. He would have been able to take away the mega. But now, this is a lot more difficult. Tox holding on to his stack. Nice rail as well.
Oh my god, these
1, 2,
rails.
3. Chain drops down. Tox, can he find the kill? He will. That might be a closing frag. Or beast to 1. Makes it impossible for Chain to get back into this. And again, some good rockets could change a lot right here. But he realizes it's too dangerous. Pulls away. Although that may have just been his final opportunity to mount a comeback. And Tox, I think, will be able to walk away with at least 1 map win.
Chain forcing the issue, has to make something happen with 30 seconds left, and even if he does, it won't be enough as Tox is able to take map number 3. And I firmly feel that it was backed from the rail game. Really nice rails from Tox throughout this map. Shooting about 50%, 45 actually, 24 of 53, not bad at all. Really opened up Tox's game. Oh, buddy. There it is. Put the stamp on it. Count it. It's in the books.
Yep.
10-4 in favor of Tox on map number 3. But unfortunately for him, Chain was able to take the series in the first 2. And again, a very close map number 1. So that easily could have been 2-1 Tox, but it didn't happen. So,
Chain and Chain fans in chat, they're going to be happy. First win of the season. I'm hoping we get to see many more for the remainder, for the weeks still to come, because you and I both know Chain has had some really high highs in the past, right? He's been top 2, top 3 NA at some point. We've seen him do extremely well at LAN tournaments, at stage finals as well. But recently, he's been kind of underperforming. So hopefully this can be the start of something.
Definitely. Definitely, potentially, maybe almost the start of something beautiful for Chain. But we'll see. Lots of weeks of play left as we take a look at the highlights here. And yeah, I feel like, you know, Tox at this point felt maybe like he had nothing to lose. There was a moment there where I think, I don't know about you, but I was terrified. I think around this moment where he started trying to make a little too much happen, and I saw some people in chat be like, not like this. Oh, please,
yeah.
God. And I was like, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. But Tox was able to firmly grasp this victory, close it out, 10-4 as we take a look at the stats. And so congrats to Tox for the map victory. Again, a very close first map. This series could have been 2-1 easily in favor of Tox, but great play from Chain to put up his first victory for the season, 2-1, winning maps 1 and 2 consecutively. And good on Tox for bouncing back and winning map number 3. Fantastic play. But again, shouts to Chain, first victory of this season. Always a good one, and it could be the start of something beautiful, as you said.
Let's hope so. Now, the day still is far from done, 40. We still have 3 excellent matches ahead of us. Maxter versus Kilson, Nosfa versus Saigib, and then the big one to top it all off, Wenger versus Rafa at the end of the stream. So we're definitely not done just yet.
Whole bunch of bangers left. We are through the midway point. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back with Maxter versus Kilson. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, make sure you come on back quick, because that's going to be insane. We'll be back shortly. See you in a bit. Welcome back to Quake Pro League Week 8. We are halfway through the day with 3 sets left. I am 40 Lions, joined by the one and only Flea. And Flea, this next one, everyone in chat is already hyped. We got Maxter versus Kilson.
Yeah, two of, I think, in the eyes of many, some of the absolute top players that we have in the league right now. Kilson, I believe currently ranked 2 in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, ranked 4, actually. My bad. Close enough, but Kilson has won the previous stage finals. He's our reigning champion, the one who got to hoist the belt most recently. And Maxter got a number 3 finish, so he took away the bronze medal, his best showing at a Quake Pro League finals ever. Just proving to everyone that this man's skill ceiling is absolutely limitless. But he is up against Kilson, and just look at that track record. Kilson, together with Wenger, are the only 2 players in the league who haven't lost a single series yet.
Pretty insane. All he does is win, win, win. If you take a look at that, there are some series that were a little bit closer than others, even though it was 2-1. But at the end of the day, Kilson, as you said, undefeated, the reigning champion, looking to build momentum to try and raise his 4th title, which would tie Rafa in overall championships for the Quake Pro League. Kilson, what a monster. On the other side, we have Maxter, who made quite a splash way back when he made it into the league as kind of a wild card. He started taking maps off people, then series, and as you said, his best showing as of yet, and he's only getting better and better. Definitely someone to watch out for in these weeklies, as well as once we get to the Quake World Championships. He's been playing pretty well. If we take a look at his track record here shortly, we'll get a better picture, but going up against the reigning champ, it's going to be tough times here as we take a look. A little bit of a up and down for Maxter this season.
Yeah, back and forth. Win-loss, win-loss, win. Most recent win being against Toxic, 3-0. Let's see what he can bring to the table today. So far, he's lost to both Wenger and Sirius. A little overwhelmed by that LG in his series against Sirius. So let's see how this one's going to go down today.
With that, we should jump right into the pick bands, and I think Keel is going to be on the cards, right, chat? Probably not. But let's take a look here what we have in store between these two fine young gentlemen. Corrupted Keep is going to be where we start this series. Then we're going to head on over to Ruins of Sarnath and finish it off with a little bit of Awoken and Flea, as always. Champs, please.
Starting it off, Corrupted Keep, Maxter running Slash versus Ranger. Now, Slash is a champion that can work on Keep, but it is so difficult because there's so many places that can absolutely kill your speed and grind your momentum to a halt. And that's something that Slash as a champion really relies heavily on. Then again, Maxter, love to see his movement in action. His air control, his crouch sliding, it is sublime. So if anyone can master Corrupted Keep, it's him. Ranger, on the other hand, 40, you've been singing his praises all day long. The Orb, such a powerful, versatile weapon, works really well on any map, including Keep. Map number 2, Ruins, it is going to be Nyx versus the Visor. Now, Nyx being picked by Maxter, even though it's probably Kilson's favorite champ still. Kind of an interesting matchup here, because in some ways, Kilson really is a hard counter to Nyx, right? Because his piercing sight can see her even when she pops that invisibility, that Ghost Walk, but that piercing sight won't be available at all times, so Maxter will definitely have some opportunities to use that to his advantage. And then lastly, Awoken, we're seeing Athena again, despite her recent nerfs, still a popular pick, versus Doomslayer, who I think has become the industry standard on this map.
So my first thought looking at this is, so for those that don't realize how it works, it goes ban, pick, ban in terms of the champs. So Maxter banned Anarchy, and then Kilson pick Ranger. My question is, why didn't Maxter pick Strogg? We've seen Strogg on Corrupted Keep a lot. It's essentially a Slash, but a little more beefed up. Not as speedy necessarily, but it's just interesting to me. We will see what he has in store. Obviously, the man has a plan, and it'll be very interesting to see how it rolls out. But anyways, that's just my thing that I noticed, besides the obvious lack of Keel, which really burns my soul, but that's fine. So looking at this, and now that we have a better picture painted, Flea, who do you think is going to take this set between these two players?
Difficult to call. Generally speaking, I still think that Kilson is going to continue his streak. Maxter just hasn't been as consistent, and also 40, if we look at their match history, it's a little bit unsettling. Kilson has won 3 out of the 4 matches that they've played, but what really strikes me is that Maxter hasn't won a single map since 2021. That's two years that Maxter hasn't secured a single map against Kilson. So he's got a major mountain to climb in this challenge. And I think that Kilson may have the answer to whatever Maxter tries to throw at him.
That is a pretty insane stat line. Thank you for that, Flea. And also my stat line, my contribution, 69% in favor of Kilson in the predictions. Nice. We will see. Yeah, real nice. We will see how this one goes, though. Again, the slash pick, super interesting to me, as you pointed out as well. But it doesn't matter what we think. We're just in the booth. We just get to observe a fantastic Quake all day. The players make the show. And right now, the show begins between these two. Map number 1 is live between Maxter and Kilson on Corrupted Keep.
Here we go, starting it off, Maxter's point of view. Let's see what he can get up to with the slash. Slight delay on the heavy. Probably not enough to really make a substantial difference, but then again, slash is so fast, especially if she uses that plasma frail. It could work. It could just work.
There's going to be some surprises. It's just a matter of when, as this pace is extremely slow here. Kilson, perfect positioning and waiting. There's the Dire Orb for a little bit of insurance, but the Snail Trail almost comes up big. Maxter looking for a little bit more damage. Can he find it with a shotgun? Kilson lobbing rockets into the air, and Maxter luckily has Mega to fall back on. Kilson still reeling, trying to find some health bubbles. 25s galore to stack back up off of. And so after that initial skirmish, all is kind of well and good for the time being, but quite the first battle over at the heavy.
Burst of aggression, but ever since both players kind of been staying away from each other. Kilson looking to secure another heavy, or he makes a play, I think. Oh, that orb did not go where he wanted it to go. Kind of clipped the corner with it. I think his plan was to throw out the orb, drop down, pick up heavy, and then teleport as soon as he picked up heavy. But unfortunately for him, didn't quite get the orb in the right spot. Still, in a good position. Maxter is the one who's hurting right now. Starved of resources. Kilson good read as well. But Maxter, cautious, aware. He realized danger was lurking around the corner. Didn't want to rush in. He's still not in a good spot. I think the longer he stays here in this engagement, the more difficult it's going to get for him to get out alive. Does manage to do so with 22 points of health, but Kilson. Kilson's fast.
Real fast, and he's able to take control of the full map now, adding whatever delay he wants, and he's just controlling the middle of the map. As you saw before, he just cut the map in half and said, Maxter, I know where you are. I don't even need to pick up an item. Let me chip down. And again, he does it across the map, utilizing the heavy so well, and the split between the items is gigantic.
Not sure why Maxter continued going for that fight for such a long time. I think it should have been rather clear that Kilson had a notable stack advantage over him and was definitely matching his aim in that fight, so Maxter just kind of sticking out heavy machine gun fights really didn't work out for him. Lays down a lot of plasma, but he's a little early. I don't think he's got the exact timing on the heavy. Tried to lay down that AoE attack, prevent Kilson from making a move on it, but no. Still too early. The plasma trail detonated a whole 3 seconds before the item even spawned.
Maxter has to be so careful. Again, the stack disadvantage in terms of a light and medium is all the difference. You can't hang in there and go toe-to-toe. You can't take those machine gun fights that you may be used to taking with equal stacks, and he has to be able to escape the battle even earlier than he's used to. That's a fantastic huge rocket, but the Dire Orb to get him through the doorway. And Kilson does not want to miss out on any item, doesn't want Maxter to get anything. One light to his name. There's the Snail Trail to try and defend this Mega. Fantastic follow-up rocket. Does he have enough to try and take down Kilson? Maxter might go down here again, but he's fighting for his life. And no, the click of death. He wanted to fire one rocket, and it all went horribly wrong. Kilson up 3.
The difference there just came down to the lack of heavy machine gun on Maxter's end. Kilson had the heavy machine gun, so he can zoom in from that distance, be much more accurate, and hit those 15 damage pop shots. So Maxter, yeah, from that distance, standard machine gun just isn't as reliable. Still managed to do a significant amount of damage, but Kilson was just so much better equipped to take that fight. Kilson, he knows the Mega is up, but his stack to the point that he doesn't need it right away, so he's just gonna wait. Trying to bait Maxter into it, trying to force out a fight and then fall back on the Mega. Maxter coming back, Kilson, good reads. Kilson has really been reading Maxter's play so nicely so far. Maxter pushing through the teleporter. Kilson still lying in wait.
A lot of LG damage, and again, Maxter needs to be careful here. The Mega mid pickup, maybe a little bit of Gauntlet. Kilson wants none of that. He's all good, doesn't want to go through there, and I am just very impressed. We've seen this week in, week out from Kilson, the ability to cut the map in half and just stand his ground and take control. Force his opponent into whatever angle they think is safe. Nice rocket from up above there. And then just cut off the map and say, look, you have to get past me. I am the defender of the item. And especially with this stack disadvantage right now, it is just such an uphill battle for Maxter. Kilson putting out so much damage, positioning well. He's absolutely dominating the map with item control, as Maxter's only gotten 4 majors, 2 heavies, 2 megas, living off lights, got 9 of them, but Kilson has 9 lights of his own, including 7 heavies and 8 megas. This is just such an uphill battle, and again, I have to question the slash pick and wonder why Strog didn't come into play here, but that's for another time. I'll slide in his DMs and try and figure that out later, but right now, Maxter has about 4 minutes, 20 seconds to try and put up 5 frags and send us into an OT right now, and he's got his work cut out for him.
He sure does. Still, if it's gonna happen on any map, it might as well be Corrupted Key, right? One of the most snowball-heavy arenas in the entire game. You can force out some spawns very nicely, quite easily too. Catch your opponent without really any weapons to work with. So if Maxter can turn this around, he might still have a shot, but it needs to happen soon, 40. Mega spawns at just the right time for Kilson. Calculated to the second. And Maxter falls just short once again in that all-out assault.
And the opportunity earlier, the rockets just didn't land. Unfortunately, Kilson was able to capitalize and gets another one off the back of that as well. So 7-0. Kilson, again, just middle of the map right now, just standing, knows where Maxter is and can get damage at any exit, potentially. There's a little bit of a tickle and he's gone, but again, he's gone, but he's kind of stuck. Doubles back, gets away nicely, but even then, nothing's free. Even all this little chip damage, especially against the light, adds up, and Kilson just punishing so well, being so calm. It's really just the Chilson show right now. It's incredible to watch. Maxter just struggling to try and get any items, and again, because of the huge split, he's way too early on the Mega, and Kilson can just fall back to the heavy at will.
Kilson knows that he can just slow play this to the end. Kind of holding the teleporter exit for a bit. Maxter just didn't have the stack to make an appearance. I think he had a pretty good idea of when Mega was gonna spawn, but just didn't have the stack to contest. 7 minutes into the game, he's kind of figured out how Kilson's been playing this. He was well aware of the fact that his opponent would just be lying in wait, hoping that he took the bait of the Mega, so Maxter stays far away. But of course, the time is not on his side. He needs something big. And can he deliver? 2 minutes left. It needs to happen now, or it'll happen never.
Oh my god! A glimpse of hope after doing all that damage, and one rocket pops Maxter to the sky and just absolutely decimates his stack. Nice nail damage out the telly, but Kilson's not afraid. He knows he can just swing on by. 55 HP for Maxter. 1 buckshot will do. 7-0. The shutout from Kilson, a minute and a half away from making it official. It's pretty Ilson of Kilson to be able to do this. And again, I just cannot understand the slash pick. I mean, it's not just because he's slashed, don't get me wrong. Kilson's playing this map extremely well. But it just begs the question. Why?
There's definitely been situations where Maxter would have benefited so much more from, on the one hand, the added stack that comes from playing a medium champion, and on the other hand, the utility that the peaker brings to the table, right? Because, yeah, he's used the plasma trail frequently. It's allowed him to get to places a little faster, sure. It's given him maybe 1 or 2 escapes that would otherwise have resulted in his death. But other than that, what has it really accomplished for him, right? We've seen a few times where he showed up way too early, laid down the plasma trail, didn't do anything really to deny Kilson entry, wasn't able to get any kills with it either, so...
Oh my god.
It's very difficult to see how, you know, Strog would not have been a more valuable thing.
Be sure to write an assertively worded email to Maxter. But for now, it looks like the shutout will be official, 8-0 in favor of Kilson over Maxter, and just wow, pretty great display there from Kilson.
Absolutely, proving once again why he is our reigning champion, right? Kilson. He's an absolute veteran, a legend of the scene, has been around longer than I think probably half of chat has been alive by now, and still.
Why do you gotta call him out like that? He's not a day past 22.
Not a day. But then again, is chat a day past 9? I don't know, based on some of the comments
way they
I've
act,
seen.
yeah.
I don't know.
Get the crib. Anyways, you were saying.
Yeah, 8-0. Kilson, convincing start to this series. Maxter. Still running up against the wall, still unable to secure a map, still 2 more opportunities to do so. But Kilson is looking solid, 40.
Very solid. I mean, incredible map control, the ability to position well and defend items, and also play his opponent and just stifle them. That all fits the Bilson for a champion, and he is the reigning champion 3 times, working on the 4th potentially, as we take a look at the map statistics and breakdown for Corrupted Keep. And again, Maxter with the slash pick, a little questionable. It may have worked for others. I don't know. I haven't watched all of the practice games, but that'll always be a big question mark in my book. But what do I know? I'm just an idiot. Anyways, map number 2, we're going to transition over to Ruins of Sarnath here shortly, and it's going to be more of El Clasico, Nyx versus Visor. Nyx for the Maxter, Visor for Kilson, and I can't help but feel like Kilson is going to thrive by having that vision and also a rail in hand with more long angles to take. Because that's kind of his steez. Kilson with a rail, scary, scary times.
Absolutely. We didn't have a rail available on map 1, Corrupted Keep, the only map in the pool to not feature the railgun, so neither player has really been able to give us some sort of insight in how well they're performing with that weapon. But yeah, Kilson, right? Railson. Known far and wide for his prowess with that weapon, and Ruins is one of the absolute best maps to use the railgun on. Kilson is the kind of player who likes to cement himself in the center of the map and then just dictate the flow of the game. And that railgun, that piercing sight, both really help in that playstyle of his. And on the other hand, Maxter is gonna try and counter with Nyx. Nyx can definitely work out on this map, we've seen it plenty of times, but it's also risky, because if she doesn't have that Ghost Walk up, she is a very easy and vulnerable target. And we say it almost every time, but playing a light champion on this map is always risky because of how exposed the small armors are, right? Usually the small champions, the lights, really need those small armors to keep themselves alive. But here on this map, they're both out in the open, they're both in the corners of the map on these little plazas almost, and it's very difficult to get away with them clean and not get trapped. So let's see how Maxter is going to approach this, but I'm with you on this one, 40. This looks like it's right up Kilson's alley.
Definitely in favor of Kilson, in my opinion. But again, my opinion doesn't matter as we're live on map number 2, starting off on Kilson, and he pops the vision right off the bat and also just grabs those vials. So essentially trying to get a free wall hack in the very beginning while also maintaining, you know, vision as quick as he can, trying to get the cooldown going. There's a great rail from Maxter, but the rocket actually connects a little bit for some damage. And in theory, the most simple strat of all, right? Control the middle of the map, hit some rails, open up your game, but Kilson's able to do it almost flawlessly. It takes a lot to try and break that defense and that strategy of Kilson. But again, in theory, so simple, but it's so hard to overcome because Kilson's so good at it, and with the aim he has, you just have to be able to go toe-to-toe. You have to be able to surprise him. You have to be able to out-rail him, which is not an easy feat.
Maxter introducing quite a bit of delay onto the Mega. 8 seconds or so. Kilson knows. He spotted Maxter up on that ledge, knew very well that Mega hadn't been taken yet. So he's got a good idea of when that item is going to spawn. This is exactly what I was talking about, 40. Gilson setting up center area of the map, prioritizing the railgun. And this is how he wants to dominate this map. Can he land another rail? Oh, brilliant. Slow play.
Patient, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that's Gilson for you. That's how he loves to play this. Set up, control, center of the map, dictate the flow of the game. That's exactly what he's been doing. I also like how long he delayed heavy. Really trying to sniff Maxter out, get that first frag of the game before just going for the item. And this might be it. Maxter now caught in a very bad position, but the Ghost Walk comes up just in time to save him.
But even after the Ghost Walk, he's alive, but at what cost? He's got 50 HP, no armor. Nice little rocket there. Unless he gets stacked back up to try and fight this more, was it even worth it? Some might say yes. It's still tied at 0, but it's only a matter of time, and oh, that missed jump actually helped out Maxter, but now he's stuck between a rocket and a hard place. There's the Ghost Walk right in the nicks of time again, but the Vision's gonna outlast it, and there it is, an exploded Nyx. Body parts everywhere. Kilson on the board, 220 in. Silver lining for Maxter. Is able to swipe away the Mega, potentially make a break for the Heavy, but without any weaponry, it might be tough. He is going to take a peek, and he's going to take a rail, more importantly. What a shot from Kilson.
The fake out 240, I don't know if you saw, but Kilson just jumped in place when he was up to the Mega, just to give Maxter the idea that he was, you know, moving back out into the room, and then, nope, he dropped back down to get that angle on the Heavy. So Kilson, sneaky, really trying to confuse his opponent with these little fake outs. As he's now slow walking around the Mega area of the map, still in perfect control of the major items. Maxter perhaps a little too predictable right there. Yeah.
Get the bucket.
Maxter did have the Ghost Walk. He could have escaped from that second rail. But perhaps he figured Gilson wasn't gonna hit the shot. Perhaps he thought, I'm solo already, not gonna waste it now, but that could have ended up slightly different.
And it's just insane to watch. Again, the strategy is fairly simple, but the way that Kilson's able to execute it is flawless. This young kid has such a bright future in front of him. It's absolutely insane.
Gilson, again, on the hunt. Landing a rail. And Maxter using the Ghost Walk to survive. Oh no, just a little too soon. I don't know if he was even really going for the Mega. I think he was, based on how he was standing still at the end, but ultimately just a second too late on the respawn for the item. And now Kilson 6-0 up, and we're not even halfway through this map already.
Look, I don't want to jinx anything, but surely there can't be 2 goose eggs in a row for Maxter, right? It can't happen. Going through the telly, so much LG, the rocket from around the corner. Nice wall jump, but he can't make it work. Almost a brilliant play from Maxter there, but just coming up short. And then again, the Vision will be popped here shortly for a little bit of extra insurance. And Kilson, some of the finest German engineering we've ever seen, Flea.
Absolutely. I also love the confidence there. Maxter's wall jump was really nice, but Kilson going around the corner for a rail at point blank range. That just shows that this man is feeling himself. He's confident. He knows what he's capable of. He knows he's one of the absolute best in the world, and he's intent on showing us that once again. Good read from Gilson.
He knows! He knows! Oh no, not like this. It's a slow death. No! Oh, please.
Oh goodness, that is heartbreaking. Maxter just shuffling around, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, rocket there, rocket everywhere. And Kilson, man's got some skillson. As he secures yet another frag.
It's just too much. This man has a family. Leave him alone. You're just being a bully now, Kilson. I refuse to stand up to him, though, because he's very strong. But 8-0 as Maxter struggling throughout this set, and this map is no different, unfortunately. Kilson just looks so comfortable. Oh, just
Nice.
stringing together rails. And even when it goes to a toe-to-toe situation like that, he just has the stack to outlast his opponent. So it doesn't even matter. Go ahead, hit a couple of your rails. I'll fall back onto the majors. I'll still be fine. As Maxter again getting iced out of this map. 2 heavies, 4 megas to 9 heavies, 7 megas for Kilson. And the rail percentage. He was shooting 65 earlier, dropped down to 58. Still incredible against a Nyx.
Absolutely nice. Another one goes for the rocket jump. Maxter does have the Ghost Walk available. Will pop it. Around 2 points of health left, maybe. Oh, it does get the mega.
Oh!
Good play from Maxter, actually. Kilson was not ready for that. He did not anticipate. Maxter just
What a
rushed for
rail!
the mega, but no!
Oh, the bucket. It's bucket time.
Kilson, gorgeous play. Lining up the shot, barely even had to move his crosshair. Reading Maxter perfectly for his 10th frag of this map. And what do you do when you're Maxter in this situation? How do you overcome this?
Good rails.
Yeah, 2 in a row. Kilson waiting so patiently. Maxter shot, what, 3, nearly 4 rails in the time that Kilson fired once?
I think
But hey, he
Kilson isn't
landed.
really fussed. It feels like, oh my god. I almost feel like production was like, hey, Kilson, can you get all top 10 plays this week? And he's like, oh yeah. And this is exactly what's happening. And it's unfortunate that Maxter's on the receiving end. But it's absolutely insane to watch. And again, the piercing sight, as you said, is brutal in Kilson's hands. Oh. Oh, man. I know that Maxter has the best posture in the game, but I feel like at this point he might be slumped over a little bit. Just a little bit.
I don't know. I wish we could see the Maxter cam.
This is a good read.
Like, it is. Nice wall jump from Maxter. Getting a little bit of extra height. Kilson didn't go for the rocket. Knows that his ammo is dangerously low. 3 shots left, make it 2. Gotta kind of conserve them. Pick himself up some more rockets. Keep slugging away at his opponent, but at this point, 40, does it really matter? 90 seconds on the clock, 11 frags of a lead. This one's over and done. Kilson will remain undefeated yet another week.
And I mean, no disrespect to Maxter, but at this point I'm seeing if Kilson can remain unfragged throughout 2 maps. What a rocket from down below! There's nothing Maxter can do. It's just unfair. Ghost Walk just to get around the corner safely. There's good damage coming out of the Ghost Walk, hits him with the telefrag damage, and now Kilson reeling a little bit. But even after all that, stacks are even between the 2.
Maxter now up on face cam. Still looking to have great posture, perhaps slumped over slightly to the left. Or I don't know if you'd agree with me on that, but
Yeah, we've all been there, buddy. I tell you what, 11-0, 30 seconds left, and I can't help but feel like Kilson's playing for the shutout again.
I mean, he always is, isn't he? A player of that caliber. Tried and tested champion, someone who's gone to hold the belt as often as he has. That man is not satisfied with anything except for total victory. 3-0,
He did it.
that's what he's going for.
I jinxed it, and Kilson's gonna slide in my DMs and be like, "You absolute piece of garbage." But Maxter putting up 1 frag across 2 maps is such a rarity. It shows the complete dominance that Kilson just displayed across 2 maps. Absolutely ridiculous. Shouts to Kilson winning the series 2 maps in a row, and we still have a 3rd, so the pain train doesn't necessarily stop if you're Maxter, which is terrifying.
Final map, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be, I have it here somewhere, Awoken, right? And then Doomslayer versus Athena once again. 40, we've seen Athena being played on this map twice already today, so some thoughts on her?
I mean, I think she's great in the right hands, but given the circumstances now, I don't know anymore. Kilson can do whatever he wants with whoever, right? So probably high flying action, a lot of rails as we've already seen against a Doom. Sure, the stack advantage goes to Maxter, absolutely, but these rails have just been so good from Kilson that it's going to be more of the same even without the vision. So I feel like based on the way Kilson's playing, this is going to be a 3-0. I would love to see a 2-1 just because I always want to see players do their best and get some money in their pocket. So We'll see. We'll see. But Kilson's on a hot streak right now. It's almost like he has something to prove. And I'm pretty sure that last frag pissed him off a little bit. He wanted two. He wanted 2 goose eggs, I'm sure, and it's probably my fault.
Well, let's see what this final map is going to amount to. Maxter has a shot of securing at least 1 map win, bringing home some of that sweet, sweet cash. Doomslayer versus Athena. So the overall mobility in terms of passive double jump does favor Doomslayer, although Athena has got, that ramp jump passive, which works out quite nicely in some spots as well. But when it comes to raw speed for the raw explosiveness, just the ability to instantly relocate yourself from one side of the map to the other, get from the bottom floor to the top, Kilson is absolutely unbeatable. Maxter's gonna have to put in a hell of a lot of work to catch him if that does happen.
Absolutely. And the question is, will we see a hook kill? Very rare. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. As Chad already pointed out, I'm the king of jinxing, undefeated. So, yeah. Come at me, bro. No, we'll see. Taking a look at the predictions real quick, 89% in favor of Kilson. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Based on the first 2 maps, I can side with that. I get it. Usually, this is not normally, as the kids say, because Maxter has had better showings. Definitely in a slump right now. Not looking great. And Kilson, merciless. He's not going to give you an inch. So, we'll see. It might be more of the same on map number 3, but every map is a new opportunity, and Maxter may come up big here. Doomslayer versus Athena in his favor a little bit, I would say, at least stack-wise. But again, Kilson, 1 rail. And it's just all even Steven, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we have loaded into the map. Looks like we're about to end warm-up any second now. Here we go. This is Awoken. One of the smaller maps in the pool. Athena can be extremely powerful here. Plenty of places to get a lot of grapple speed and to hook and loop your way around. But Doomslayer, tried and tested, the industry standard on this arena. And Maxter, very quick on picking up the heavy right there, getting out clean, doesn't take a single point of damage. As Kilson immediately picked up the Mega off the start. So around 5 seconds between the item. That is something that both of these champions can bridge. So if someone comes out on top during this first engagement, they could immediately be set up for a solid rotation of the items.
Just missing out on that rail. Unfortunate here. Doesn't really have rockets or anything else to work with. Might switch to shotgun and he tries to, but Kilson makes him pay. 1-0 early, Kilson right now. And it's fitting that Maxter's playing the Doomslayer because both have been to hell and back. This is a rough series for Maxter right now. And a rough start. Trying his best to stay in this one. Taking over T-Con. Kilson well aware there's the warning flare, a little bit of a tickle as well, goading him into pushing into that electricity, but he won't do it. Rocket just missing out. Maxter trying to maintain position on this heavy and maybe catch Kilson off guard, but Kilson just set up for damage. He could potentially hook in and hook out. I think he's not that crazy. But there it is. One false move from Maxter and the heavy is gone. Kilson, a bit of a magician.
Stack advantage for the German right now. Oh. Good rockets from Maxter, but Kilson sends one right back at him. Mega up in 1 second. Oof, Maxter does secure it, but he drops almost all of the health that he gained right back off to those 2 rails. I don't think Maxter really had the exact timing on the Mega right there. He jumped back onto this D part, and then Wilson was able to do a lot of damage, and off the spawn as well. How did he find that angle? From that far away? It's not uncommon to see a rail of the spawn right there, but that quick, from that angle, from that distance.
Just Kilson things.
Yeah,
Just Kilson things. A connoisseur right now, eating a lot of tribal. Does need to be careful. Oh wait, no he doesn't. He has a rail gun. Plants Maxter, 50 HP though after the fact. Does restack off a light, but just more domination. There's a Mega rails traded, and now needs to be careful. Maxter hits another one, but again, Kilson follows up. Gets yet another frag, and has another major to fall back onto. Good LG here from Maxter. Should be able to take it. What just happened?
Kilson's LG, man. Too strong. It's not just a rail that he's putting up. 43% LG, 63% rail. Maxter, unable to keep up with the blistering pace that Kilson has set out for this map.
Just brutal. It's not over yet. 7 minutes for Maxter to claw his way back into this one. One good combination of rocket and rail can do it here. A little bit of splash damage, but nothing more. Great rail before the heavy pickup. Kilson using that mobility, grabbing a rail, flying around the map. Maxter gets a free mega, just needs to be careful of this angle, and Kilson's just so aware, so ready. Taking advantage of every opportunity he has, even those. That's so crazy. Like the fake out there from Maxter, but he still has to be very careful. He's railable, 60 HP, no armor. Kilson on the hunt, and it's even scarier because he's slow hunting. Big rocket there from Maxter, denying that light armor pickup from Kilson, or rather, meeting with him for that light armor pickup.
Kilson still sticking around. Again, just the confidence, right? After that kind of rocket, I feel like almost any other player would have bailed. Fallen back towards the heavy side of the map where they're more comfortable, waiting for that item to spawn, but Kilson just really held that position. Rockets at the ready. And he's still alive. Got away with the mega as well. Now Maxter is trailing. Oh, 77. On a blind fire rocket around the corner. Jesus, Kilson, these plays. Just the subtle little, like, double back, you know? Zips into the room, baits Maxter into thinking that he's just gonna pick up the heavy, but no, takes a few steps back, switches to the rail, tries to catch him. As Maxter's jumping across, doesn't connect, but just the setup and everything shows how good Kilson is right now.
Absolutely. Championship positioning, frags, control, all of it. Big pop up there, but again, it's still not enough. Kilson going in for the kill. 6-1, 5 minutes in, no signs of stopping. A little bit of machine gun damage from Maxter there as he wants to lay on the pressure, but also wants a little bit of stack, so he detours for the heavy and he eats a rail for his trouble. Potentially another one, rocket jumps just to get into a rail, and feel kind of the desperation of Maxter as every angle he takes is just unsafe. Kilson's prepped for any angle.
Not much has really happened in these past few minutes. Maxter has managed to stabilize, stop the bleeding, but still 5 points down from his opponent. Maxter baiting out a rocket jump right there, but still, it's Kilson who walks away with the advantage. Maxter very sneakily placed a rocket near his own feet just to give Kilson the impression that he was rocket jumping straight onto Mega. But no, he was still just waiting, hoping to get a rail off after Kilson picked up heavy. But even then, it's Kilson who lands the rail and Maxter who misses the shot.
Using the Berserk, fly through Banana, grab some health into the light armor next to the LG, and yeah, I mean, what do you say? This was just the Kilson show through and through. It is extremely rare to see Maxter putting up 2 frags across 3 maps. Granted, there's still time, but just wow, that number is insane to me. Especially because we're so used to seeing Maxter play this explosive game, and Kilson just nullified all of that. There's no ability to kind of have that swagger that Maxter's used to. He's usually the one making crazy plays and making it work, and you just saw that light kind of dimmed by Kilson. He shut off all the lights and said, 9! None for you. And he's still no sign of stopping, up 5 right now. And even when he gives up items, like, you can't help but feel like it doesn't matter almost. Like Kilson has put that much of a stranglehold across this series.
Kilson playing a very sneaky game right now. He knows what's working for him. Defensive rails, defensive tribals. Maxter gets too close. He's always got an escape route at the ready. Just uses a hook. Get away scot-free. That's why he's really prioritizing this part of the map right now. Can easily drop down on heavy. Maxter's not around. Hook straight back up.
Big
And
rocket
if the
there.
Argentinian comes too close, then yeah, he just gets out. Just like that. He knows that Maxter can do nothing to catch up with him other than use the Berserk, but then you can't shoot. So, Kilson now switched to a fully defensive passive playstyle. I really don't see how Maxter is going to catch up with that.
What a frustrating way to end this series here. There's the chase up the jump pad. LG on LG. Kilson more than ready to take this one, and the stack is just too much. And Maxter doesn't have a choice. He has to start making these crazy plays just to try and attempt to get back into this one. And it's just not going to be enough. What a series from the reigning champion of the Quake Pro League, Kilson. Damn near flawless across 3 maps.
Yeah. And that means, 40, that the curse still remains in place. Maxter has now gone over 2 straight years without securing a single map in his matches.
That is brutal. That is a brutal stat line right now. Wow.
Yeah. And to think, Maxter won their first matchup within the Quake Pro League. Back in 2021, it was Maxter. Bright-eyed, fluffy-tailed, first entering the scene, taking down Kilson. But then, tables turned, and Kilson, the rugged veteran, proving his worth once again.
Yeah, and it's just madness that Kilson's able to do this against a player like Maxter, who, as you said, got 3rd in the Quake World Championships this previous time. This isn't like a challenger that just got into the league and still getting their feet under them, learning the ins and outs, playing against the pros. No, not at all.
Indeed. Keep in mind, Maxter came in 3rd on the final
Yeah.
land
Bonkers.
last year.
Bonkers.
He was
Oh
the
my
number
God.
3 to close out the season. And Kilson now is just dominating him.
You win. You lose.
And still so Chilson about it. Just a quick little fist pump. Another day in the office as usual. Congrats to Kilson for that just immaculate display of Quake. Insane to be able to do that against a player like Maxter. Just wow.
God, I miss AG I miss Wheat 40. I gotta say it.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? He specifically said in his writer, I'm so sick of casting with 40, I don't ever want to be around when he's around. So, my bad, chat. But, insane display from Kilson. Just, wow.
Absolutely, Kilson once again proving why he is one of the greatest players in all of Quake. Cementing once more that incredible playstyle of his. And pining, no doubt, for another belt. 40, you mentioned it, I think at the beginning of the stream, right? Rafa at this point has 1 more finals win than Kilson does. So Kilson looking to catch up, equalize.
Yeah, Kilson takes that personally. He wants to put up another championship and tie it at 4 as we take a look at the breakdown from map number 3, 11-1, and then a quick overview of the destruction. Hopefully we won't leave this on screen too much because it is not safe for work. 2 frags across 3 maps is unheard of, and especially for a player such as Maxter. Get it off the screen, production, please. Just give
come
him,
on, come on.
It's just, it's rude and disgusting at this point. Thank you, I appreciate you. Now you get to look at this disgusting monstrosity that is my face. But chat, that was quite the beatdown that we saw. Flea, insane series. I know a lot of people were expecting that one to be the 2 featured matches, but it wasn't. We still have 2 more. We're gonna take a quick break. We got 2 big sets coming up, and again, no wheat, so no filter. Aggressively not safe for work. No, I'm kidding. We'll be adults. We'll try. I'll try. I mean, Flea's always professional. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and then we're going to hop into Cygib versus Inosfa, one of our first featured matches for the day for Week 8. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Quake. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quake Pro League. This is week 8. I am 40 Lions, joined by Flea, and we'd like to collectively apologize about what we just showed you. It was brutal. Flea, we're going to get into our first featured match of the day, and there's no wheat, there's no parents, so we could say whatever we like, but Saigib versus Nosfa, how do you feel about it?
Interesting matchup, right? We've seen some matches that involve two players earlier today that hadn't played each other once in the entirety of the Quake Pro League, right? Razy versus Strong Sage. But now we're getting into some matches with players that couldn't be more familiar with one another. Saigib versus Nosfa. 40, they have played a staggering 10 times over the history of the Quake Pro League, 6 of which have been won by Saigib, 4 by Nosfa, but the most recent one went in favor of Nosfa, the Brazilian lightning in a bottle. But first, Saigib, a man who's had not the easiest of seasons so far. 1 win, I believe against Sip it was, but 6 losses, so currently ranked 12th on the global standings.
A little bit brutal of a road for Saigib this season, but he's played well before. I don't think this is the Saigib that we're used to seeing. Obviously, he's in a bit of a slump, having a hard time this season. I think his ability to play with Rockets and LG, first of all, he's made me grab the bucket way too many times. I think it was 2-3 weeks ago when I was casting him versus I don't even remember who, but it was just Rocket City. So his mechanics are on point. It's just a matter of whether the rest of his game can show up. Nosfa on the other side, lightning in a bottle, as you mentioned before, kind of splashed on the scene the same way as Maxter. Very flashy plays, not afraid to play with swagger. But the issue is if he can impose that kind of swagger on his opponent, whether he gets choked out or not. So we'll see these two going head to head. You said they played 10 times, 6 in favor of Saigib, but Nosfa's won the most recent as we take a look at his run this season so far. Not too bad, doing pretty well, all things considered. And we will see if he can keep that up against Saigib. I feel like it's kind of anyone's game. It's been very back and forth given the history between these two. And I'm very excited to, in a minute, see the breakdown between kind of champ picks, maps, what we have in store. And for those unbelievably horrible people in chat who are like, why is this a featured match? Because I said so. I pick them, all right? If you hate me, email me. I am 40 Lions picks featured matches at I don't really care what you think.com/signupnow.php. Anyways, let's get into the pick bands right now and see kind of what we have in store between these two. It should be a good one. I'm assuming no Keel because I'm a broken shell of a man. Molten Falls, Corrupted Keep, and then Awoken. And as always, Fleas. Multiple of you, can you please run me through the champs? I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Starting off Molten Falls, Nyx again. Seen her being played on this map quite often today. Saigib will be running her with the Ghost Fog, the Invisibility, and Nosfa will be running Slash. Probably the single most common pick, I would say. A very popular pick, at the least for this map, just because of the speed that she can bring in these long hallways. Map 2, Corrupted Keep. We're getting Ranger, seen him plenty of times today, versus Ison. First time we're getting Ison, first time we're seeing the turret in action during today's stream. So that means that Nosfa has got the mobility, he's got the orb, can reposition very easily, has got that burst damage, but Saigib has got that extra source of damage, a source of information, kind of a way to distract Nosfa, divide his attention between himself and that turret that he has to focus on. Plus the turret has seen some changes in recent patches, so that could prove to be interesting as well. And then finally, last map of the series is going to be Awoken. Once again, Athena coming out to play. Seems that the nerfs haven't really impacted her pick rate, at least not on this map, whereas Nosfa will counter with the Doomslayer.
Gotta love to see it. I love the Athena picks coming out. Specifically for me, I'm interested in that second matchup. Ranger versus Eisen should be really good. As you mentioned, the turret has some slight adjustments. Can be an absolute nightmare if you get caught up in a trap. It's all about where Saigib wants to place it and how he wants to set the ambush. But as always, one of my favorite questions, Flea, who do you think is going to be able to take this set?
Difficult question, 40. I feel like this matchup is always so much fun because it is a total brawl, right? Both of these players are at their core brawlers. LG, Rocket, Super Shotgun, it's their bread and butter, and it works out so nicely. It makes for some very, very fun games. Now, looking at the match history and their performance, especially in this season, I feel like Nosfa has a bit of an edge, looking at the picks and the bans as well. But Saigib could definitely surprise us here.
Yeah, I could see that. Taking a look at the predictions and seeing what chat thinks, 83% in favor of Nosfa, at least for map number 1. Firmly in favor of the Brazilian. We will see how that plays out. Again, rich history between these two players, should be a fantastic match. And I feel like we should say, like, if Nosfa wins, one of us gets a Brazilian wax on LAN. I don't know. We'll come up with something crazy. But we will see. We're going to get into map number 1 shortly. Somehow I feel like that would hurt me a lot more than you. No disrespect. I'm just saying I'm rocking a lot more. I don't know. You're smooth as a dolphin. Anyways, we're going to get into map number 1 here shortly. It's going to be a good one. A great set between these two. We're going to see if Cygib can kind of keep the gas on in terms of the history, make it a 7th win in 11 sets between these two. But as you mentioned, Nosfa won the most recent, so maybe he's on a hot streak given this history.
See, this is why we need DJ Wheat, right? By the end of the day, 40 just becomes increasingly unhinged.
Yeah.
So we need Wheat.
Nobody knows how tired I am and how much caffeine I've had, but we're live on map number 1. That's what matters the most here, as Nosfa quick start with that slash, grabbing the LG, and double back to rockets as well, and a tactical delay on that Mega to add a little something something.
I love the tactical delay by both players doing the exact same thing for the exact same amount of time. So ultimately, both items are still perfectly in sync. That's a lot of tribal and some more. 130 points of tribal damage just like that. Cygib has to pop that Ghost Walk just to stay alive. And there we go, the delay coming into force. Nosfa showing up a little too early. And he should catch Cygib, yeah.
What?
Cygib somehow walks away with the frag. I figured Nosfa had it in the bag, but he just came within touching distance. And then the super shotgun reigns supreme.
Yeah, there's no rules. You can LG into shotgun. That's a hell of a combo, and that's exactly what happened right there from Cygib, saying, you know what, I could just use the buckshot for this. So that's something Nosfa has to be very, very aware of going forward, especially as these are 2 lights. That's probably the most efficient finishing weapon for these two when you're up close like that. And we'll see if Nosfa keeps that in the back of his mind going forward. But for now, Cygib, fantastic display there for frag number 1. Able to secure heavy rather easily, and also gets good damage off those 2 rockets. Nosfa just overextending, trying to get that rail damage, and pays the price.
Cygib crouch walking around the map. I think he just heard the small armor spawn behind him, something he doesn't need with Nosfa. Sure as hell does. Nosfa, though, playing a careful game, very reserved. Doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to show his face anywhere he can't afford to be. Now both players meeting up top of heavy. Nosfa wants this. Can he drop down and secure it? Lands a nice rail. Rocket coming out, just barely misses. And Cygib will actually be the one to get away with the most stack after that engagement, but a little bit slow, I feel, on the dismount of that bounce pad. Didn't quite get the height that he wanted, and Nosfa was able to walk away with a Mega. Completely uncontested.
Nice and slow here. Almost times the rocket to perfection. Good vertical rail. He's going to drop down. Nosfa wants to steal this away, and I think Cygib was able to burn that heavy, it looked like, right on the end there. Not sure, but Nosfa ties it at 1.
Indeed, all tied up 1-1. Around 8 seconds between the items. Look at how aggressive Nosfa is. Too aggressive, even. The first rocket kills his momentum, stops his dead in his tracks. Second one nails him to the wall. And this is exactly what I was talking about, 40. The brawl, these players, rockets, LG, super shoddy, they love it. And we're all here for that goodness.
Oh, absolutely. Saturday night primetime fisticuffs. Let's go back and forth. 2-2 right now, 3 minutes in. You gotta love the aggression. That's what's beautiful about Quake. It's a little bit of everything. It's what you want to make of it. The rockets raining out from both players, and Cygib right in the Nixon time pops the Ghost Walk to avoid the damage. He's doing really well at utilizing that. Still a little bit weak. Trying to make it back to the heavy. This could be dangerous here as Nosfa lying in wait. Decent rocket to get the information, but he just can't land a thick one. Wants a little bit more. Tri-bolt, pretty decent on the exit.
Yeah, still walks away with a nice bit of tribal damage. Here we go. Nosfa barreling into the room, dodging rockets, LG on LG, but this should be going in favor of the Brazilian, as he did just secure the Mega, and indeed, Cygib unable to land any sort of damage before he dropped down that as well. So that's given Nosfa a lot of leeway to just force his way into this heavy room, but that LG is strong. Saigib quickly adding up around 120 points of LG damage, and that is going to send Nosfa back, unable to move forward into the room and make a play for heavy.
Not bad. Saigib spamming a lot, and Nosfa just taking a lot of chip damage. And again, as a light, you have to be very careful because that adds up quickly. Trying to get those rail angles and overextending bit by bit. So Saigib doing a good job of laying down the defensive rockets, plasma, even pre-fire rails at a certain point, and definitely the tri-ball. And again, same situation here, and Nosfa weaving in and out, but catches a stray to the face, and now he's reeling. 50 HP. There's the rocket jump across, and they meet in the middle. Here's the follow-up, a little bit of LG, the rail on the way out, but it's not enough. Saigib able to capitalize and tie it at 3.
Very opportune time to get that kill as well, just before the mega spawn. So any sort of damage that Saigib took to his health, instantly shed it.
Now you don't.
And now he can make a quick move onto the heavy as well. And he will be able to secure both items. Perfectly split, 15 seconds between them. Good for Saigib, because he knows that he is the slower champion, so giving himself a bit more leeway to work with kind of allows him to play around that speed advantage that Nosfa has. And even if Nosfa now were to switch control, it helps Saigib. Just because of the lack of acceleration that he has, makes it more comfortable for him to kind of sneak in, steal away an item, regain control.
Saigib dropping down for that heavy, taking a little bit of damage, but nothing too crazy. Stack still looks pretty good. Both players with their abilities ready, as the next fight will be over the Mega. Saigib trying to make his way through, eats a rail, needs to be careful. Snail Trail comes out, catches him off guard, forces out the Ghost Walk, and he has to run for the hills.
Does manage to escape, but oh no, gets caught out again. Nosfa, so quick through that teleporter. Saigib didn't have the Ghost Walk up yet. So the Brazilian now putting himself in the lead. Good stack advantage too. Yeah, that was a solid rocket from Saigib. Very patient, waiting just for the right moment to catch his opponent on the drop down. Killed a lot of his momentum too, but unfortunately for him, Nosfa still able to persevere, get the frag, and extend his lead by another point.
On the tri-bolt speed bump there. Saigib needs to be careful. He's getting tickled aggressively. Nosfa has the snail trail as well. Has prime positioning for this heavy, but wow. Saigib going in. Wants a little bit more damage, and Nosfa gets the hell out of there. Gets actually decent damage, all things considered, with the snail trail. And now perfect angle, just so speedy. And the tri-bolt almost connects. That could have been curtains for Saigib.
This is becoming tricky for Saigib. 3 minutes left for 2 frags. Plenty of time, especially when there's 2 lights. 2 rails of the spawn would instantly shut Nosfa down if he's able to get that first kill, but Nosfa's got an iron grip on control right now. Both of the items have been in his favor for several rotations at this point.
Oh, wow,
there we go,
flawless.
Nosfa. Yeah, blazing trail. Saigib attempts to defend with those rockets of his, but unable to do even a single point of damage. Now he's gonna make a run for it again. He does have the Ghost Walk up. Might pop it. Yeah, ultimately doesn't really get much out of it, because Nosfa still applying pressure.
Oh, he's not gonna fall for that one. Quick flick of the
No.
wrist there with the buckshot. Well done for Nosfa, and this one's getting more and more dire here. One more rail can do it. Light armor pickup, tri-bolt, might keep him at base. Saigib trying to get this frag and keep his dreams alive with the buckshot again, coming up big for Nosfa. 5 frags, and I think that might be the ender. And if that's not, then this certainly might be, but Saigib snakes that one away with decent health left over. Is it enough to try and get in on this heavy?
Nice.
After that rocket, it's gonna be. That's a fantastic combo, and this is a huge opening for Saigib.
Bit of a gift for Saigib right there. 2 frags in quick succession. Nosfa definitely could have avoided at least one of those. But still, just a little over a minute. He's got to chase down a champion that's significantly faster than he is. Doesn't even have the Ghost Walk up, so he can't commit to that full surprise aggression either. Mega isn't up anytime soon, though. That's an opportunity for Saigib. Lands one rail, just needs a little bit more damage. Nasva is playing it safe. Outmaneuvering him right now. Doesn't even want to stick around for the Mega, it seems like.
It's just a thing of beauty. To watch Slash crowd slide around the map is just art.
Yeah.
It is beautiful right now. Ghostwalk comes out as he avoids the rocket. Nosfa is more than happy to just eat up this time. 30 seconds left, 3 frags. It looks impossible for Saigib. He might be able to get one if he gets a good rocket off here, but Nosfa just playing this to perfection, keeping a wall between him and his opponent. He doesn't want any part of this. He wants to be able to go into map 2 with his head held high with a solid victory over Saigib.
And that is indeed what we're headed for. Saigib cannot possibly change the outcome of this first map at this point. And that will be Nasva during map 1, putting himself one step closer to what could well be his 5th win of the season.
Wouldn't be bad at all. 5th win of the season, 7th overall in the history between Saigib and Nosfa himself in the Quake Pro League, 1 map away. We're going to head over to Corrupted Keep here shortly, and it's going to be Ranger versus Eisen. And as we said earlier, at least I did, I'm very interested to see how Saigib plays around that turret, what kind of ambush and attacks he has in mind. It'll be very interesting to see. No rail again for those that are new to the show. No rail on Corrupted Keep. There is a secret rail that's hidden under the map. I'm not supposed to tell you, but we'll talk about it later as we take a look at the recap here on Molten Falls.
Thinker is always watching, or
probably banned my account for yeah. It's
we
true.
signed that
It's
NDA
true.
about the secret rail under the map. But yeah, map 2. About to kick that off. This is going to be very different. Map 1 was 2 very squishy light champions. A lot of mobility. Also very limited in terms of stack. Map 2 is going to be quite different. Both mediums, so they both spawn with armor. No rail on the map, so no instant hit scan 90 damage to the face. This is going to be a very different beast altogether. Nasva running the Ranger, so he's got that damage reduction on his own rockets, plus the orb, extremely versatile. And Saigib playing Eisen, so he's got that turret. First time today that we're seeing the turret in action. It's been a while since I've gotten to cast a game where I feel, or where we've seen Eisen come out and play. So just like you, 40, I'm excited to see what's going to go down in this series.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cool things you could do with Eisen and Timmy. It's not as versatile as the Dire Orb, of course, but it's still very tricky. And as a player playing against that Eisen, you have to always be aware of going through tellies, going around corners, doorways, because you never know. The trap can be sprung immediately, and before you know it, you're getting hit from both sides, and your stack just disappears. So something to definitely be aware of. I think, again, the Ranger probably a little bit better in this matchup, in my personal opinion, given the Dire Orb, but we'll see. Saigib definitely has a plan picking this champ, so we'll see if the Rockets are as disgusting as they were a couple weeks ago as well, because Saigib was hitting dunks for days. It was a lot of hundreds. A lot of hundreds.
That's what we know him for. Those big, meaty rockets, but then again, Nasva, no slouch when it comes to that either. Also a brawler, loves to get up close and personal, and Ranger works better than any other champion when it comes to that. But indeed, 40, I do agree with you. Just the added mobility that the orb offers, I think, can be huge on a map like this. So easy to just throw the orb from heavy basically all the way to mega, or the other way around, and chain together those major items, or you can use it to get from the bottom of the map instantly on top, completely change the course of the fight, get into position for the heavy, get into position for the mega. We've seen a lot of very creative plays with the orb on this map, and so I think that Saigib is going to need a very solid plan going into it to be able to counter that, especially after seeing how map 1 went.
I agree completely. The ability to react almost instantaneously is huge going up against Ranger because of that Dire Orb. It is a little bit telegraphed, obviously, because you could see the trajectory of it. But still, if you're not quick enough, we've seen earlier today, it just pounce on your opponent and you're dead. 2 rockets, dead. So, and also the threat of constantly worrying about the burst damage can finish you off in a machine gun, lightning gun fight, whatever. It's very, very scary. So that's something that Saigib has to keep in mind, which I'm sure he does. And again, I feel like he has a game plan going in with this Eisen. but it's going to be interesting to see. We're waiting on the players to ready up and sort some stuff out before we jump into map 2. But again, Nosfa does have the map advantage, looking to take this one in 2. Have his, I believe, 5th, you said, victory for the season and 7th overall between these two players, as there's a lot of rich history between these two players in the Quake Pro.
There sure is. Also, I still love the confidence on Cygib's end. Every single time he's asked whether they're ready, he says born. He says, I've been born ready for this matchup, this series, long time in the making. Let's do it, let's bring it. So Cygib, let's see if he was actually born ready for this one, or if Nosfa is going to walk away with at least a 2-map victory.
Love to see a 3rd map decider. We'd love to see the ascension of God. We've seen the glasses, the bandana, and the gun before. It's going to take a little bit. He's got to win this one to take us there, but we'll see. I mean, after those hundos that he hit on Corrupted Keep 2-3 weeks ago, it happened. Might happen again, so we'll see here shortly. We are loading up into map number 2. Thanks for being patient, everybody. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day, evening. I think it's not morning anywhere. It might be. Whatever it is, I hope it's fantastic and welcome. Week 8 of the Quake Pro League. Our first featured match, 1 map down, going into the 2nd here between Cygib and Nosfa. And even after this one, we got 1 more on the way. So a whole boatload of Quake for your Saturday.
Absolutely, and that final game, whew, that's gonna be a spicy one. But before we turn that one, set our sights on Rafa versus Wenger, we've still got plenty of hot action here. Nosfa versus Cygib, starting it off on Nosfa's point of view, running the Ranger over on the heavy side of the map, or the Mega, rather.
A little bit of machine gun damage right off the bat, and here's where he has to be careful. Deals with Timmy nicely and quickly. Things like that, when you're dealing with your opponent and the Timmy, could come back to haunt him. So Nosfa has to be good and aware, just like Cygib has to be aware of the dire orb plays. And there's one right there, coming in hot and just melting Cygib immediately.
Nosfa very confident taking that fight because he knew that he could bully his opponent with the LG. Now, Cygib, making his way onto the rockets, does get a hold of it, but Nosfa punishes him greatly for it. Waiting for the drop down, doesn't get any damage on that one though. Still at least 10 seconds out from the next major item, and neither one of these players is particularly stacked. Cygib senses it, smells blood in the water, sacrifices a lot of stack, but does walk away with his first kill of this map.
Ties it at 1, and more importantly, the dire orb has been burned from Nosfa. So a little bit of the pressure's off from Cygib. He can get up close and personal. He can take those fights without worrying about that quick burst damage. A little bit of plasma lob towards those shards. As Nosfa doing everything in his power to get back the orb, which he will have shortly. 2 seconds until it is back, locked and loaded. Cygib, 4 seconds until he gets Timmy back. And the play for heavy armor kind of evades Cygib. He might be able to get some exit damage, as he does right there, but Nosfa picks that one up. And there's the dire orb play. There's the misdirection. He actually ends up taking it and taking the frag, and that is why the dire orb is so insane, because you get that split second even after it triggers onto a surface where you can wait a little bit and then telly in. And it's just so crazy, and Nosfa's air rockets are even crazier.
Craziest thing to me there was Nosfa's patience. Cygib threw out the turret, right? It was gonna be less than a second before the turret locked on to Nosfa, and even then he just didn't budge. He just slowly walked further and further out into the room, waiting for Cygib to make a move for that small armor. Nosfa counted on Cygib thinking that he would run away from the turret, but no, he just held his ground. Got himself a wonderful frag out of it too, and now that has snowballed into 2 more kills already.
Coming at you.
Really nice play there from Nosfa, denying the light armor shard into the heavy. Doesn't need to worry about Timmy. This is one of those situations. Drops down, gets good machine gun work here. Cygib does pick up the Mega. Prioritizing taking care of Timmy is always smart. Nosfa taking a lot of damage though. Needs to be careful. 25 HP and he can't get away. Cygib, fantastic machine gun work. Good lord.
Good
Nailed
lord
it.
indeed. Cygib got himself another frag. FE2 probably won't be able to get Mega, but those rockets definitely make up for it. 70, 68. And now the machine gun will clean it up. Doesn't even need the heavy machine gun or the LG. And this 40 is corrupted keep. Pace of the game, the momentum can change so quickly. One good rocket will do it, and indeed he gets it. Saigib taking advantage of Naswa being perhaps a little too greedy, making a move for those health levels. And now, back to a 2-point game.
Oh, big rockets. But no, that one clips and almost goes rocketing off of the map. Nosfa has to be a little more careful there. He was looking for big, big damage. Now he has to be careful. Luckily, gets pushed out of the room so he doesn't get that double team from Timmy and Saigib. Trying to find some more damage. Only one more rocket left. Does re-up on the LG shards. Cells, rather, as he makes his way to position properly for the heavy. And the time in between, not enough to get back. Might be able to do some exit damage depending on which route Saigib takes. And here it is, the trap. The dire orb's available as well. There it is to get behind him. Buckshot. And now it's just topsy-turvy. Nothing matters. Saigib is able to take that one.
A messy brawl. That's exactly what we were expecting, and that's exactly what we're getting. A lot of back and forth. Naswa had a nice string where he was in the lead, but now Saigib's turning it around. Can he survive long enough? He can. Good use of the turret right there. I think the only reason that Saigib survived that, got away with the heavy and the mega too, was because of the turret. Otherwise, Naswa would have absolutely rushed him down. Wow. Timmy prevented that from happening, and now Saigib all tied up, 6-6. He's got to be careful though. No major items up for another 10 seconds. Naswa, slight stack advantage. Let's grab that.
Wow, just like that.
Just like that. The orb. Straight through him into the shotgun. Both players tender. Naswa first to pick up a little bit of armor. He's actually racing over. Saigib might not have had the exact timing on that small armor. Waited around a little too late. Still a chance that he walks away with his life. He's gonna have to do a lot of damage. Yeah, Naswa, good read, good use of the orb. Shut down his only escape. Oh! You felt that one. I was still on Saigib's point of view, and the moment he turned left, I clenched because I knew it was gonna happen. Now Naswa again, finding that momentum. I think that is something that's standing out to me for the control is going back and forth, but when Naswa is in control, the frags come quick. They come one after another, almost effortlessly. But when Saigib manages to secure the control, it takes him quite a bit longer. It's a lot more calculated. And how he approaches this, here we go. And just as I say that, Saigib, as if he heard me, he says, I'm gonna prove that man wrong. Gotta get myself a string of frags as well.
Just manifesting what happens in this game. We have the power flea as it's 8-9. Saigib trailing. Trying to tie this one up, has plenty of time. It's just a matter of, oh my god, how crazy Nosfa gets. And it's pretty crazy. Unfortunately for him, Saigib does steal away the heavy and leaves Nosfa extremely weak, and there it is. He knows it. He jumps back in to get that refrag. What a play.
That guy's up. Will be taken by Saigib. Just doesn't have the heavy machine gun to take a fight from that distance. Nasfa contents himself with the small armor pickups, but that's a big rocket. And another one. Heavy machine gun into the orb. The Shop Slayer does it again. Nasfa extending his lead. 2 points ahead of Saigib by now, but there is so much time left. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Oh no, it's too hot to handle. Hot. 11-10, Saigib really weak, trying to lob some rockets to do some damage at the Mega. Nosfa has to be careful of the Timmy. Doesn't take care of it, but still it's just looking for this damage. Saigib hanging by a thread. Nosfa looking to get the jump on him, and Saigib is just too quick. Grabbing the armor, rocket jumping to 225s. Really nice movement here from Saigib, making Nosfa guess again and again.
Nasfa just holding down that fire button, waiting for the Mega to spawn, does walk away with it. Saigib trailing by just one. Good rockets, that's 120 big damage. And another one, a direct to the face just before Nasfa walks away with the heavy. couldn't have been timed any better.
Really good damage
knows
here.
He can't get Mega, just wants some damage, and indeed he does.
Good positioning for this next heavy here. Pace of the game will slow down dramatically here. 1 minute left. Players tied at 11. Machine guns firing from across the map at each other, trying to chip away for this next Mega. Nosfa a little bit hesitant to go through the doorway. It might cost him. Big rockets, though. But Saigib still dives on that Mega, but now he's stuck behind the statue. No armor. 79 HP. Can he get away? And Nosfa actually backs up because he's lacking armor. Both players extremely weak. Nosfa grabs a light armor. Saigib trying to make a mad dash to the heavy. Is it going to be enough? The rockets won't land, and Nosfa has the advantage. Primed for the kill. What a combo, Nosfa. You're insane.
Saigib though, plasma, brutal, but just not enough. Nosfa manages to survive. Now he's in position for the Mega. 20 seconds. Saigib needs a frag literally right now. And it's not gonna happen. Nosfa can just sit behind the pillar, wait it out, and just keep juking his opponent. Burning away those precious final few seconds left. And there we go. Even gets the frag. With that last rocket of the game, Nosfa rises to the occasion and secures map 2, thereby winning the series, but still got one more map to go. Still some cash on the line for Saigib to grab.
For sure. 5th win of the season for Nosfa, 7th overall in the battle between him and Saigib for the official Quake Pro League matches. And more importantly, I feel like the public library he's playing from is very happy with his performance, and everyone probably made a nice golf clap there, as you're supposed to in a public library. So, map number 3 between these two. You gotta wonder if Saigib has a little something left in the tank. That was a bit of back and forth, brutal slugfest at times. Both Timmy and the Dire Orb coming up big in their respective times. Timmy, not so much, unfortunately. But we're gonna go into Awoken. It's gonna be Doomslayer versus Athena. Do you see this going either way specifically, Flea?
I feel like it's very hard to bet against Athena on this map in particular. We've seen 2 Athenas on Awoken already, and they have performed exceedingly well. So just looking at the champion picks alone, it's going to be difficult for Nosfa this time around, and a lot is going to come down to Saigib's mastery of this champion. Because when I think of Athena, there's a few players that come to mind. Saigib isn't immediately one of them, right? So I don't right off the bat know exactly how well he's going to be playing Athena in this matchup. On the other hand, Nosfa is running Doomslayer, tried and tested. We've seen him on this map countless times. That's just true to the basics. It's basically a comfort zone for any player. Whereas Athena, yeah, there's a lot of room for things to go wrong. So you gotta be so careful. And if Saigib doesn't watch out with how he uses those hooks, he can really find himself on the receiving end of a slaughter.
Could be the pain train right now. Saigib has to dig deep, try and win this map number 3 to put something on the board, or Nosfa's going to get a clean sweep. I'm not sure how many of their previous battles have been clean sweeps either way. I just know that Nosfa, as you mentioned, has won the fair share of the battles. As we take a look at the breakdowns between the maps, 8-5, 14-11, in favor of Nosfa, looking to add that 3rd. And yeah, the Athena play. It's going to be interesting to see. Again, the nerf, only 2 hooks. Very squishy, but very, very quick champion. And you got to wonder how Saigib's going to try and utilize that. Probably play around the rail more so than LG and stuff, but it really depends on the opening damage he gets. Because going toe-to-toe with Nosfa in an LG might be brutal as an Athena, but, you know. Saigib's going to play how he wants. He can hit some dunks. Yeah. We saw Nosfa hitting some dunks of his own, so another slugfest, I wouldn't be upset by it.
Neither would I. Now we've seen on map 1 that Railgun was a very important weapon for both of these players. Map 2, Corrupted Keep, obviously didn't have it in play whatsoever, and now it's back. More so, Awoken is one of the easiest maps to deny your opponent access to the Railgun. So whoever spawns on that weapon really has a lot of opportunity to kind of hold on to it, right? The only other map that comes to mind is Blood Covenant, where you can kind of do the same. Deep Embrace, yeah, a little less so, but this is really one of those maps where you can keep your opponent from getting a hold of a crucial part of their weapon kit. And depending on who spawns where, that might be something that comes into play. I think we are just going back to lobby, just a quick reset, just to make sure that everything's perfectly in order before we jump into the final map of this series.
Yeah, I think weapon denial is something that's not really talked about as much nowadays, but back in my day, it was absolutely a strategy where the weapon respawn times were completely different. And a lot of people would hate that nowadays. Also, fall damage. Bring back fall damage. It should be 60 damage if you fall from 1 level and 120 if you fall from 2. And if you fall from 3, automatic death. But anyways, I'll talk to Sync about it. I just got these ideas, in my huge brain that I really want to see implemented.
Except for Keel, right? Keel's immune to all fall damage.
Keel's immune to fall damage because he has rocket boots, but he also has grenades that turn into rockets. I just got a bunch of good ideas, Chat losing their mind right now. I'm really into it. And I'm more into map number 3 as we're going to load up. I heard the sound. We're getting in there. Don't worry, chat. We'll finish this one off. And again, we still have one more featured match to go after this one. Nosfa working on a 3-0 over Cygib. Cygib trying to do everything in his power to just grind that gum as hard as he can, dig deep, and win map number 3 to put some money in his pocket.
Let's see if he can manage, right? We talked about it at the beginning. These two have played 10 matches so far. Cygib has won 6, Nosfa 4 today. It has changed slightly. Nosfa getting his 5th win against Cygib as part of the Quake Pro League, of course. So let's see what Cygib can put up on the final map of this series. Everything appears to be in order right now. If we finish loading in, Nosfa versus Cygib. Nosfa's already secured the overall win, but let's see if Cygib can at least claw one map away from his opponent.
Zerk right off the bat, they're gonna meet awkwardly at the rockets, and Nosfa gets denied the weapon, and now he might die a terrible, terrible death. Cygib just trying to find it, and he can't do it. He can't do it.
Yeah, it looks like Cygib definitely could have closed that one out with, say, 50 HP more than what he ended up with, but those final few bullets, they didn't come easy to him, but they came in the end, so all's good. Mega just spawned. Nosfa, good position between the two items. Takes away the Mega, lands one shot. That's exactly what he was hoping for. Now it's a race to the heavy. 92 damage on the Tribolt. Cygib drops down, and we're all tied up once again. 1-1.
Started an absolute mess in the chat. I love the bug fixes. 1-1 though, as we try and focus up here, chat, on the action at hand. 1 minute in. Nosfa lacking rockets, but that's not stopping him from just barreling on through. He wants this fight, and unfortunately, he shouldn't have. Cygib takes him down with the buckshot.
Cygib set up in the middle of the map. Oh, turns away with the rail a fraction of a second before Nosfa shows his face. Now there's around 12 seconds between the items. Mega will be the first to spawn. Cygib has got a good rotation working in his favor, but Nosfa sneakily positioned on that T portion of the map. Cygib has no idea. Nosfa still there, still waiting. Hasn't moved a muscle for what feels like 20 seconds now. There we go. He picks up the small armor. Cygib's gonna hear that audio cue, knows exactly where his opponent is at, pushes in, LG on LG. There we go, good rail as well. Oh. Doesn't quite get the loop. Oh! It should be a frag nevertheless.
Trying to get that LG beat on him from around the corner and line it up. A little bit of machine gun, trying to finish off. 75 HP left for Cygib after a bubble pickup, and he's still reeling. Another one puts him at 100, and oh my god, the rail was almost there. The opportunity was there, but Nosfa just missed out. Eating a lot of Tribolt, needs to be careful. Nice rail through the drive-through window there. Waiting down below, trying to get a little bit of rocket damage, a little bit of information before this next Mega as Nosfa make sure that Cygib doesn't linger too long. Ready to punish.
Nosfa working with a sizable stack advantage right now. Cygib making himself scarce on the map. Oh, bit of a warning rocket. Nosfa just saying, nope, this heavy's all mine. You better stay back. You're gonna be in a world of suffering. And Saigib, he's in the lead. He's 2 frags up. Just like the past minute or so, he's just been playing a very evasive game, but that LG is solid. Nosfa sacrificed so much of his stack. He will be able to restack. Mega behind him should be able to make a rather easy move on heavy as well. Yeah, gets both. Clean, uncontested. I mean, that was a bit of a wake-up call. Taking that fight from clearly a superior position stack-wise and still almost ending up dead against Saigib's LG.
Yeah, pretty brutal. Saigib's mechanics are fantastic. A lot of people, you know, Sirius has the best LG in the game, and I'm pretty sure he does, but Saigib, he's got an LG on him too, so you do have to worry. Is Nosfa a little bit more respectful? Does still trail by 2 frags, 4 minutes in. Able to back up onto that heavy. Really nice mobility. The nail gun jump into the double jump to get from above heavy to the rail at will. Nosfa again, just trying to play sneaky, catch Saigib off guard. Surprise! There's the rocket into the rail and almost has the opportunity for another one, but the hook comes up big for Saigib.
I think that's the way that Nosfa kind of has to play this now. The hooks are giving Saigib so much mobility that if Nosfa is just going to try and come at him, you know, in the traditional standard routes, it's going to be very difficult for him. So that's why he's going for these rocket jumps. But that one, a little too predictable. Saigib waiting with the LG out. Oh, Nosfa
Wow.
comes out on top. Saigib perhaps hoping to be able to do a little more of the shaft than he managed. As Heavy is about to spawn in just a few seconds. Oh, now Saigib caught in a bad spot. Rail misses once, twice. Nosfa unable to get the kill shot in. That would have tied up the game.
Another clean mega for Nosfa here. Out of Tri-Bolt, has a couple more rockets left, but needs to be careful. Needs to re-up here as he makes his way over, tries to chase Saigib a little, adding the pressure, but also re-upping, and there's some good LG. He's gonna make the jump over, but the LG from Saigib will push him down and misses with that. Unfortunately, that rail won't connect. Saigib very fortunate there. Still very, very weak. Nosfa needs to be careful about this play on Mega. It could be free damage for Saigib. There's the Berserk. He's gonna go for the fisticuffs. Nope, he's gonna cancel. Hug the wall a little bit, play it safe, and I like that. Why not? Big rail. But the LG, the push, he's taking the bubbles as well to stack up, and this could be a frag, and it is Saigib. Wow, what a play.
That was solid. After being on the back foot for such a long time, Saigib... Oh, no! Nosfa!
My God.
Just dipping his toes over the edge, and that was all that Saigib needed to send him straight up the air for a beautiful, gorgeous float. And a 5th frag of the map for Saigib.
Just missing out on that rail, and yes, that was absolutely gorgeous. Expect that in the recap for the week. 5-2 now as Nosfa's gonna push in. Fades away with a rail instead after getting met with some LG. 3 minutes now, and this is big right here. Saigib, oh, look at the movement from Nosfa, avoiding all damage. That was pretty.
Saigib just constantly expecting him to drop down, I think, but then the double jump just kept him on top of the ledge just a little longer. Excellent dodges right there. Now Nosfa, 2 minutes left. Rather 2 frags in 3 minutes. Perfectly doable. Yes, Saigib outspeeds him, but a few of those rails, that's all he needs. Again, Nosfa. I feel like that's what,
Really
the
nice.
3rd rail that would have gotten him a kill in the past 2 minutes or so. Unable to connect when it matters the most.
my
And now
God.
he's losing so much. Oh! Yeah, Nosfa, you can tell by the face cam, he's frustrated with that one. That should have been a clean frag for him. And to add insult to injury, 40, is that Saigib got a really good spawn. Just on top of the railgun and the heavy.
That one hurts. Shotty Pippin really let Nosfa down on that one, but still, 2 frags, 2 minutes. He's got to shake that off and do his best to try and get back into this because the opportunity is still there. Nice movement with Doomslayer. Ooh, and he's missing these rails, Flea, as you mentioned. It's costly. It's the fadeaway, though, but now, even after all of that, both players... Same stack, and now here comes the Berserk. He's gonna Superman his way over to the Mega, and I love that movement, but again, he's gotta cut him off. Saigib waiting, takes a big Hondo, almost gets clipped with the rail, and there it is. Nosfa very patient with that, doesn't want to force it now, dives back in to grab the Mega, and now he's got full map control. Saigib does have a rail, but this is all the Nosfa show. The ability to take this back to a sudden death is all in his hands right now. Minute 10 with full map control.
Nosfa, he's got all the weapons he needs. Hooks are up. So he's got to contest with those first. Gonna set up around the center area of the map. Mega is up. Gonna leave it be. This is risky. Oh, Saigib. Yeah. Just once again. Collecting solid ground in the center of the map, and now Nosfa trying to starve him of resources. Heavy is up, I think he's gonna go for it still. And then probably intends to launch a full-on assault. Firebolt whiffs. Out comes the Berserk, the punch falls just short. Oh no, Saigib actually with a slight stack advantage. One more ray will do it. Can he find the angle? 10 seconds left. He's gotta be careful of those rockets though, Saigib. Around 60 points of health, but it doesn't seem like Nosfa's gonna find him. Nope. Falls just short, and that makes it so that Saigib denies the overtime and secures himself at least one map in that series. Could have very well been a 3-0 for Nosfa. Few missed opportunities, especially towards the end, but still, Saigib managed to secure the lead, held on to it, played a solid game, and got a deserved map win.
Really, really close near the end, but Saigib kept it cool and was able to take that one and steal that one away. No 3-0 for Nosfa, but he does win the series in the first 2 maps, so congrats to him. Congrats to Saigib for bouncing back. But a fantastic set overall. I mean, again, rich history between these two. That's the 11th game now. Book it officially in the Quake Pro League. Nosfa gets the best of Saigib, though. That's 7-4 by my count, Flea, in terms of their history together.
I think so, yeah, indeed. Now, 40. One series remains. And I think it is the one that we have all been waiting for. Wenger versus Rafa. The number 1 on the global leaderboards versus the number 2 are facing off.
I think it's a good one. And I feel like people might be excited, but
so?
I can't really tell. Yeah, I don't know. But again, shouts to Nosfa for taking this one over Saigib. Big victory, and I think that was 5th overall victory in the league this season for Nosfa. And again, 7th in terms of the matchup between these two in the official Quake Pro League. 8-5, 14-11, 5-6, as you take a look at the map breakdown right there for the scores. But you're absolutely right. This was our first featured match. We still have one to go. There will be no interview because we're not allowed without an adult. So sorry to let everybody down, but it's all my fault. Send that email to my inbox that I posted earlier. Feel free. I don't check it anyway. So you could send me whatever you like. But yes, that's it. 6 series is down, and we have one more on the way. It's going to be Wenger versus Rafa. We're going to take a quick break, caffeinate up. We'll be back because this last one's going to be an absolute monster. See you soon. More Quake on the way. Welcome back, everybody, to the week 8 of the Quake Pro League. We just finished 6 series, and we're on to our 7th. Real quick, before we jump in, I just have this burning question, Flea. Do you put sour cream in your pasta?
You disgust me.
Okay. Well, we got Wenger
at a fundamental level.
We got Wenger and Rafa coming up on an unrelated note. I just thought I'd ask. But yes, Wenger versus Rafa, as you mentioned, the 1 and 2 seed on the leaderboards right now for the Quake Pro League, going head to head shortly, and it should be quite the battle.
It absolutely will be. These players have played each other many, many times in the past. And 40, I was a little surprised going back, but it seems like out of the 5 matches that they've played, Rafa has come out on top in every single one. So even though Wenger has been able to hoist that belt, has been able to secure a LAN win of his own, Rafa still proven to be too hot to handle. And I think that goes for a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the GOAT, right? One of the greatest Quake players of all time. Again, the most winning in the Quake Pro League, although Kilson's catching up very fast as we take a look at the history so far this season for Rafa. The only loss against Zenaku in a very tight set between the two. But other than that, it's been all dubs. And also, I know you're the fact man, but I have fun facts. Rafa loves sour cream. So throughout this series, if you're cheering for Rafa, I say spam sour cream in the chat as much as you can. But I digress. The history between these two players, absolutely fantastic. You said Rafa always comes out on top. Most notably for me was way back Molten Falls. I think it was Quake World Championship playoffs. Quite the comeback. It was like Scale versus Ranger. Rafa was down by like 6 or 7 frags, somehow made it work. And that was at the time one of the biggest comebacks. Wenger, absolute beast. Previous champion, looking to add another one. Still one of the younger guns in the league as well. Has had quite the season so far himself. Loves pineapple on pizza. Again, I'm just full of Snapple facts. And it's fantastic to watch these two go head to head, especially during the regular season. Usually we'd have to wait until tournaments, blah, blah, blah. But now, since we're worldwide every week, we get to see this battle. And look at that, flawless for Wenger. Fantastic season, looking to add more dubs to the body count.
I mean, I mentioned it briefly earlier, but as of this point, Wenger and Kilson remain the only 2 players in the Quake Pro League that have gone undefeated this season. Rafa so far has suffered 1 loss against Zenaku, but Wenger, as you can tell, still undefeated. So let's see how today is going to go down. Is Rafa going to once again have Wenger's number come out on top? Or is Wenger going to break the curse and continue this undefeated, undisputed course of his during Season 4 of the Quake Pro League?
A lot on the line between these two, because I heard through the grapevine that they actually made a bet where the loser has to eat either sour cream or pineapple on pizza. But anyways, we don't want to start rumors here at the Quake Pro League. We're not in that business. Let's jump into the pick bands for the champs and maps and see exactly what we have in store. It looks like we're going to start off on Corrupted Keep, then jump into Blood Covenant and end the day with Deep Embrace. That's right. It's the last series of the day, so make some noise. Chat, Flea, run me through the champs for the last time today, please.
Kicking it off, Corrupted Keep, as you said, 40, Ranger versus Strog. Ranger, we've seen, I think, pretty much every single time that Corrupted Keep has been played today. So versatile with that orb, that reduced self-damage of those rockets, going up against Strog and Peeker. And as we've said countless times, Strog so strong on this map, crouch sliding gives a lot of mobility, a lot of speed, and Peeker reigns supreme when there is no railgun to quickly take down the robot. Map 2, Blood Covenant, second time we're seeing it today. 2 very fast champions. Earlier we saw, I believe it was Visor versus Doomslayer, which we both remarked was a little odd. But this time around, we're getting Athena versus Slash. So 2 of the absolute fastest champion in the entire game facing off on a map that really allows that speed to shine. And then lastly, Deep Embrace, we are seeing BJ being played by Wenger versus Eisen, making a second appearance today on Rafa's end.
You gotta love it. And also, I mean, again, based on the pick bans, how it worked, Rafa wanted to get rid of Visor, and immediately Wenger snatches up Athena, which Rafa is very, very good with. So that is clearly a counter pick. Granted, both players having extremely deep champ pools, but very interesting to see. What's your favorite map and matchup of this series, Flea? Before I ask you the age-old question of who you think is going to take it, what's your favorite setup here?
Blood Covenant. I think Blood Covenant is going to be so fun to watch. Slash versus Athena. There's generally aren't any faster champions in the game at this point. And on Blood Covenant, a map that really works so well for these fast champions, especially with the verticality for Athena, that is going to be some high octane action and a whole lot of fun.
I can't wait for that one either. I think if I had to pick, that would be absolutely the one that I'm gunning for. But now the age-old question, who do you think is going to take this set? This one is not an easy one.
You're always putting me on the spot, for you. I've never gone to get you to go first when it comes to this. Ah, man, this is a difficult one. Rafa losing a series against Seneco clearly shows that the man, the GOAT, can be beaten. Wenger, Stowe, on the other hand, looking so strong and so confident. So, God, I feel like just looking at the history, I'm going to say that Rafa's going to take this one 2-1, but it could very well go in favor of Wenger too.
Go either way. Chat predicts, at least for the first map, that Wenger will take it 56% and counting, fluctuating a little bit on Corrupted Keep. So we will see. Again, my opinion doesn't matter at all. I'm just excited. Should be a fantastic way to end the day. This set coming live and direct. And for those wondering, pings are going to be about even, as I believe Rafa is at the Liquid facility in EU. So no excuses, chat. Here we go. Last set of the day. Spam your pineapples in the chat. Spam your sour creams. As this one's live between Wenger and Rafa. And a lot on the line here. We're going to start off on Wenger.
Immediate aggression. Rafa coming out on top, dealing most of the damage. Wenger, famed for his rockets, but unable to connect in that final instance. And Rafa walks away with a first frag and a mega to fall right back on, regain some of his stack.
Big skirmish right off the bat. Rafa looking to pressure a little more on this heavy. That is going to be the next item up. Has to be careful trying to make some rockets work. And Wenger, good positioning to get the hell out of there, but still, I think time... Oh, the shotgun block! What a play from Wenger. Takes an immense amount of damage and still tries to maximize damage on the way out, but unfortunately for him, the timing's all off because Rafa could just pick up the Mega right afterwards and go right back to work. There's the peeker, and he's safely down in the boneyard, so he gets all that damage for free.
If Wenger still had his orb, that could have worked so nicely. That shotgun blocking the door and then orbing towards Mega. But unfortunately for him, he just didn't have the speed to get there first. Now he does take away heavy. Doesn't manage to do that much with it, but that's just denial. Rafa unable to get a lot of armor to get him going.
Oh my god.
And Wenger just drops on it. Rafa unable to get the frag with that super shotgun, and Wenger gets himself on the board.
Trailing by 2. Trying to... Yep, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ford.
No, after you.
Set now heavy will be the next major item to spawn. Will be Rafa picking that one up. And Wenger positioned. Fight for the Mega. Good LG. Nice. Excellent aim by the Italian. Rafa manages to get out of the room, but suffers quite a lot of damage.
Going through the telly with the machine gun out as Wenger's able to grab the light armor. Oh my god. Right in the breadbasket. Right in the breadsticks.
That one's gotta hurt. Wenger slowly hoping to work his way back into this one, and then that blind rocket to the face sets him back significantly and gives Rafa a great opportunity to walk away with the Mega. Oh, the LG is good though. Out comes the orb. No, the rocket. Wenger turned away. I think he might have expected that rocket to kill. But Rafa living, hanging on to a sliver of health, making it work somehow.
Rafa coming out on top with the machine gun again. Just such good use of it, but unfortunately for that, can't get the peeker off in time. Mega goes to Wenger along with the frag. More on the way as the heavy machine gun is in his hands and Rafa gets caught out in the middle of the map.
Play from Wenger. Even gets himself some armor to work with. Doesn't have the LG though, neither does Rafa. But I think that Rafa has now been able to secure it at least. Yep, Rafa's so quick. Trying to block access with the LG. And the super shotgun is gonna help out nicely as well. Both players eyeing the Mega, but Wenger just doesn't have the weaponry to make a move on it. And Rafa confidently, brazenly putting himself in between Wenger and that item. and walks away with a lot of damage and an almost uncontested Mega.
And for those playing the home version, the pings are 32 and 16, simply because I love cucumbers. But yes, 6-3. Wenger looking a lot more solid now, trying to slow things down. Rafa coming around the corner, a little bit of pre-fire. Sends a Wenger packing. Doesn't even want to contest, as he just has a decent stack, but nothing too crazy to really spare.
Now Rafa has established a rotation. Heavy first, Mega comes up second. And he knows that he can take these prolonged fights. He knows that he can stick around, and even if Wenger deals more damage than he does, as long as he can kind of do a similar amount, he's got the resources to fall back on. Now Wenger actually... Oh! Wenger kind of managed to turn the tables right there, but died just a split second before Mega would have spawned, and that might have saved him in that fight. LG on LG.
And so much LG, but just not enough for Wenger, and this has got to be so frustrating. But with all that damage, he is able to grab the heavy and make it back to the Mega with that beautiful use of the passive from Ranger, and that is the mobility we're talking about. That's what he needs to do. Wenger needs to step this up in the last 5 minutes. He's trailing 5. Rafa firmly in control, but Wenger looking to contest a little more and more here.
Wenger was literally on 50% LG a moment ago. So Rafa knows he's got to be careful taking these mid-range fights. The Italians' aim, the LG, the tracking is so on point right now. So Rafa is sticking to this very carefully crafted game plan of having a stack advantage, of being in control. That's when he can confidently take those fights, because he knows he's got the stack to burn. Otherwise, that's the danger zone. Going up against Wenger, LG on LG, shaft against shaft. That's risky.
Rafa just abusing that crouch slide to misdirect the sound for Wenger as he's trying to chase him down and just wants some fights. At this point, he's just begging to catch Rafa out and do any kind of damage he can. But Rafa denying any kind of ability. The Dire Orb is the one that has to force it through, and Rafa very hurt. That was so insanely lucrative from Wenger. What a play. But it took so much, and again, all of this time being wasted. Wenger has to put more pedal to the metal here. Can he find this one? Rafa's still staying alive, finally going down, but at what cost? Look at that stack that he burned through.
Yeah. Rafa's already pressuring again. Heavy needs to spawn, and it does, but a moment too late. Second time that Wenger went down in a situation like that. Now Rafa, somewhat outstacked, but he does have the better positioning. Still hanging on to a 5-frag lead. Orb gets burned. Wenger doesn't really get anything out of it. And Rafa 5 seconds early for Heavy. But Wenger doesn't have rockets.
Wow.
Heavy machine gun gets the job done regardless.
And that was a risk Wenger had to take right there, going up against the shotgun. Makes it work using that heavy machine gun. Mega goes to Rafa. Wenger doing good damage. Needs to stay alive here. Needs to keep this close. Less than 3 minutes, down by 4. Here comes Rafa. Very early on the heavy as Wenger does luckily grab some more cells for LG. The machine gun switch. Here comes Peeker, and Wenger has to bounce. He does have the Dire Orb. Takes his time, takes out the Peeker. He can slowly make his way up to the 225s, and more importantly, he kept the Dire Orb just in case and uses it at the last second, and that was such good preservation of his ability, and he wins the Mega, and now this is a real opportunity. Holy shit, what a rocket.
Yeah, absolutely. Wenger just, as he was able to get himself some control. Get another frag. Wenger just get hits in the face with a long distance rocket. He's got to be careful. He cannot contest for this heavy. He's got to hide a little. Wait for those small armors to replenish his stack. Or he's able to just push in for a major. But in doing so, regrettably for him, Rafa has collected quite a lot of health and armor to work with on his own. And now Wenger trying to set up a bit of a trap. Is Rafa gonna fall for it? Heavy up, 8 seconds. Rafa doesn't want to just give this one away. He's gonna challenge. LG on LG. Wenger pushed through the teleporter. Out comes the orb. This is so messy.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Wenger kind of Goomba stomping his opponent for a moment. Unfortunately, he isn't Scale Bearer, so no damage will come from that. Now Rafa, 4 frags in the lead with just over a minute left to go. Wenger needs this frag. Good rocket. Needs more, just before heavy spawns. Can he get it? That's probably spelled defeat for Wenger. Yeah, that definitely does.
That definitely did.
Not being
In
able
that
to
last
secure heavy
fight.
right there.
Yeah, not only that one, the one before, that heavy with the Goomba stomp and everything was just so sloppy and so unfortunate for Wenger because
Yeah.
he takes that. This is a different ball game, but somehow dancing on Rafa's head doesn't get the kill, and Rafa stays alive, and he's keeping the pressure on because he wants to make sure that no shenanigans happen. So Rafa will take map number 1, 30 seconds left, up by 6. And what a first map between these two players. Absolutely insane.
Wenger letting himself still a few points. Heavy machine gun and the LG working nicely for him, but it is a mathematical impossibility. Today, there isn't still time. And that means that Rafa will be able to walk away with a map 1 victory. Based on the picks and the bans, that's also, I think, somewhat expected. Yes, there's a lot of utility that you get from that Dire Orb, but we know just how good Rafa is with the crouch sliders. We know how well he can make use of that peeker, so Wenger had a tall order from the start, came pretty close to catching up, but ultimately Rafa kept his composure, walked away with the win.
So one of the things that's so great about the Dire Orb is the ability to catch your opponent off guard and kind of do that burst damage. But when you're Rafa and you're super aware and you have the speed that Strog has, you kind of negate that completely. He wasn't really caught off guard this whole game. There wasn't a lot of times where Rafa was surprised or anything like that. So I think that's just the player being very good and knowing the matchup and knowing his opponent. So big shouts to Rafa, huge first map victory here. But Wenger is still a beast. Going into map number 2, I think it's just going to be a mental reset more than anything, but this is far from over. Wenger has a lot to show. And unfortunately for him, the Sultan of Sour Cream was able to take map number 1, but I firmly believe in the Pineapple Pizza Prince to come back on map number 2.
Let's see what he can do. Right, Rafa waiting in lobby. I think Wenger's going for a quick restart before we jump into map 2, which is going to be the most anticipated one of the series for the both of us 40. Blood Covenant. Wenger rocking the Athena. And Rafa Slash.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. We take a look at the breakdown of what we have in store while Wenger does a bit of a reset here. And yeah, this is a fantastic series to end the day on. Unfortunately, the day has to come to an end. I wish we could do like 17 games in a row, but we might die, especially without adults. Anyways, Blood Covenant next, Athena versus Slash. We're probably used to seeing Athena on Rafa more, so I like the pick that Wenger made to take that away, but then Rafa just came right back with the Slash he's very good with. So at this level, every player has a very deep champ pool. We'll see exactly what each player brings to this one. Blood Covenant, again, a pretty big map. Rails in play here. And Speed, name of the game.
Indeed it is. 40. Blood Covenant's only the second time that we're seeing it played today. I feel like there's been periods where Blood Covenant has been extremely popular based on the map pool, and we see it almost every series, and then it's kind of fallen off a bit, and now... yeah, it's definitely not one of the most popular maps by now, but it still makes its appearance. It's a classic, right? It's been around since who knows how long. And both of these players have played, I think, through several iterations of this map by now.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Dust 2 of Quake, if you will. Taking a look at the predictions real quick, 63% in favor of Rafa on map number 2. And if that comes true, that means Rafa will take the series 2-0 in 2 maps. And Wenger has a little something to say about that, I'm sure. He is on a hot streak right now. He's defending his undefeated season so far, as Rafa's already dropped his Anaku, as we saw. So a lot on the line here. And again, positioning, seeding, all of that kind of stuff comes into play too. But there's a lot here for Wenger because, as you mentioned, he's, I think, said 5 times against Rafa, not 1. Yep. That's a lot. That's a lot of It's a lot of burden to have on your shoulders, so I'm sure he wants to try and defeat this this demon that is Rafa, and he's got his work cut out for him. Already down a map in the set, he's got to win 2 in a row. It starts with Blood Covenant whenever we load up. So yeah, tall order for Wenger, but he is a previous Quake Pro League champion, so he has what it takes. We just have to see if he can unleash it all right here. I mean, it all comes down to this map, so might as well put it all on the table. And again, if you're a Wenger fan or Rafa fan, spam your emotes in the chat, make some noise, support them. This is the last series of the day, so let's make it as loud as we can, I guess. Bold text, maybe, highlight for those that still have channel points. Sorry. Touchy subject. I know a lot of people just lost everything today, so that's what you get, you degenerates. No, anyways, yeah. Things and such. It's Quake Pro League podcast while we figure out the player stuff. Don't worry. That's what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for Rafa to rejoin us before we jump into this next map. Now, just looking at the matchup, right? Both of these champions work really well on Blood Covenant. But I'm kind of favoring Wenger with the Athena, right? Because we know how much Rafa likes the Athena. So the fact that Wenger has, 1, been able to take that away from him on this map. And 2, Blood Covenant, it's a pretty vertical map. There's a lot of layers to this arena. And being able to use that hook to get yourself up to the top very quickly, that's something that Slash, despite all of her horizontal speed, simply doesn't have. So if there's a map that Wenger is going to now have to win, I mean, it's definitely this one. And I think that the champion he's got at his disposal could enable and facilitate that.
Well, we will see. And if we get graced with map 3 as the decider, it will come down to a BJ versus an Aizen, which should be an interesting matchup on Deep Embrace. But this one's first. We're loading in map number 2, Blood Covenant between Wenger and Rafa. Rafa already up 1 map. All the pressure's on Wenger. He wants to take this one to a third, potentially winning the series and finally defeating this demon that is Rafa, as he has faced him 5 times in the Quake Pro League and has not gotten over the hump. We will see if he can do it here today and make some history for himself.
Absolutely. Now, Wenger, I hope for his sake that he can break through this barrier, this insurmountable wall that has been Rafa since the beginning of the Quake Pro League. Fordy, you mentioned it yourself, no wins yet for Wenger in this matchup. So hopefully for his sake, he can right that wrong and finally come out on top as we are loading into this map. Could be the decider. If Rafa secures the win, he will take away the series.
1 fight.
All comes down to this. The next 10 minutes. Rafa coming off with that slash in the trail, trying to defend the rail. Unfortunately for him, he will fail. No damage done. Wenger controlling the top of the map. Actually, the boots, I believe Rafa heard. I was going to slide on through, grabbing machine gun. Both of the majors are up for 20 seconds. I'm not sure if we've ever seen something like this, Flea, where there's a delay on both majors right at the start. Finally, Rafa will commit and take away the mega. He will eat a rail. Wenger's also extremely weak off the back of the damage, and now it's just gonna be a mad dash.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the risk, right? Rafa doesn't have rails, so he's not as comfortable taking a fight at this distance.
Oh my
and there we
God.
go. Wenger, 1, 2, 3. Rafa loses all of the stack that he had gained. But damn, those rockets. Hello. Pretty much equal in terms of stack after that one. But that is Wenger who has the better positioning to secure Mega. And he will be able to restack faster than his opponents. Good
You're trying to
use.
take the fight.
Hook right there.
Rafa. Yeah,
Coming in
super
from
aggressive.
an orthodox angle.
Oh, get the bucket.
Can't catch me now.
Rafa now weak. Wenger looking to capitalize, but he still doesn't have a lot of stack to gamble with here. Mega goes into Rafa's pocket, as Wenger's going to be very early for this heavy and needs to be careful. Rafa has all the time in the world to get back. Wenger will prioritize the rail, probably just setting up for damage, knowing that the heavy's not for a while, and this gives Rafa full map control yet again.
Wenger landing a rail, but this time Rafa is more than prepared. Figuring out Wenger's game plan, reading the spawn perfectly too. Wenger kind of falling into repetition right there. Getting killed, somewhat the same spot, spawning, and again making a move for the rockets right off the bat. Rafa figured that one out real quick.
Yeah, this is pretty intense to have this level of control already, as Wenger has 1 mega. That is it. Living off of lights.
Ouch.
Otherwise.
Both players hitting a lot of rail, 50, 60% each. But Rafa, with that control and the access to the major items that he has, makes it so much easier for him to just power on through after taking those rails. So even if Wenger lands 1 or 2 and Rafa returns with just 1, he'll still come out on top.
Going up the jump pad, Wenger unfortunately missing with the rocket. Would have connected midair here a little bit early on this mega, and Rafa looking to punish, and he does. Gets the frag. He can leave the mega up for a little bit for even more of a delay. 18 seconds between the items now. Rafa spotting him out, eats a little bit of rocket damage as Wenger again prioritizing the rail to try and fight at a distance. It hasn't really been working out for him because the stack is just too good. That's a fantastic rail, looking for a little bit more. Rafa looking for a rail on the exit, won't connect. Finally, stack in favor of Wenger. Light armor does go to Rafa, missing with a rail, trying to get this mega. 7 seconds, big rocket, good dodges as well, and just so much damage output, and Wenger on the back foot after all of that.
I love how aggressive Rafa is playing this. Like that previous frag of his coming through the teleporter, you knew that Wenger would be waiting with the railgun all the way on the other side, but Rafa figured that he was so fast as Slash that he can just jump around the corner. Wenger will fire once, and even if he lands, Rafa will be up right in his face before he can reload and fire again. So that was just so aggressive on the movement right there. Now everything is kind of falling apart for Wenger. Rafa gets that frag at just the right time as well before the mega spawns. And he's looping the items together perfectly. And since your comment for the, I think, a minute and a half ago, Wenger has only been able to take 1 other major item, 1 heavy, and that's it.
Absolutely brutal, and this level of control is pretty crazy, especially at this level against a player like Wenger. This is just obscene at this point. Rafa's powered by pure sour cream and cilantro here. 6-0 heading into the halfway mark with no signs of stopping. Has the snail trail available, has all the weaponry he needs. Heavy is up, but right now Rafa doing what Rafa does best, and he's just hunting his opponent. He doesn't need the items right now. He wants to output some damage.
Knows exactly where Wenger is at. A little bit of tribal damage to confirm. Now Rafa making good use of the plasma trail. Speed across the map. And be able to secure the mega as well. Again, Rafa just really slowing down right there, going for the railgun fight, because he knows that even if Wenger lands 1 shot, 2 shots, it's fine. He's got a small armor down below, he's got a mega right behind him. He can take that fight, he's got the resources to fall back on, and he knows that Wenger doesn't. So ultimately, it's just a numbers game. If Rafa keeps repeating these kinds of fights while in control, this is going to end up massively in his favor.
And is there a world flea where Wenger gets shut out on a map?
I mean, it
Did I
ain't
just jinx it again?
likely,
Did I do that thing?
but this level of control is pretty remarkable too. Could definitely see it
19
happen.
major items. 19 major items to 2. Ooh, that's a good rail there. Fantastic return rail from Rafa and Wenger. Not really a lot to work with. Constantly on the back foot, trying to make something happen. There's a good rail, and Wenger strings together 2 and is able to win out on the mega. Now, can he get back to the heavy and start getting some map control in? This is where it needs to happen.
That was the first time in, I feel like, 5 minutes, if not more, that Rafa was railable. Hasn't dropped down to that low of a stack in almost the entirety of this game, and Wenger gets himself on the board that way, but he needs more. 5 of those, and that's an almost impossible task against Rafa, who's playing out of his mind right now.
Just a different level of demon. Again, Wenger trying to break the curse that you mentioned, playing Rafa 5 times in the Quake Pro League, not able to win the series at all. and he's got a tall order ahead of him. 5 frags to send it into overtime with less than 3 minutes remaining. That rail's going to start off things nicely. Rafa Railable has to pick right. It's a 50-50. Can he get out alive? And he does. I like the fake rocket jump here. He can make this work. There's the snail trail into the rocket. 33 HP, and that's some good defense from Rafa right there. Really like the play from Wenger, unfortunately. Not turning into a frag. But still, very good tactics there. Just missing out on that rail. Want one more opportunity here at the heavy. Just cannot connect when he needs to, Flay.
But close isn't gonna cut it, 40. Getting close to frag might as well be a million miles away. He needs to secure those kills. This might happen right now. Perfect LG. Rafa drops another frag. And Wenger on the hunt. He's got the weapons. He knows that Rafa wants the rail, perfectly baiting him into it. But still, takes quite a lot of damage. He's able to secure heavy. There we go. What can he do? Costly miss. Costly miss. And now Rafa has the stack advantage with the Mega. These rockets, they need to be sublime. We know that Wenger is capable of it. But Rafa proves too slippery, too quick to get out of the room.
Great rail there from Wenger, but Rafa will get the heavy. Wenger has to hightail it over to the Mega and drop down for this light armor shard in less than a minute for 3 frags. Flea, I don't know.
It is still within the realm of possibility, especially if he closes this one out, which he will. But he takes a lot of damage, 40. Yeah, that small armor isn't up. He just took it. Heavy spawning in just a few seconds. I don't think Rafa's going to show his face right there. Nope, Rafa is going to hightail it out of there. Picks up rail. Oh, and now he's going to make a move for it. Wenger lands one. Needed at least one more to be able to catch him on the follow-up. Wenger's on the chase.
With the hook.
Yeah. Even going for the desperate rocket jumps as a light champion. And I think he knows that by now it is too late. Yeah, rockets are not gonna connect with 5 seconds left to go. Rafa will secure the series win. At least 2 maps already. A third one still coming up, so Wenger still has a shot of securing at least some of that cash. But Rafa will walk away victoriously once again.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to overcome that level of control that Rafa had for 5-6 minutes of that entire game.
Yep.
Absolutely absurd control. Literally 2 to 3 items for this level of play is just ice cold from Rafa. Wenger tried. There was glimmers of hope there with the rails, but unfortunately he just missed some key rails, some freebies that really would have kept him in this one. And just the speed of the slash, you just cannot overcome that. Just really well played from Rafa, but Wenger hung in there, tried to do his best, and just got outclassed in this set, I think.
Indeed, Wenger tried, fought with all his might, and indeed, close he came. But Rafa walking away, 2 frags separating the two of them. As we are getting ready for the final map. Not a decider, not a tiebreaker. We know how this story ends. But Wenger can still put his own spin on this final chapter. It's gonna be Deep Embrace. BJ being played by Wenger versus Rafa on the Icen. Ordi, your thoughts?
I'm interested to see how the BJ will play on Deep Embrace. I haven't seen it a lot myself. Obviously, the dual wield's very strong, especially in the hands of a mechanically gifted player like Wenger, but why not Keel? No, anyways, yeah, against the turret and Eisen, very interesting, because this is a much more open space, so I tend to think that usually the Timmy will probably get deployed around heavy, maybe around Mega, but even then, it's just too easy to peek around the top shelf, if you will, where the tri-bolt is, where the machine gun is, rather, and then just take it out. So I'm interested to see where Rafa's going to deploy the Timmy, whether he's going to use it mid-fight, whether it's going to be a predetermined location, kind of how he wants to approach this. But Yeah, I
Right.
mean that's rough for Wenger on the first two maps, and you got to hope that he could bounce back and at least take this map, make it interesting, but a little bit disheartening if you're a Wenger fan for sure.
Yeah. And again, somewhat of a dark day for Maestro, no? Because earlier today we saw Razy lose against Strong Sage. Very, very unexpected result right there. Probably the biggest upset we've seen all day. And now, Wenger, their other star player, unable to overcome Rafa.
Yeah, that's not a typo. That is Strong Sage taking it over Razy. Very rare indeed. But yeah, I don't really know. If you haven't or you didn't get to check it out live, check out the VOD. Today has been quite the day of games. This set, of course, along with those, pretty fantastic. But yeah, if you're a Maestro fan, it's a dark day. Definitely a rough day. But that's why Quake Pro League is fantastic, because any given day, anything can happen. That's why you tune in on the Saturdays. And we have one map remaining between these two. Rafa working on a 3-0, Wenger trying to fight back and make it interesting for a 2-1. We will see shortly. About 10 minutes stand between us and the final verdict here between these two. But unfortunately, for at least another week, Wenger will not be able to overcome his demon. Rafa will go up 6-0, I guess, in the history between them in the Quake Pro League.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. Rafa continuing unfazed by that blemish on his record for this season, that one loss against Zeniku, very well deserved for the Australian, of course, but Rafa is clearly hoping to close this one out undefeated once again. Won't work out. Same for Wenger, and that means, Forty, that there's only one undefeated player this season in the league remaining. It is Kilson, and we have seen the monster that he has become just a few matches earlier.
Yeah, and I saw him creeping in the chat, just looking at the competition. Kilson, shouts to you. Fantastic display, but you're also a bully. Be nice. We are going to do a quick restart to sort out some technical difficulties because I got these big old stupid clown feet and I knocked something out, but we're going to get into that last map shortly, chat. But it's been a long day of Quake. Appreciate all of you for tuning in, hanging out, having fun, and realizing that games are supposed to be fun. So, yeah. Stop taking yourself so seriously, some of you. But anyways, yeah, shouts to Kilson, shouts to everyone that's won today. It's been a great day of Quake, and we are going to cap it off here on Deep Embrace. Shortly, it'll be BJ versus Eisen. And then, yeah. And then next week, Global Challengers number 4. Fourth player is going to try and earn their spot in the Quake World Championships to get into the league. And you got to love it. Newer players, new blood coming into the league is always a good thing, as we saw. Perfect example, Strong Sage. Is able to come in late to the game, as some might say, and upset someone like Razy. Yeah, there's a chance. There's really no excuses, chat. So get in there, start training, play Keel only, and show me what you got. Show me what you got.
Indeed, Wenger, one of the absolute best to ever do it. We've seen what he's capable of. He has hoisted that belt over his head. He's won one of the championship finals before. This time around, though, luck, or rather the odds just weren't in his favor going up against Rafa. But this final map, he still has a shot at least getting some points on the board, at least walking away with some cash in his pocket, as we are now once again loading into Deep Embrace, hopefully for the last time today, as we kick off the final map of this series.
Should be a good one. I see you, Kilson. You better be blushing. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, appreciate everyone for tuning in. Flea, it's been a pleasure. Maybe they'll never pair us again after today because we didn't have adult supervision, but who knows? It's been fun.
Who knows?
Making the most of it while we can. So
I blame DJ Wheat for being here. Or for not being here, rather.
He's supposed to keep me in check. I'm not responsible for... Anyways, here we go. Map number 3 between these two, Wenger versus Rafa. Wenger looking to clap back after dropping the series 0-2. Trying to put a map on the board. We're live, last map of the day for week 8 of the Quake Pro League.
Rafa, kind of answering your question there, for the immediately throwing down the turret. And oh my goodness, Wenger taking so much damage, those rockets. Rafa read him perfectly, figured out exactly where he was. And he's got that turret waiting on the rocket too. So now it's Rafa with the rockets and the rail, and Wenger onto the LG, and both are kind of denying access to the other weapon as we move forward into this map.
Turret comes out for a little extra insurance. LG from Rafa is pretty good. Wenger able to go through the telly and maybe get some buckshot damage down to 41, but the machine gun from Rafa as he fades away to the 225s will net him his first frag.
Rafa will yield positioning on the heavy though. Goes for a sneaky rail, knowing that Wenger doesn't really have much to contest him with that particular situation. Takes a bad rail. Another one. He's railable. Wenger!
Wow.
89 points of health. Just one under the threshold as Wenger ties it up.
One apiece, 130 in. Wenger, again, obviously not happy with the performance on map number 1 and 2. He always expects the best of himself, but championship mentality, every map matters, so he's going to try and do everything he can to put up this W right here, trying to set a trap on Rafa. The Tri-Bolt just missing out, not giving Rafa the information, but Wenger unfortunately missing with that, but perfect positioning to trap outside the telly. Rafa sees it, doesn't buy into it, trying to make his way slowly up the stairs, and Timmy gets deployed, and that is just stifling. Nothing to do. Huge rocket from down below, looking for a little bit more. As Rafa very weak, there's a little bit more damage. Heavy's gonna be up. He's gonna be able to at least steal it away, and Wenger hunting from down below, trying to shoot through the planks, getting so much damage, missing with the rail, just trying to finish this. There's the dual wield. Is it gonna be enough? And Rafa will finally go down. Wenger up 1 frag.
I can't help but think that Rafa must have been pretty damn surprised when the damage just kept coming in from those rockets from below.
Oh, he said about the club! He's pissed. He's pissed.
Damn, the mid-air rocket of the bounce pad into a rail of the map. Beautiful. Wenger now really warming up, starting to output a lot of damage. Rafa in trouble off the spawn again. And Wenger 4 frags in the lead now.
What a flick rail from Wenger. And another one almost sends Rafa into the pit, but somehow he lands, steals the Mega, and uses the nail gun, but then eats a rocket right to the face. Wenger back on top. Still very weak, though. Up 4, looking for some help.
Wenger famed for those rockets of his, showing us exactly what he is capable of. Oh, another one. I wish we saw some more of these shots earlier for the on map 1 and 2. Mega
Yeah,
is
it
up,
begs the
Wenger.
question, where was this earlier? I mean, this is a different
Yeah.
Wenger. He's playing with that swagger that we're used to. He's hitting fantastic rockets, good reads, and you just wonder where this was a little bit earlier here. Good damage there. Has to take care of the Timmy, and does, and Rafa will swoop in right behind Timmy. The dynamic duo of Eisen and Timmy working well to steal away that Mega from Wenger. Needs to be careful, it doesn't have any more rockets. Hits a rail from down below. That's an easy one for Wenger as he hears the jump pad go off, but still lacking rockets.
Wenger going click. Out of rocket ammo right now. Gotta be careful about the fight that he takes next. Good rails, gonna keep Rafa at bay. Good rocket as well. Wenger now. Solid control of the top floor of the map. Out comes the dual wield. But still, so much hesitation on Wenger's end. Rafa really didn't have that much of a stack advantage, and yet Wenger treated that situation like something dire. Good rockets, nice, sending him bouncing against the wall, and now it's a race for the Mega. Rafa gets there first. Good rocket, needs a little more, doesn't quite get it.
Timmy deployed. Wenger looking for that rail. Will miss up the jump pad as well. Needs to be wary of Timmy and prioritizes that. And again, while you're dealing with that, Rafa will take advantage and gain the space and gain the item. Ooh, big rocket.
Again. Wenger making good use of that health regeneration, that BJ passive as well. Chaining it together with some strategic bubble pickups to keep himself above that railable threshold. He doesn't have an LG. His rockets have been sublime. Might not need much more than just those. Still, taking a fright against an opponent that has the high ground on you and you don't have LG. Not a place you ever want to find yourself in. Good rails though. And another. Anger. This is sick.
Oh, this is just different. This is the Wenger that we thought we were going to see for the whole set. He's just connecting with everything, making Rafa's life a nightmare in this map right now. A little bit of shotgun to try and play defensive. The tickle isn't going to be enough, and Wenger uses that passive, backs off, grabs the heavy. The damage is done. Rafa has to try and restack off what he can. Wenger finally, it feels like, missing a rail. There's the dual wield for a little bit of insurance. Timmy is behind him, but he uses the angles properly and gets away.
Yeah, pushing forward was definitely the right choice, closing the gap on Rafa and also making it so that the turret didn't have a clean shot at him anymore. Now Heavy's gonna spawn next. It's Rafa who's in position. Wenger screaming for his life. Rafa no doubt heard that. Just biding his time, waiting for just the right moment to make a move.
Oh,
and he did.
Oh my god!
Wenger had
From Wenger's
no
perspective,
idea.
yeah, from Wenger's perspective, he didn't even know where he was getting hit from. Dual wield comes out. Rafa just trying to hug the ropes and waste the time and click. Oh no, dual! Oh my god, he goes gauntleted him. Oh, it's almost a meat grinder. My heart can't take it. This is a lot of action.
The dual gauntlet. Mythical. It is legendary. Wenger now finding himself in a bit of a bad spot. Yeah, again.
Get the bucket.
Getting killed by rockets in that same spot. Rafa utilizing the high ground, the cracks in the floorboard near Heavy. Wenger still in the lead. 2 frags. All he has got to do is hang on for 2 minutes, but that's a whole lot easier said than done against Rafa. Big shotgun, rocket rather, looking to finish it off with a super shotty. Oh, Rafa doesn't quite get the damage out of those that he was looking for, and Wenger manages to get 2 rails off. That could equalize things somewhat.
Wenger kind of Goomba stomps him again, and Rafa's able to tie this back up. What is happening right now?
Oh, 105 damage out of the turret alone. Dang. Are we headed for the 3-0 40? Starting to look like it.
What a rail knocks Wenger down. Does Rafa know? And with those rockets, he should know that he got knocked down. Another jump pad absolutely gives him away. Who's going to win this next mega? The rocket flies over Wenger's head. He tries to maintain some level of control. He's able to get back to the heavy, but he's still trailing by 1 frag with 1 minute left, and Wenger was up by so many frags earlier.
Good LG from Rafa. Hoping to finish it off. The rail. Wenger's still alive, still hanging in there, but he needs to do more than just survive. He needs to get himself on the board at least once more. Mega is up, Rafa's in the better position to take it away. Dual heavy machine gun comes out clutch. Heavy has spawned. Wenger is the one who walks away with it. All tied up, 40. We're gonna see overtime. Or is either one of these players going to knock it out just before then?
It's very dangerous because Wenger does not have an LG right now. Let's try and play that rail game. Can't get too close. The rocket flies over Rafa's head. The turret gets deployed up the jump pad. Dealt with nicely here. We are officially in sudden death. The rail from Wenger will miss as Rafa takes an alternate path, leaves up the mega, and Wenger is more than happy to just split the items again and finally get himself an LG. Misses with that rail, unfortunately. Ouch. That would have been big damage.
Wenger still doesn't have rail, or I mean, Rafa still doesn't have rail or rockets, and that might be the deciding factor indeed. Rafa missing two key pieces of his kit, rather. No railgun, no rockets. Wenger did an excellent job at denying him access to that. And then, after stacking up a little bit of damage, out comes the dual wield, and the drop down will get Wenger at least one map win. Still, I don't think he's going to be all too happy with his performance, right? That Wenger that we saw on the final map just felt absent on maps 1 and 2. Where was he? Where was that genius of a player that was just stringing together some of the most beautiful shots and combos and elements of control throughout parts of this map? Maps 1 and 2 was just completely absent.
Absolutely no idea, but I'm sure he's asking himself that same question, as it was a different Wenger. And still, Rafa almost overcame the beast that is Wenger in his prime at his best. But still, Wenger able to stay kind of relatively collected. It seemed like at some points he was frustrated, but he didn't let it boil over to the point where it was an issue. He was able to stay calm, maintain the high ground, especially near the end where he didn't have the LG. He couldn't engage that mid-level fight, but he just kind of went back, said, I'm going to grab heavy, I'm going to take my time, get LG, and then as you saw, pop dual wield and just dove on his opponent and knew, this is my opportunity right here, let me take this. And he did a great job. But yes, overall, you can't help but feel like Wenger's going to be very upset with this performance, because that's what champions do, Flea. They want to win all the time. Unfortunately for him, this was not his week. His nightmare continues, where he cannot take a series from Rafa, and Rafa will win this one 2-1 with a very close third map.
And I do think that cements Rafa's #1 spot on the leaderboards. Yep. Again, keeping in mind, though, that he has played one more series than, for instance, Kilson, who's now ranked 2. But even then, I think that Rafa is kind of solidifying his lead with this one, and it's going to be difficult for anyone else to catch up with him.
Yeah, regular Rafa's scary. EU Rafa, maybe a little more scary. I don't know. If you want to make excuses, sure, go ahead. I'll let you do whatever you want at home. But as a reminder, unfortunately, we will not have interviews because we're not allowed without an adult. Flea, no offense. I know you're very responsible, but still. Yeah, so that's it. That's the end of the day. 7 sets down. If you missed any of them, go back and check the VOD. Don't forget, next week is not going to be Quake Pro League. It will be Challengers. It'll be the 4th installment of Global Challengers. So we will see who gets to show up at the Quake World Championships and try and break into this league. Flea, it's been a fantastic day. Any closing thoughts?
I mean, this has just been a wonderful day of Quake, right? We've seen some excellent games. Avik taking down Chrom to start the day off. Then a huge upset, Razy losing to Strong Sage. Then we got Dramus taking down Sip. Chain getting his first win of the season. There we go. Production is putting it right up on the screen so I don't have to look down at my notes. Maxter losing 0-3 to Kilson. Nasfa taking down Saigib. And then finally, the highlight of the day, Wenger losing to Rafa 1-2. So a lot of excellent matches. For me, the most standout one was probably Razy Strong Sage, just because of how unexpected the result was. Just how we saw Razy lose both against the Clutch and Uncorrupted Keep, Razy's Keep, formerly known as. But overall, it was a lot of fun. 40 to be back on the mic with you. And I think we had some great Quake to enjoy.
Yeah, always a pleasure to cast alongside you. I'm glad I got the opportunity. This might be my last one, given some of the stuff I've said. I don't know. I'll contact my lawyers and we'll see. But from all of us here at the Quake Pro League, we appreciate you, chat, all of you. Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for having fun, making some jokes, making it interesting. PGL, thank you very much for the production and putting up with me. I appreciate you, everyone at Bethesda and id, for this game, and all the players for showing up and putting in the work and giving us the entertainment that we crave on a Saturday. If you observe it and celebrate it, happy Easter, everybody. Tomorrow is Easter, so enjoy. And as always, take care of yourselves and others. We will see you in 2 weeks' time. Don't forget, next week is Challengers, but it's been a pleasure. I'm in 40 Lions with Flea. We'll see you soon. Take care. Have a great weekend.